worry. Thousands of hands. Chat group, what the hell is this? Am I not dead? The first generation in the Pure Land looked at the chat box that suddenly appeared in his mind, and his face was stunned. Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect to speak again. It's actually in such a place. Madame Ban was also stunned, and the development of things was not what he imagined. At first, he thought he had been reincarnated successfully. Senjuto Birama, this is Uchiha Kwana, so amazing. Namifing Minato, Kushina, the two ancestors of Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina, Watergate! Uchiha Fuayu, great-grandfather? Second grandpa? Hagai Sakumo, I can't believe that I can communicate with you in this form. Hyuga Isai, I'm going, okay. A lot of big guys. Do NT dare to speak? Thousands of hands. Madara, why are you here? Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. How could I know? Also, Hasuma, still so stupid. Furukawa willing, cough. I said too. Looking at the two who were ignoring others and talking to themselves, Furukawa willing wanted to say something. However, his words were destined to be ignored. Two true love people can't see other existences in their eyes. Senju Hasuma, no matter how stupid I am, you don't seem to have beaten me once. Uchiha Madara, what did you say? Do you want to fight? Speaking of this, Madara only felt that her blood pressure went up. Thousands of hands. Hit and hit, come on. Uchiha Madara, rub. This broken place seems to be only able to chat, not fight. So boring. Across the yin and yang worlds, you can feel Madame Ban's disappointment at this moment. Senju Hasuma, Madara, you are still so aggressive. At this moment, Furukawa willing only felt a buzzing in his mind. Furukawa willing, actually, you can fight here too. This is not nonsense, he has already figured out some content before. The function of this chat group is really powerful. As soon as this sentence came out, it was regarded as attracting the attention of the two great gods. Uchiha Madara, Nani? Kid. Come on. Where can we fight? I will teach you a lesson. Senju Hashirama, it is not certain who will teach who. Uchiha Madara, Hash hot mom. Imon. Senju Hashirama, the motor is here. Come on. Namikaze Minato, cough. It feels scary. Furukawa willing, I'm rubbing it. This conversation always feels weird. Senjuto Birama, big brother. It seems that you have never seen my younger brother in your eyes. Uchiha Kwana, second opinion, +1. Bastard Tobirama, I never agreed with what you said. Senju Hashirama, the motor is here. Uchiha Madara, Hash hot mom. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, maid. Gikwen Ling's brows jumped, but he didn't expect to be so messy when he came up. Ding. The group leader, Furukawa, silenced Senja's humor and Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. Nani, Chizihasuma and Madara Uchiha were stunned at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Yugi scratched his head in embarrassment. Madara is furious. Senjuto Birama, ha ha ha, nice job, boy. Otherwise, I really can't stand these two goods. Uchiha Kwana, +1. Namifing Minato, the group leader is Furukawa willing. A very good name. Hyuga Izari, dare to ban these two, they are ruthless people. Humphrey. Furukawa willing sneered as he watched the chat group finally returning to normal. Tigers don't show their power, you all fucking treat me like a local TV. When it's time to take out the majesty of the group leader, you have to take it out. Furukawa willing, cough, calm down, listen to me. Furukawa willing, this is Uncle Ben's territory, you all have to listen to Uncle Ben. Those who do not obey the command of the group leader will be punished. Damn. How dare you talk to this old man like that? Call yourself an uncle in front of this uncle? Uchiha Madara was angry. I really want to kill this kid, but it seems that I can't fight. Damn it. The angry Ban suddenly found that there was a button to exit the group chat in the corner, and he pressed it decisively. Although it's nice to mix with the pillars, it's too uncomfortable to be ridden on your head. Madara Uchiha, have never suffered such grievances. Ding. The group member Uchiha Madara asked to leave the chat group. Do you agree? Furukawa Ling was taken aback by the sudden message. I was a little too complacent just now and forgot to quit the group chat. But depending on the situation, it's just a false alarm. This chat group is awesome. These bastards even need their own consent to quit. Refuse. Furukawa Ling. He. Do you want to leave without the consent of the group owner? Stay honest. Senjuto Biroma, PFFT ha. Madara. Do you have to day too? Exclamation mark. Never thought of it. Dance again. Uchiha Kwana. Hey, Tobiroma, you are going too far. Senjuto Biroma, what happened? I just see how upset your brother is. No, it's because the guys who look at you Uchiha are not happy. Uchiha Kwana, what did you say? Do you want to fight? Exclamation mark. Thousands. Tobiroma, ha. Even the defeated generals dare to speak up? Uchiha Kwana, Hokage. Spicy chicken. Tobiroma, I must teach you a lesson. Seeing another pair of loving and killing each other frantically appear in front of him, completely ignoring the existence of his own group leader, the corners of Furukawa Ling's mouth twitched. Fake. Ding. The group leader Furukawa banned Senjuto Biroma and Uchiha Izuna for 3 minutes. Chapter 3 _bad group tag. Ask for flowers for all support. Ding. The group leader Furukawa banned Senjuto Biroma and Uchiha Izuna for 3 minutes. In an instant, 2 messages came almost at the same time. Ding. The group member Senjuto Biroma asked to leave the chat group. Do you agree? Ding. Group member Uchiha Izuna asked to leave the chat group. Do you agree? TSK. They all have personalities. This is a disease that needs to be cured. Furukawa Ling raised his brows. Furukawa Ling, he. They're all thinking about us. Refuse. Damn. Senjuto Biroma's face was very ugly. Just now, he was still laughing at Madara, but in the blink of an eye, he ended up in the same situation. I also owe my money, knowing that the bastard group owner can't agree. So what to quit? This time I will lose my face. Namikaze Minato, PFFT. Such a terrible group leader. Furukawa Ling, he. This is the consequence of ignoring the group leader. Congratulations, it's time for the ban. The ban is lifted. Chizihasuma and Uchiha Madara's minds sounded simultaneously. The 2 chatterboxes couldn't wait to release new news. Thousands of hands. Whoa, Tobiroma, let you keep saying that I am long-winded. This time you yourself have been banned for talking too much. Uchiha Madara, garbage. Tobiroma, is it worth talking to me? Exclamation mark. Uchiha Madara, kid, you are very good. How dare you ban the old man? Tell me where I can fight. I must make you look good. Ding. The group leader Furukawa banned Uchiha Madara for 10 minutes. Furukawa Ling, still not honest? Continue to reflect on the little black house. Thousands of hands. Whoa, ma. Are you trying to laugh at me to death? Damn boy. I'm going to kill you. Madara Uchiha angrily pounded the ground of the Pure Land, screaming incompetently. Hyuga sorry, I didn't expect the legendary god of ninjas, the first Hokage, to be so kind. Uchiha Shisui, yes. Thousands of hands. Ha. Madara and Tobiroma are the only ones who like to put on airs. Namifing Minato. Poor second-generation adults. Hyuga sorry, I dare not answer this. Senju Hasuma, okay, little guy, tell us what is the use of this group chat? Furukawa Ling, you are the little guy. Your whole family are little ones. If you talk nonsense again, I will send you to your motor as a companion. He doesn't care about the god of ninjas or not the gods of ninjas. If you join your own group chat, you have to be obedient to me. Moreover, the feeling of bullying Hashimu is really exciting. No wonder Madara has been keen on this for a lifetime. Thousands of hands. Bagger. How dare you be so arrogant to the pillars? Madara, who was locked in the small black room, slammed the wall again in anger. Probably in his mind, Only he can bully Hashima. Seeing that everyone was shocked by his silver power, and the group chat finally returned to normal, Gikwen Ling hooked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. I changed myself for sultry group label. Furukawa Ling. Next, let's discuss. This time, in front of his name, there is a big golden sign, which reads, "The most handsome in the ninja world." Thousands of hands. Huh? What is this in front of the group owner's name? It's amazing. Uchiha Konoha. It's just a little narcissistic. TSK. 3 minutes passed, and he and Tobirama were both released. Furukawa Ling, you can have it if you want. Just think about it yourself, and then apply with me. The group was silent for about 10 seconds. Obviously, everyone is seriously thinking about the content of their brand. Then came a series of news. Senju Hashirama, the #1 male god in the ninja world. I want this. Senju Tobirama, big brother, you are so shameless. I want to call the #1 speed in the ninja world. Uchiha Konoha, you two brothers are each other. Give me, my brother is super fierce. Take Sakumo. Just give me Konoha Shirogan. Namikaze Minato. After careful consideration, I decided to call. My heart is Konoha's favorite golden glitter of Kushina and Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato. I'm speechless for naming you. Looking at the speeches of this group of people, Furukawa only felt that his 3 views were completely destroyed, and only the messy wind was left. Finally, Madara Uchiha, who was late from the little black house, also hurried to speak. Uchiha Madara, group leader. Give me Ninja Invincible Konoha Shura. Give me this name and I won't care about your ban on me before. Furukawa Ling rubbed his brows in pain, resisted the urge to lock the goods in the dark room again, and started to label these people. Ding. The group owner Furukawa Ling set the label most favorite Abanes big pillar for Cayenne Zuzujian. Thousands of hands? What? What's the situation? This is not what I want, Lord. Of course, his objections are destined to be ignored. Damn it. Has the secret been discovered? This old man's famous name. Senju Hashirama in the Pure Land blushed. Ding. The group owner, Furukawa Ling, set up my favorite ninja dance king in the column for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, rely? What a mess. The relationship between me and the column is life and death. Also, what the hell is the dance king? Ding. Group owner Furukawa set the label facial paralyzed with forbidden techniques for Thousand Hand Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. The old man is not. Well, the old man is indeed facial paralysis. Ding. The group owner Furukawa set the label my brother is super fierce for Uchiha's Yuna. Uchiha Madara, I wipe! Why is it that only Konoha's is according to what he said? Ding. The group owner, Furukawa, set the label white single ponytail paralyzed face for Hatake Sakumo. Ding. The group owner, Furukawa, set the name Ghost Talent label for Namifing Minato. Ding. The group leader Furukawa set the label The Martyr Who Was Fooled and Lame for Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 4 Extortion Benefits. Ask for flowers for all support. When each group member thinks of a label for himself, he is full of high spirits. It's a pity that he was beaten ruthlessly by Furukawa Ling in the end. Forced by the damn authority, everyone had no choice but to accept the label that belonged to them. Compared to everyone's depression, the trader Furukawa Ling was very happy when he looked at the fancy labels in front of him. Furukawa Ling, cough. Okay. Listen to me below, and then introduce the main functions of this chat group to you. The people who were originally depressed heard that they were going to introduce the business, and they all raised their ears. Furukawa Ling. This chat group has many functions. In addition to the most basic chat with each other, you can also go to the arena for simulated battles. However, most people are not really interested in this feature. Namifing Minato, Hatake Sakumo, there were countless battles in his lifetime, And now he's dead. He really has no interest in fighting. Even a killing god like Konoha White Fang was tired of fighting. Only Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. This is a fighting maniac, and he feels uncomfortable when he doesn't fight. Uchiha Madara, haha. Between the columns. Wait. Senju Hashirama, who is afraid of who? Looking at the people whose response was mediocre, Furukawa Willing was not discouraged and continued. Furukawa Willing, in addition, you can also pass your ninjutsu, experience and even blood to this group owner through this chat group. Silence, eerie silence. Even the two big talkers Hokage and Ban stopped talking. In fact, this is also very understandable. Everyone is new to it, and they still don't know Furukawa Ling. How can they easily spread their skills? Furukawa Ling smiled bitterly, as expected. He wanted to harvest wool from these goods. There was a long way to go. However, he was already mentally prepared, and he even had a plan to cut wool in his heart. I saw him happily throwing a blockbuster. Furukawa Ling, hee. The most amazing feature of this chat group is that with the permission of the group owner, you can share your vision with you, and you can see everything in the outside world through this chat group. Namifing Minato, Nani? Exclamation mark. Is this true? Amazing. Uzumaki Kushina, great. Watergate. So we have a chance to meet Naruto. I don't know how he is doing. Hyuga Sunrise, Neji. Uchiha Mikoto, husband. We can see Sasuke too. Furukawa Ling, to tell the truth, it is best not to be too happy too soon. I know who you are thinking about in your heart. But I can tell you unequivocally, most of them, are not doing well. As soon as Gequinling said these words, the group fell into a short silence. After all, if the situation is really as Furukawa Ling said, it will not be good news for them. Thousands of Hashirama, oh who. Don't get discouraged. All in all, this is a nice feature. In this way, the old man can also take a look at the changes in the ninja world over the years. Do you know if true peace has been achieved? Thousands Tobirama, haha. Don't be stupid, bro. What real peace? Your vain attempt to make each village restrict each other and achieve peace by distributing tailed beasts is extremely stupid in itself. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, shut up, brother. Uchiha Madara, garbage Tobirama, for so many years, I have the same opinion as you on this point. Split-tailed beast, it just made me laugh to death. Thousands Tobirama, haha. Don't put me together with you as a careerist. Uchiha Kwana, Tobirama. You have to pick things up, don't you think? Do you want to fight? Exclamation mark. Thousands Tobirama, haha. If you fight, you are afraid that your subordinate will fail. Uchiha Madara, come on. 2-2. Didn't Link Kid just say that there is some kind of arena? The old man's hands are itchy. Furukawa Ling pinched his brows in pain. As long as the two couples got together, they would definitely be able to quarrel. Fortunately, a peacemaker appeared this time. Namifing Minato, ahem, seniors, we have time, so let's not rush the battle. Hyuga Izari, yes, why don't we follow the group leader to see the current ninja world? Take Sakumo, makes sense. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. This group of little guys made some sense. Let's let you two brothers go today. Let's fight another day. Thousands of hands, haha. Furukawa Ling, very good. This opens up vision sharing. The next moment, he activated the vision sharing function. All members of the group have seen the outside world. All you can see is Furukawa Ling's face, Furukawa Ling's hut, and a little bit of the outside world seen through the small window. Of course, they don't care about these, but this shows that the chat group can indeed share vision. Senju Hashirama, it's a really amazing function. The old man should take a good look at this Konoha, this ninja world. Senju Tobirama, I don't know how much the monkey has developed Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina, wow. It's true. Naruto, mom is here. Lord. Let's take a look at the outside world. They are all dead people, and now they are suddenly able to see the outside world again, and everyone is very excited. However, snapped. A small voice came, but it was so harsh to these people, because as the voice fell, the vision in front of them returned to darkness again. Thousands of hands? Uchiha Madara, Ling boy? What are you doing? Uzumaki Kashina, what's going on? Seeing the eager expressions of these people, Furukawa Willing laughed sinisterly. This is his plan, show these guys what the system does. And then, Furukawa Willing, he. Everyone, how can there be a free lunch in the world? If I want to see the outside world, should I give me some benefits? Every member of the group in the Pure Land has a very exciting expression. This kid, he really has a trick. Chapter 5 What are you begging for? Ask for flowers for all support. Every member of the group in the Pure Land has a very exciting expression. This kid, he really has a trick. At such a young age, he was quite scheming. First tell them that the people they care about are not in a good situation and make them worry. Then show them the functions of the system to give them a little peace of mind. After that, the vision sharing was turned off in an instant, which made them worry again. Silence. The chat group fell into a strange silence again. There is no doubt that everyone here wants to know what is going on outside. But at the same time, no one is willing to give Furukawa Willing so much benefit. So for a while, no one took the initiative to do this early bird. More importantly, they also had a fluke. If someone gave benefits, everyone could share their vision together. Looking at the silent group chat, Furukawa Willing grinned, not panicking at all. According to the economic theory of Blue Star in the previous life, the current situation should belong to an absolute seller's market. View sharing authority in his hands is a temptation that these big guys can't refuse. Therefore, they have to obey, and they have to obey. Moreover, Furukawa Willing knew exactly what these guys were thinking, so he ruthlessly shattered their illusions. Furukawa Willing, don't you think that someone gave benefits? I opened sharing, and all of you can benefit. No one answered, but the guys in the Pure Land all pricked up their ears and waited for the next paragraph. Furukawa Willing, too naive. This group owner can open vision sharing for anyone alone. You can also block anyone individually. Uchiha Madara, rely on Senjuto Birama, what a cunning boy. Someone complained a few words, and the group fell silent again. The fluke mentality was broken, and everyone was thinking about what to give. After a while, Furukawa Willing was about to fall asleep again, and the wonderful news notification sound finally came. Huh? Finally someone can't hold their breath first. Furukawa Willing's face was happy, and he looked at the chat group with joy. Immediately afterwards, his expression gradually solidified. I saw the chat group wrote, ding. Uchiha Fuayu sent a gift to the group owner, skilled 3-body technique. Uchiha Fuayu, what about the group owner? Nice gift, right? Hurry up and open the sharing for me. Seeing the benefits given by this early bird, the other members of the Pure Land looked overjoyed. If there are benefits of this level, then how many do they want? However, Furukawa Willing took a deep breath, resisting the urge to curse. Furukawa Willing, not bad. Your sister is not bad. Trinity! Where are you trademark begging for? High. Although the field of vision is now closed, everyone can't see Furukawa Willing's expression. But reading between the lines, you can see how light this little group owner is now. Uchiha Fuayu, cough. I think your current strength is indeed very strong. I am afraid that you have not mastered the 3-body technique yet. Right? What I gave you was the proficient 3-body technique. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Before the vision was opened, Uchiha Fuayu had already seen clearly the level of Furukawa Willing's cultivation. What kind of shit? Let alone Itachi, it's far inferior to Sasuke. This is Fuayu's true thoughts. Bastard. Looking at Fuayu's reply, Furukawa Willing's teeth itch with anger. Ding. The group leader, Furukawa Willing, silenced Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes. Furukawa Willing, how dare you underestimate this group leader! Warning once. The next time you commit a crime, you will be directly expelled from the group chat. Facial paralysis. Underestimate this uncle! Go shit. Uchiha Mikoto. Ah. Poor husband. Furukawa willing. Hee. Aunt Mikoto. The group owner will still be gentle with you. This kid. His dignified Uchiha patriarch was banned from speaking, and his wife was even teased by Furukawa Ling. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was extremely sad and angry. Ding. The group leader Furukawa Ling received the proficient three-body technique. Uchiha Mikoto. Ah. Hyuga Sunrise. Group owner 666. Damn it. It's too much. Uchiha Fuiyu was so angry that he exclaimed, "Mate, you don't like it so much. Don't take it." After Furukawa Willing nodded and accepted, a magical force poured into his body instantly, and he carried out a comprehensive transformation on his physical fitness and thinking. The next moment, he realized that he had completely mastered the three-body technique. Furukawa Willing. In short, it's impossible to get away with this kind of pediatric stuff. Furukawa Willing suddenly thanked Uchiha Fugaku, who took the lead. It is precisely because he took the first shot that Furukawa Willing had the opportunity to kill the chicken and warn the monkey. Otherwise, these goods will be handed over to a pile of junk, and I really can't end it. Sure enough, after some intimidation and beating, these guys didn't dare to mess around at will, and began to seriously think about what to give. After another few seconds of silence, everyone's good tributes were handed in one after another. P.S. Want to know what the tributes are? Hurry up and encourage me with some flowers. My dears, I'm going to cry. There are less than 200 flowers in the morning. Kneel and beg. I beg for all support. Flowers. Small tickets, monthly tickets are rewarded and comments are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have money, let's support the money field, and if you don't have money, let's support the personal field. Give me a free gift. Love you guys. Chapter 6 _ gifts for the big guys. All-round improvement. More flowers. There was another few seconds of silence, and then everyone's tributes were handed in one after another. The message beeps are endless. Furukawa Willing looked around, and several super bosses took the lead. Ding. Send a gift to the group leader. Chakra ×3. Ding. Senjuto Birima sends a gift to the group owner. Water escape Water Dragon Ball technique. 3 printing plates. Ding. Madara Uchiha has sent a gift to the group owner. Fire escape. How Fireball technique. Ding. Uchiha Izuna sends a gift to the group owner. The nature of fire attribute chakra changes. Furukawa Willing sighed slightly. The things these people gave cannot be said to be bad, but they certainly cannot be said to be good. It would be a lie to say not disappointed. If anyone had such an opportunity, they would definitely hope to find something about the forbidden art of the wooden escape kaleidoscope from these super bosses. But he also understands that these old guys will never give him the best things that can destroy the world at every turn. If you push too hard, the effect will only backfire. There is still a long way to go in order to be successful. Take your time. He quickly packed up his mood and received all the gifts. The amount of chakra tripled in an instant, and the whole person became much more energetic. Moreover, there are also 2 ninjutsu on the body, and the waist can be straightened a little bit. Looking at the gifts given by these big bosses, in general, Furukawa Willing had no hope for the people behind him. However, unexpectedly, they gave Furukawa Willing a big surprise. Ding. Hatake Sakumo sent a gift to the group owner. Thunder escape Ground walk. Ding. Namikaze Minato sends a gift to the group owner. Top chakra control. Ding. Uzumaki Kushina wants to send a gift to the group owner. The seal of the 4 elephants. Ding. Uchiha Shishui sends a gift to the group owner. The art of instant body. Ding. May I Deadeye sent a gift to the group owner. The first 2 doors of the 8 doors dungeon. Furukawa Willing. Seniors, you are too polite. You are so kind, but the boy is disrespectful. Then, he accepted all the gifts with lightning speed. Furukawa Willing, the bosses are so cool. Bosses 666. A group of bosses, looking at Furukawa Willing's shameless rant, across the world of yin and yang, they can imagine the face of this guy, and the corners of his mouth twitch. In the end, even Uchiha Fugaku, who was locked up in a small black room, had to obediently hand over another gift in order to have a chance to see his two sons. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku sends a gift to the group owner, Master Shuriken. Ding! The group owner, Furukawa Willow, received the proficient shuriken technique. Ding! The group owner untied Uchiha Fugaku's ban. This series of tiger and wolf operations shocked everyone again. This brat, the one who really rides a horse and has milk, is a mother. Given the benefits, you can immediately give a good face. It's so real. In their hearts, the members of the masses had a clearer understanding of Furukawa Willing's black belly. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, the benefits are also received. It is time to start sharing vision. Uchiha Fugaku, that's right. Furukawa Willing, alright, I got it. What a hurry, really? The next moment, vision sharing was activated again, and the group members saw the outside world again. Furukawa Willing is in a really good mood now, after receiving such a lot of benefits at one time. My chakra attributes, ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion, perception, ninja tools, have all improved in an all-round way. It can be said that in less than 10 minutes before and after, his strength has leapt from a rookie who can't bear to the level of Chunin. This is also considering that he has no combat experience. If he has more combat experience, he will probably be able to touch the edge of the elite Chunin. Such an improvement is obviously very terrifying. Although the level of Chunin is still a hit, but after all, there is still a long way to go. With these big guys behind him who can screw the wool for him, Furukawa Willing has the confidence to raise his strength to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Since then, his motto has become, to become stronger, you must become stronger. But cultivation is impossible. If you need to practice hard, do you need to hang dry hair? The task after that is to find ways to use all means, such as cheating, to squeeze the benefits from these guys. What kind of wooden escape, kaleidoscope, samsara eye, flying thunder god, all must be obtained. P.S. Tell me about the approximate update time in the future, for example, Chapter 4, 7 or 8 in the morning, after 11 at noon, around 8 in the evening, and around 11 in the evening. Should be gone today. Thank you all so much for your support. Chapter 7 _ the seal thing still uses dead people? Exclamation mark. Ask for flowers for all support. After extorting benefits from the big guys, Furukawa Willing simply washed up, ate breakfast, and went out. He is a student in the same class as Zuo Ming. He has not graduated yet, and he has to go to the ninja school today. I'm a common man today, I'm so happy. Furukawa Willing, whose strength has been greatly improved, hummed songs along the way, relaxed and happy. The group members are also in a good mood. After all, they have been farting for so long, and they are very happy to see the real world again. Although it was morning, there were already people coming and going on Konoha Street, which showed prosperity. Whether it is a commoner who is running for a living or a ninja who is high and high, there is a smile on everyone's face. Today's Konoha has been peaceful for a long time, and it is well deserved as the largest ninja village in the ninja world. People seem to be very happy. Senju Hashirama, the change in Konoha is really big. It is much more prosperous than the old man's time. After all, the younger generation is still very capable. Senju Tobirama, well, it seems that it is right to pass the position of Hokage to the monkey. That kid is still very reliable, and he has done a good job of keeping Konoha. Uchiha Madara, it's just the appearance of prosperity. How can you see the inner darkness and decay? Thousands of hands. Madara, don't always think of the ninja world so dark. Uchiha Madara, Hasuma, you are too naive. Not the darkness of the ninja world, but the darkness of the heart. Although he completely agreed with Madame Ban's statement in his heart, seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Furukawa Willing hurriedly interjected. Furukawa Willing, all right, Two big guys, let's stop it. They're all dead. So what are they arguing about? Maybe it was because I didn't want to be banned. Or maybe it was because I was afraid of being shut down for sharing. Seeing that the prestige of his group leader was gradually established, and even these bigwigs had to give some face, Bickering couldn't help grinning. The feeling of being a permission dog is so fucking cool. Along the way, I saw a lot of ninjas who are high, and Madam Ban couldn't help but complain. Uchiha Madara, TSK, take a look. Can these guys really be called ninjas? Isn't this funny? It really is a generation after a generation. Senju Hashirama, perhaps. This means that the ninja world is relatively stable now. Uchiha Kwana, really big brother, maybe it's peace that makes them comfortable. Uchiha Madara, peace. Pessimist Uchiha Madara, peace is impossible. He simply thinks that the current ninja strength is only a dish. Soon, Furukawa Willing turned an alley and came to an open road. There are more pedestrians on this road, and it is more prosperous. Those old antiques that have been dead for a long time cannot help but be amazed. Suddenly, the big pillar noticed that all Hokage rock. Senju Hashirama, there are actually 4 heads there? Senju Hasuma, oh, the one behind this old man is Tobirama, who are the other 2? In other words, Konoha is now the 4th generation of Hokage in power. Furukawa Willing, no, the 3rd generation of Hokage is still in power. Thousands of hands, is that because Mao has 4 heads? Furukawa Willing, after you died, your younger brother succeeded to the throne. Your younger brother was killed by others. The 3rd generation succeeded the throne. When the 3rd generation got old, the throne was passed to the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage passed away at an early age, and the 3rd Hokage took on the burden of Hokage again. Senju Tobirama, sure enough, monkeys are still very responsible and capable. The old man really did not see the wrong person. Looking at the words of the 2nd generation, there is always a sense of relief for the old man of the 3rd generation. Furukawa Willing is very curious. When he knows what his precious apprentice has done in the future, how will he behave? But facts speak louder than words, and Furukawa decided not to tell the 2nd Hokage first, but let him see it for himself. Senju Hasuma, but it's a pity the 4th Hokage. Namifing Minato, it is my honor as Hokage to die for Konoha. Thousands of hands, oh. Little brother. So you are the 4th Hokage? Namifing Minato, yes, I have seen the 1st generation of adults. Seeing that this day has been talked about here, Furukawa Willing's mouth twitched slightly. He had a hunch, as if a famous scene was coming. The next moment, sure enough, thousands of Hashirama, it's easy to talk about it. But how did you die? Namikaze Minato, I was the one who sealed the 9 tails and died. Thousands of hands. What? The seal thing still uses dead people? P.S. This book will make many stalks that only exist in everyone's imagination appear. Hope you all have fun. At the same time, the author will try to write according to each person's character, and it will not be too outrageous. But in some places, there will definitely be processing, and everyone is welcome to discuss and give pointers. However, please detour. Please, ask for flowers for all support! Chapter 8 How did all the Hokage die? Ask for flowers for evaluation. Thousands of hands. What? The seal thing still uses dead people? It is conceivable that Daizu's mood at this time is probably very light and painful. He kept repeating in his mind the appearance of 9 tails being pinched by his wooden dug in the palm of his hand like a little brat. Everyone is Hokage. Why is there such a big gap in Mao? Is the spot right? Really, a generation is not a generation. Just saying this, the scene suddenly became embarrassing. Senju Tobirama, big brother, don't talk like that, okay? Very hurtful. Senju Hasuma, Tobirama, if you talk like that, you won't also seal the 9 tails to death. Senju Tobirama, of course not. You shut up. Seeing this scene, Furukawa willing decided to come to a god to make up for the knife. Furukawa willing, yes, the second generation did not die because of the seal of Nine Tails, he was killed by two little Nine Tails. Thousands Tobirama, Ling boy, shut up for this old man. PFFT. Bickering couldn't help laughing when he saw the second generation's shriveled face. Damn. This old man's first life fame. The second generation helplessly raised his forehead. Thousands of hands. Konoha's Hokage is really inferior to a generation. And he is still the strongest. Ha ha ha. Furukawa willing really wanted to tell him that according to the normal plot trend, the three generations of Hokage died in order to seal a pair of hands. Danzo, the holder of the sixth Hokage experience card, is even more powerful. The one who stepped on the horse was the one who sealed half of the bridge and died. Uchiha Madara, you juniors are really bad. I think back then, Shima and I could suppress the tailed beast at will. Madam Ban's spitters aroused strong dissatisfaction from one person. Uzumaki Kushina, Humphrey. No matter how strong they are still dead. Furukawa willing grinned. The hot-tempered Kushina is starting to protect her husband. Uchiha Madara, huh? Junior, who are you? How dare you talk to my husband like that? Exclamation mark. Furukawa willing hooked the smallest hook. In fact, Madara has lived underground for a long time, and he definitely knows the identity of Kushina. I just don't want to show it right now. Uzumaki Kushina, Humphrey. I'm not afraid of you. I am the nine-tailed Manzari who took office. Also Watergate's wife. Uchiha Madara, HMPH. So you are all bad. Compared with Hasuma and Maito, you are too far behind. Furukawa willing. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Aban still respects his rival. Uchiha Madara, what is it? Rival? Madam in the Pure Land was stunned at first, and then swept to the big label in front of his name, Love the Ninja Dance King of Hashima. Immediately reacted. Furukawa willing said that the rival in love was Uzumaki Maito. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, shut up for me. Namikaze Minato, naturally. We can't compare to the first generation, but Madara-senpai, it's a bit too much for you to pretend that you don't recognize us now. Uchiha Madara, what? Why do you think this old man recognizes you two juniors? Madara Uchiha in the Pure Land was stunned. Could it be that he was living underground? Exclamation mark. Uzumaki Kushina, shameless. Everyone is dead now, do you still need to pretend? Back then, wasn't the Nine Tails the one who released it from you, the immortal? That's why Watergate died in battle. Thousands of hands. Nani? Exclamation mark. This is impossible. The old man clearly killed Ban. Senjuto Biroma, Humphrey. Madara is a scheming old boy. Maybe he really kept him alive for a long time. Uchiha Fuayu, great-grandfather. Could it be that the one who released the Nine Tails in Konoha was really you? Uchiha Shishui. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, it is actually very reasonable. You are probably the only ancestor who can easily control the Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly made up his mind. All kinds of factors come together, and there is only one possibility. 9 out of 10 who released the Nine Tails are his own shadow son Uchiha Obito. This kid, if he has a bit of ability, he starts to squeak, grabs tailed beasts, and destroys Konoha's dry hair. Isn't the Nine Tails sealed again? Madara was a little unhappy in her heart. But right now, the most important thing is to deny it. Don't let these guys think they are behind it. He knew how much these people were afraid of him. If you let them know that they are behind the scenes, in case they are desperate to cultivate Furukawa Ling, then in the future, it will definitely become a variable in the Moon Eye plan. Chapter 9 I remember happy things. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Then in the future, it will definitely become a variable in the Moon Eye plan. This is not good news. Therefore, he must die and refuse to admit it. Moreover, Banyu also thought to himself, anyway, it was not made by Lozi. Uchiha Madara, all of you are talking about crazy things. Although he is very reluctant to admit it, The old man was indeed killed by Hashirama back then. How could it be possible to live to the age of the 4th Hokage and put 9 tails? Senju Hashirama, it seems to make sense. Uzumaki Kushina, no. Impossible. Namithing Minato, Kushina, in fact, that person is Madara is just my speculation, not necessarily correct. Senjuto Birama, Humphrey. It must be true that the eldest brother did kill Madara, but I remember that the Uchiha family has a kind of pupil technique that saves their lives at the expense of a writing wheel. The corners of Madara's mouth in the Pure Land twitched slightly. He didn't expect Tobirama to be so bright, and he immediately thought of Izanagi. Namithing Minato, sacrifice a shaker? Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, I remember it. The masked man who untied the seal of the 9 tails that day was a writing wheel. Namikaze Minato, that's true. I thought it was weird at the time, but now that I think about it. So it is. Senjuto Birama, Humphrey. Spot. What else do you have to say this time? This time it's alright. Madame Ban was directly hammered. What the hell? Madara Uchiha only felt his brows twitching wildly. Instead, some grief. Although Lao Tzu used Izanagi to blind one eye, but that person is really not me. That guy's eyes are right, but the other is just for him to give away. What's up with me? Exclamation mark. Furukawa Willing, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also a little stunned. All kinds of coincidences created a perfect misunderstanding. However, the most amazing thing is that although it was a misunderstanding and there were countless forks in the middle, the final result was actually deduced correctly. The result is, Madara is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. Well, this time, after such a fuss, everyone believed that that person was Madara, and Madara had to recognize it if she didn't recognize it. Madara thought about it for a second. It's okay to recognize it by herself, no matter how self-stirred up the situation before. But now that he is a dead person, those guys should not be too defensive. This way, they will ignore that there is still a fake spot in the ninja world, which is also a good thing. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. Unexpectedly, the old man hides so deeply, but you still see through it. Thousands of hands. Madara, you are so scheming. Actually using that technique. What about a fair duel? Exclamation mark. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. It's a winner and a loser. Senjuto Birama, shameless. Madara, you really are an unscrupulous guy. Furukawa Willing, oh, it's okay, it's all dead, and what's the point of arguing about it? Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. That is. Spicy chicken Tobijin knows how to force lay I. Furukawa Willing, who was the one who released the 9 tails, I know best. When Furukawa Willing said this, he didn't say it further, and the others didn't take it to heart. But Madara narrowed his eyes slightly after reading this sentence, and he always felt that Furukawa Willing's words seemed to mean something. Does this kid know something? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Furukawa Willing hooked the corner of his mouth. He just said that, just for fun, trying to scare the lawless madam. As for some insider stories, now is not the time for a showdown. Along the way, everyone saw more scenes, and they were quite satisfied with the development of Konoha. Senju Hasuma, well, it seems that this 3rd generation Hokage has done a really good job. Senjuto Birama, Humphrey. That's natural. Don't even look at who's proud disciple. The old man has cultivated him for many years. PFFT. Seeing this conversation between the two brothers, Furukawa Willing really couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. He has a complete hunch. I'm afraid it won't take long. When the brothers really understand what Sarutobi has done all these years, they will definitely want to give themselves a mouth. Senjuto Birama, hey, Ling boy. Why are you laughing? Furukawa Willing, I remember happy things. Senjuto Birama, what are you happy about? Furukawa Willing, my wife gave birth. Oh, I don't have a wife yet. I'm going to find a wife. Senjuto Birama. Chapter 10 Group Possession. Follow me. Ask for flowers for all support. Of course, These group members will not understand the slogan "My wife has given birth to a child." They are not surprised by Furukawa Ling's escape, and besides, the children in Naruto world are precocious, and it seems that it is not a big deal to find a wife at a young age. Furukawa Ling looked up at Hokage Rock, and a question suddenly popped into his head. Furukawa Ling, by the way, second generation, you seemed to be more than one apprentice at the beginning. Why did you finally choose the old man Sarutobi? Senju Hashirama? Oh, Senju Tobirama? Yes. The old man did have several apprentices at the time, and they were all excellent, but the monkey is the most suitable for Hokage. Furukawa Ling, just because he took the initiative to stand up at the last critical moment. Senju Tobirama? Haha, you little brat knows a lot. Indeed, there are some reasons. Furukawa Ling, I'm curious, if Danzo stood up at that time, what would you say? Let Danzo be Hokage. The group was silent for a while. Apparently the second Hokage was seriously thinking about this issue. After a long time, the news of the second generation was sent again. Senju Tobirama? Probably I would say. It's a good Danzo. You are very brave. Monkey, Konoha, please, you will be the third Hokage from now on. Danzo, go. Follow me. PFFT. Gikwen Ling couldn't hold back, and burst out laughing. Senju Tobirama, what are you laughing at? Remember something happy again? Furukawa Ling, no, not this time. This time it is Xiao-Danzo. Senju Tobirama, what happened to Danzo? Furukawa Ling, Danzo always thought that it was because he hesitated for a second that he missed the position of Hokage and regretted it for the rest of his life. If he knew that even if he stood up at the time, you would not choose him, I don't know how he would feel. Just think about it and it would be fun. Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama, oh, it's all over. It's not that impartial to Sunzan, it's just that Danzo's scheming is too deep for him to be Hokage. Furukawa Ling just smiled and said nothing more. In my heart, I slandered, sure enough. The old man's scheming is like a second generation, and there are times when he goes wrong. If you say that you have deep scheming, who can have a scheming old man who can ride a horse, turn left and right, and finally came to the vicinity of the ninja school, and the number of people gradually increased. A group of little kids going to school, ranging from 6 or 7 to 11 or 12. Groups of 3 or 5 are discussing whose shuriken skills have improved recently and whose chakra has grown again. In short, they are all pediatric stuff. Senju Hashirama, what is this place? It's like a ninja school? Furukawa Ling, that's right. It is the ninja school founded by the second generation, and I also want to go to school there. Senju Hasuma, ninja school, it's a really good idea. Tobirama, I thought you would only play some forbidden arts. Senju Tobirama, shut up. Thousands of hands. Senju Tobirama, but it looks like this ninja school is bigger than when I was alive. Namifing Minato, the ninja school founded by the second generation of adults has indeed made great achievements, so that the children of ordinary families can also receive education and have the opportunity to become excellent ninjas. Uchiha Madara, haha, really, laughing to death. Senju Tobirama, Madara, what are you doing in a weird way? Exclamation mark. Uchiha Madara, what kind of ninja school? Excellent ninja. I think it is clearly the place to make ninja games. Senju Tobirama, you bastard. Madara, how dare you underestimate the ninja school I founded? Exclamation mark. Uchiha Madara, am I wrong? Those two little devils must have been in their teens just now, and they were actually discussing Tenmata Shuriken. What is that, not a ninja game? Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, look at Ling Boy again, before accepting our gift. I'm afraid you don't even know the three-body technique. Senju Tobirama, Ling Boy is not representative, I think his level. I am afraid that he is also the tail of the crane in the ninja school. Furukawa Ling, I wipe. You two are arguing, what are you doing with the young master? Forbidden warning. The corner of Furukawa Ling's mouth, who was lying innocently, twitched. What these two people said is actually true. Before this body crossed over by himself, he had been competing with Naruto for the last existence at the ninja school. Having said that, but, do I have no shame in riding a horse? Besides, the young master is also stronger now, okay? Not to mention, in this ninja school, don't you just beat up anyone you want? For a while, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Furukawa Willing wanted to ban these two goods directly. Senjutsu Biroma, cough, accidental injury and accidental injury. Chapter 11 Self-closing wave wind Watergate. Ask for flowers for evaluation and love. Uchiha Madara, what kind of ninja school? What can you teach? Is Konoha willing to take out those messy ninjutsu to teach those civilians? Senjutsu Biroma, Humphrey. When it comes to ninjutsu, your Uchiha clan has a writing wheel eye that can be copied. The collection of ninjutsu should be the largest, right? I wonder if the Uchiha clan is willing to hand it over. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. The Uchiha family has long since had nothing to do with the old man. Between the words, it is obvious that the Uchiha family was still quite dissatisfied with the fact that they abandoned themselves. Of course, the second generation will not miss such a good opportunity. And it is a ridicule to cover his face with Madara. The two of them argued for 2 sentences, but they didn't feel that it was interesting, so they stopped talking. However, as the distance to the ninja school got closer, several people became more nervous. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask questions. Uzumaki Kushina, Ling, you should be about the same age as Naruto. Do you know him? Naruto. Furukawa Ling. Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki. Why, Naruto didn't inherit the surname of Minato. Namifing Minato, so the third generation of adults does not want to reveal his life experience. This is good, it is also a kind of protection for Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, I just wronged you. Namifing Minato, this is nothing, Kushina. As long as our son can grow up well. The corner of Furukawa Ling's mouth twitched from the outside world, and he had to admire the couple's brain-boosting ability. This can be forcibly made up for a reason. The real Nima is also a goddess. I just don't know how they will feel when they see Naruto's real situation later. Uzumaki Kushina, by the way, so, Ling, you must know him. Kushina suddenly reacted. And Minato Namikaze was also excited. Furukawa Ling, yes, not only know each other, but also in the same class. Uzumaki Kushina, ah, that's great. In this way, we will have many opportunities to meet Naruto. Minato. Namifing Minato, yes. Uzumaki Kushina, Ling. Naruto, is he doing well? Do you have many friends? Furukawa Ling, how are you doing? It won't be long before you can see it with your own eyes. As for friends, of course there are. He didn't want to tell Naruto's situation. Some things are more shocking only by seeing it with his own eyes. Furukawa Ling, however, it's just that I don't have a good relationship. Namifing Minato, huh? Why is that? Suddenly, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki raised their hearts. They are now attached to this chat group to get a glimpse of the outside world, and everything depends on Furukawa Ling. If the relationship between Naruto and Furukawa Ling is not good, it will indeed be more embarrassing. Furukawa Ling, well, because of the competition in terms of performance. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze immediately felt relieved, and his mood was quite happy. Namifing Minato, ah ha ha ha. Kushina, it seems that our son must be doing very well in school. Seeing your Furukawa say competition in terms of grades, anyone will automatically make up a scene where two students with extremely good grades compete with each other. Senjutsu Biroma, I said the fourth generation, your brain is really not very bright in my opinion. Namifing Minato, ah. Why did the second generation say that? Thousands Tobirama, you have also seen the strength of Linksiozi before. I am afraid that the three-body technique will not work. Do you think that is the strength that can rank among the best? The bystander is clear, The second generation sees through something at once. Naming Minato. Then, Ling, what you said before. Is the competition in terms of performance? At this moment, Namikaze Minato in the Pure Land suddenly felt a little dry in his throat. Furukawa Ling, yes, the competition for performance has become fierce. Either one of us is not careful, and we will succeed in sitting on the throne of the last one. Thousands Tobirama, ah ha ha ha. Really laughing old man. Naming Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, so many people. Shameful. Naming Minato, looking at Minato Naikaze who fell into autism, Furukawa Ling smiled very happily. The always wise Hokage, when faced with matters about his son, his IQ seems to be in arrears. This is the care of chaos. Sunshine Days difference, group leader and group leader. Hyuga Neji. Do you know him? Seeing the fourth generation couple asking about their son's situation. Hyuga Rizari couldn't hold back. Guy is at the bottom of the group, and he is very self-aware. Others call Gikwen Ling Xiozio Ling, but he insists on calling him the group leader. Furukawa Ling, Hyuga Neji, I heard about it. A year higher than me, quite a genius, was the chief student of that year. Hyuga Rigami, Neji. As expected of my son. Hearing that his son was so good, Minato Namikaze fell into a deeper autism. Chapter 12 My Uchiha is dead? Ask for flowers and ask for a monthly pass. Seeing that Minato and Hyuga have both asked, even Uchiha Fugaku, who has always shown an indifferent face, couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Ling, Uchiha Sasuke. You must recognize it too. I remember that Sasuke was born in the same year as Minato-kun's child. Furukawa Ling, well, he is also in the same class as me. Uchiha Mikoto, Ling, tell me, how is Sasuke? Furukawa Ling, I have some ability, and he has always been the chief student of our current session. Uchiha as expected of my son. Furukawa Ling, yes, as expected of your son. He has completely inherited the characteristics of your facial paralysis, and even more than that, he looks like the whole world owes him money all day long. Uchiha Mikoto, after that incident, did Sasuke become like that? Sasuke was a very sunny child when he was a child. Alas, Uchiha oh, it's hard for him to experience such a change at a young age. Senjuto Biroma, what are you guys talking about? Furukawa Ling, it's nothing, it's just the Uchiha family, it's just cold. Senjuto Biroma, it's cold. What do you mean? The Uchiha clan has fallen? No way, those guys are blessed with a scribing wheel, so it's unlikely that they will decline, right? Furukawa Ling, it's not that he has fallen, but he has been exterminated. Furukawa Ling likely through this blockbuster. As soon as these words were finished, the group was silent for at least 10 seconds. Immediately afterwards, a series of messages popped up one after another. Uchiha Madara, was the family exterminated? Namikaze Minato, it's incredible. Uchiha Shisui, has it come to that point after all? Senju Hashirama, I will go. Is it true or false? Thousands Tobirama, exterminate. Exterminate the clan? At this moment, even Senju Tobirama, who had never been looking forward to seeing the Uchiha family, was a little stunned. He has been suppressing the Uchiha family, but he never thought of exterminating them. But on second thought, Senju Tobirama, they must have rebelled, and they were exterminated. Snort. Brother, I have said long ago that the people of the Uchiha family have antibones in the back of their heads. Thousands of hands. Tobirama. When are you still saying this? Uchiha Fuiake, the second Hokage. Since you took power, you have repeatedly suppressed my Uchiha clan, and your disciples have intensified their efforts after your death. Now even embarrassed to talk nonsense here? You are in vain for Hokage. Senju Tobirama, Jr., who are you? Can you talk to me too? Uchiha Fuiyu, I am the last patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. waste. The Uchiha clan was destroyed by you. Although I don't feel bad at all, it's just too embarrassing. Uchiha Fuiyu, the descendants are unworthy, and they have no face to face their ancestors. Uchiha Madara, let me ask you, who destroyed my Uchiha clan? Konoha High-Rise asked here. Uchiha Fuiyu suddenly pondered for a long time before answering. Uchiha Fuiyu, destroying my Uchiha family is the will of the high-level people, but it is not the high-level Konoha who did it. Uchiha Madara, you just say who it is and it's over. Why are you chirping like a bitch? Uchiha Fuiyu, yes, is the eldest son of the junior. The group was silent again for nearly 10 seconds. No one understands what this operation is. There are many ruthless people in Hokage, and it is not uncommon for people to attack people in their own village. But this is a place that pays great attention to bloodlines, and I have never heard that someone will attack one's own clan before. Uchiha Madara, what? What? Your son? Aren't you Uchiha's patriarch? Uchiha Fuiyu, yes. Uchiha Madara, so you want to tell me that my Uchiha was exterminated by my own people? Are you kidding me? By riding a horse? Madame was really shocked. He couldn't figure out what was going on. What the hell did that person's brain look like to be able to do such a thing? Just like when I was abandoned by a family, I never thought about destroying the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fuiyu, Itachi was disgusted by the pride of the Uchiha family. For the peace of the village, he fell to the high-level side of Konoha. Senjuto Biroma, ha ha ha. This wave of action is really good. Uchiha clan, your brain circuits are very strange indeed. Thousands of hands. Tobirama. Don't say a word. Uchiha Madara, garbage. Tobirama, what did you say? Thousands. Tobirama, ha ha. The huge Uchiha clan was actually exterminated by their own clan. Thinking about it is exciting. Uchiha Fuiyu, Humphrey. Second Hokage. It's not that you senior Konoha are too good at brainwashing. Even the son of the patriarch like me can be turned against. Senjuto Biroma, Humphrey. Who knows, slaughtering clansmen may also be to open a kaleidoscope to right round eyes. He has always been very good at guessing people's hearts with the greatest malice. P.S. Ask for some flowers and a monthly pass, I beg you all, and if you have it, I will reward a few. Chapter 13 I would like to call you the strongest. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Uchiha Shisui, the second generation of adults. Itachi is not such a person, he just yearns for peace from the heart. Senjuto Biroma, oh, Junior, who are you? You have something in this brand. When everyone heard the words of the second Hokage, they fixed their eyes on the label written by Furukawa for Shisui Uchiha, martyr who was fooled and lame. Uchiha Shisui, I have been leading Itachi in pursuit of peace. Uchiha Fuiyu, Shisui, you. Well, we suspected that you were killed by Itachi at the beginning. So are you also a double agent? Uchiha Shisui, I'm sorry Patriarch, Uchiha's ambition is too big. It will only bring chaos. Uchiha Fuiyu, well, it's all over. It's useless to say more. In any case, you and Itachi are outstanding talents of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, enough. You have lost all the faces of the Uchiha family. What happened to the ambition? As long as you have strength, big ambition is not a bad thing. Senjuto Biroma, it is because the Uchiha clan often appears with ambitions like you, coupled with that evil bloodline, that the old man has always been on guard against the Uchiha clan. Thousands of hands. Tobirama. Enough. Senjuto Biroma, Humphrey. In short, without the Uchiha family, Konoha will only be more stable. The old man is very happy. Furukawa willing. Well said. I hope you can be so optimistic for a while. Senjuto Biroma, what the heck? Furukawa willing, nothing. I will know in a while. Seeing that Furukawa willing was reluctant to say it clearly, the second generation did not try to ask questions, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. While talking, Furukawa Willing walked into the ninja school and came to his class. He came late because he talked to the group members in various ways after getting up. By the time he got to the classroom, people were almost there. Bickering Ling came to his seat on his own, and said hello to a little cutie with blue hair and white pupils next to him. Morning Hinata, Ling-jun. Early. Hinata raised her head and responded shyly. Hey Hyuga Izari, this is Big Brother's daughter, Hinata. Ah, they have grown so big. Furukawa Willing. Yes, she was the same age as me. Furukawa Willing looked at the little Hinata in front of him, and felt like seeing a delicate doll facing this character that she liked very much when she watched Naruto in her previous life. Furukawa Willing couldn't help rubbing her hair. Hinata, who was already shy, turned completely red, and hurriedly lowered her head. However, no resistance was made. Furukawa Willing knew in his memory that the first 11 years of his original body were purely spent in messing around. Personnel thing he ever did was to save Xiao Hinata in front of him at the age of 4 and snatch Prince Ming's marriage. Right now, Furukawa Willing, of course, is logically preparing for something to happen to Hinata. As for Naruto, whether he will be with Sasuke or Sakura in the future, mind his own business. Hyuga Izari, I rely on it. Ling, you bastard. What are you doing? Is there something wrong with my niece? Seeing that Furukawa Willing directly gets started, the sun in the Pure Land was in a hurry, and even the group owner stopped calling him Furukawa Willing by name. Furukawa Willing, no, she thinks wrongly about me. I am just the beauty of an adult. Hyuga Izari, I rely on! Why didn't I find you so shameless before? Furukawa Willing, hey, everyone is familiar with each other, and I will sue you for slander if you talk nonsense. For the sake of the elders, I will bear with you once, and I will be banned next time. Furukawa Willing's sentence. Elder, this is completely not to treat himself as an outsider. The sun difference in the Pure Land only feels that his temples are protruding. Hyuga Izari, even if you are in a relationship, you should wait a little longer. Hinata is not yet 12 years old. Furukawa Willing, who said I was going to fall in love? Hyuga Izari, isn't it? Furukawa Willing, young master is very responsible. Go straight to marriage. Hyuga Izari, I rely on it. You ding. The group owner, Furukawa Willing, banned Hyuga Izari for 10 minutes. Damn. This bastard. I can't let Hinata be with this bastard. Hyuga, who was locked in the small black room, almost lost her temper. After a while, I realized that I had been burping a long time ago, and I couldn't care about the real world at all. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy. In this part of SAO operation, I would like to call you the strongest. P.S. To put it simply, 2 chapters of thank you chapters will be issued at 9 and 10 o'clock. You can ignore it. In the main text, there is still a chapter around 11 o'clock. If you want to read it, come back after 11 o'clock. Don't waste everyone's time. Thank you all so much for your support. The author is very grateful. Chapter 14 _ finally see Naruto and Sasuke ask for flowers for evaluation. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy. In this part of SAO operation, I would like to call you the strongest. Furukawa Willing, thank you for your compliment. Originally, the first person to hear Ban say this should be Akai, but now Furukawa Willing heard it first, and there is an inexplicable sense of joy. Uchiha Madara, your kid is really thick-skinned. Senjuto Birama, Ling boy, you are so fast. You really said that if you find a wife, you will find a wife. Furukawa Willing, it's obviously because the uncle is too sensitive. We are all so old. Why are we so lenient? Sentence Uncle Rise. I almost made Rixie angry. I almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Uchiha Madara, nonsense. Your kid wants to pick up Sumione's niece. Can someone not fight with you? Furukawa Willing, it was said that I was the one who was soaked. Uchiha Madara. Furukawa Willing. Besides, what happened to puppy love? Thousands Tobirama, I wipe. Do you still have a reason for puppy love? In the Pure Land, the daily errand who fell into autism also raised his head in pain, wanting to see what Furukawa Willing could say. Furukawa Willing? Back then, a guy named Minato Namikaze fell in love at a ninja school. Later, he became the fourth Hokage, Senjuto Birama, so he was able to become the fourth Hokage because of puppy love? Furukawa Willing: I think so. Senjuto Birama. Although several people mentioned Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina in the nonsense, the couple did not intend to pay attention to them, because they saw the son they were thinking about. In the middle of the classroom, Naruto could not rest for a moment, and he was messing around with Shikamaru and Toyo in the seat. From time to time exaggerated laughter, trying to attract the attention of others. Uzumaki Kushina: Naruto, Watergate. After so many years, we finally see our son again. Namifing Minato: yes, Kushina, it seems that our Naruto is doing well, has good friends around him, and seems to be in a good mood. Uzumaki Kushina: that's right. It seems that the 3 generations of adults took good care of him. The corners of Bikwinling's mouth twitched again. Did he misunderstand again? Are you having a good time? Have friends around? Are you in a good mood too? This. It seems that none of them are next to the young Naruto. But I have to say, at first glance, this scene is really not a problem. It's a pity that Minato and his wife don't know Naruto, in the whole village, are barely considered friends, that is, Shikamaru, Ya and the others. Uchiha Madara, this kid. It's not easy, he actually has the breath of 9 tails. Senju Hashirama: yes. The old man sensed it too. Is he the 9-tailed Manzuli of this generation? Senjuto Birama: 4th generation. You are willing to let your son become a Renzuli. Even the old man has to say a word of admiration. Namifing Minato: this is nothing. The son of Hokage, who should have more responsibilities on his body. Just At this moment, even a cynical guy like Furukawa Willing could not help but have some respect for the 4th Hokage. In the 4 generations of Hokage, there is the responsibility of being a Hokage, and there is also the guilt of being a father. Unfortunately, a bloody mispayment. Is this piece of Konoha in front of him really worth it? It was hard for Furukawa Willing to imagine how this Hokage would feel after seeing everything clearly. Not to mention Furukawa Willing's complicated thoughts. In general, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki see Naruto again, and it feels good. On the other side, in the corner of the classroom, a boy in blue sat quietly, with his hands on his lips. His face was extremely gloomy. Uchiha Mikoto: Sasuke, husband, it's our son Sasuke. Uchiha Fuayu. At this time, a group of girls pushed each other and came to Sasuke. They were very attentive. However, Sasuke's attitude has always been indifferent, even disgusting. Finally, he couldn't stand being harassed all the time, and slammed the table. He roared coldly, "Go away!" Seeing Sasuke getting angry, the girls led by Ino and Sakura slowly dispersed. Sasuke-kun is so handsome when he gets angry. Really? I really like him. Uchiha Mikoto: Sasuke is a bit too fierce. He really wasn't like this before. Uchiha Fuayu: alas, that incident hit him too hard, and now his heart is probably full of hatred. Uchiha Mikoto: I don't know what Itachi's child thinks. Will he really want brothers to kill each other in the future? Uchiha Fuayu: I don't know either, but we have to believe in our son. At this moment, he also saw his son whom he had not seen for many years. However, the mood of the Minato couple and Fuayu couple is completely different. Chapter 15 _ The second generation Hokage who is good at brain supplementation. Ask for flowers for evaluation! Uchiha Shisui: alas, this is the impact of the turmoil. Sasuke's younger brother could have continued to be a sunshine boy. Uchiha Fuayu: enough, stop the water. Uchiha Mikoto: the only thing to be happy about is that Sasuke's relationship with women is not bad. Uchiha Fuayu: what's the use of that? Uzumaki Jukusenai: Fuayu-kun, You are in a bliss and do not know your happiness. Look at my Naruto. There is no girl around you. Namifing Minato, Kushina, how talented is Naruto? Why are you in such a hurry? Uzumaki Kushina, why are you not in a hurry? You fell in love with me at the ninja school. Furukawa willing, the second generation. Look, I'm not talking nonsense. Senjuto Bairama. Soon, Euka walked in and started the official class. Today's main lesson is to explain the use of the clone technique. Euka is a very responsible teacher, carefully explaining various techniques to the students and trying to make the class more active. It's a pity that Furukawa willing didn't arrive after listening for 3 minutes, so he felt a little drowsy. Sure enough, the fact that you are sleepy in class doesn't matter at all, Furukawa willing muttered inwardly. In fact, it is mainly because he has mastered the 3-body technique or even more advanced ninjutsu. If he didn't come here, he would probably be attracted by this magical technique. Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha. What did I say? This is really the place to do ninja games. These little devils are so old, and they are still learning the 3-body technique. TSK Senjuto Bairama, Madara. Shut up. Uchiha Madara, cut. Although the second generation of Hokage did not admit that he was cowardly, he also murmured in his heart, the ninja school I founded was not like this. At that time, the ninja school taught all real killing techniques. All cultivated are real ninjas. Both admission and graduation are very strict. How has it developed to the present? Although it seems that there are a lot more people on the surface, the level of education has dropped so much. The graduating class is still teaching the 3-body technique. Looking at it like this, the graduation examination is also this level. However, with only 3-body techniques, can that be called a ninja? Monkey? What are you doing? This is the first time Senjuto Bairama has questioned the 3 generations of Hokage. Furukawa willing saw that the second Hokage didn't speak for a long time and knew that this guy must have a lot of reasons in his heart. Suddenly, the first generation, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Senju Hasuma, hey Tobirama, have you noticed that in this class, there seems to be no one from our Senju family? Kaienza Tobirama heard the words and felt it carefully. Senju Tobirama, it seems that there is no thousands of hands. What's going on here? Senju Tobirama, maybe it just so happens that this class doesn't exist. Or maybe the village opened a separate class for our clan in order to take care of the Senju clan? Senju Hasuma, oh. It's not impossible. Old antiques. The Hasuma brothers and Madara brothers, the rest of the group are people of later generations. About the inside story of the Thousand Hands clan, I know a little bit about it. Even if you don't know the inside story, at least you know a basic fact. Konoha, the Kaienza family is long gone. So, seeing the 2 brothers in this crazy is a little painful. But at this time, no one is willing to open this mouth first. They didn't speak. Probably because they didn't want to touch the bad heads of the 2 Hokage. Furukawa willing didn't open his mouth. It was purely for fun, and he still wanted the brothers to discover this fact by themselves. Senju Hasuma, however, on the way to the ninja school, we met a lot of people, but it seems that there is no Senju clan. Kaienza Tobirama was startled and recalled carefully. Senju Tobirama, it seems that there is no Senju Hasuma. Then why is this? Senju Tobirama, people who wake up early in the morning are generally civilians who are running for their livelihoods, or ninjas doing some messy tasks. Our Senju clan are all elites. Furukawa willing's mouth twitched. It turns out that there are more than 4 generations of Hokage who are good at brain supplementation. The second generation seems to be better in this regard. Senju Hasuma, oh that's it. Then why? Senju Tobirama, enough. Big brother, shut up. Where did you come from? So many why? Exclamation mark. I am as dead as you are. You ask me and I ask who to go. Thousands of hands. Seeing that his eldest brother finally stopped playing 100,000 whys, Senju Tobirama first breathed a sigh of relief. But then, a deep sense of unease rose up inside. He is a person with a very deep mind, and his intuition tells him that the situation of the Kaienza family is not as good as he thought. Chapter 16 said I was the one who was soaked. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Although Iuka's class is boring, it is really fun to talk to the big guys in the chat group. The time for 2 classes passed quickly. After Iuka returned to the classroom from outside, he suddenly announced, "Blessed are you, classmates. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama are coming here soon to explain the will of fire to everyone." Senju Hasuma, hey, this 3-generation Hokage is a bit interesting, and he even comes to the ninja school to give a speech. Senju Tobirama, the will of fire should start from the doll. Monkey does this well. Uchiha Madara, hey, brainwashing, just say it. Uchiha Fuayu, Humphrey. Konoha High-Rise is the best at this. Otherwise, can Zishui and Itachi be fooled for a moment? My Uchiha kids shouldn't go to ninja school. Senju Tobirama, haha, unfortunately, your youngest son still has to be brainwashed. Uchiha Fuayu, Iuka is very excited. His admiration for the 3 generations of Hokage is like an endless river. In his opinion, it is great that Naruto-sama can come to the ninja school to give a speech to the children during his busy schedule. But these little brats don't think so, and they all complain softly. The 3rd Hokage is here again. He has to talk for a long time every time. Although Mr. Iuka's class is boring, obviously the old man's speech is even more boring. Hokage doesn't have to deal with affairs. Why are you always torturing us? Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha. Thank you so much. Senju Hashirama, listening to what they said, the 3 generations of Hokage seem to come here often. Furukawa willing. I come here at least twice a semester, 4 times a year. I have been in school for 6 years. Senju Tobirama, really? Really? Dedicated. Kaienza Tobirama was also a little speechless, pondering for a long time, and finally said such a word. Namifing Minato, haha. Actually not really, these little guys are still young and not very sensible. But Lord Sunzan always instills like this, and it will definitely have a profound impact on them. The corner of Furukawa Willing's mouth twitched. He was right. He was so right. If he hadn't been so hard to brainwash all the time, your Naruto would have been blackened by now. Iuka's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Shut up for me. Don't complain. Come to the playground together." Everyone shrank their necks in fright, and reluctantly walked towards the playground one by one. Uchiha Madara, brainwashing is brainwashing. Go to the playground to dry hair. Wouldn't it be nice to be in the classroom? Furukawa willing, you're thinking about the fart. Such a big Hokage can only brainwash 1 class at a time. Of course the whole school together. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, improve efficiency. Very good. It just so happens that I haven't seen a monkey for many years. Let's go, kidling. Furukawa willing shrugged indifferently, and followed the crowd to the playground. He always felt that something unusual would happen when he met the 3-generation old man this time. No one talked to him along the way, and his predecessor was a little transparent at school. Although he is very handsome, he is a bit introverted because he was an orphan since he was a child, and he is still the tail of a crane. In addition, there is a good-looking guy like Sasuke at work, so no one pays attention to Furukawa willing at all. Even if he no longer kept his head down today, but kept a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth, not many people noticed his change. All this time, only Hinata watched him silently. Today's Ling seems to be very different from before. Hinata fell behind the crowd, stared blankly at the back of Furukawa willing, and muttered. In the past, Furukawa willing had always been reticent, and would never come up to touch his head. Couldn't help blushing again when she thought of the head-touching kill just now. Uchiha Madara, hey, Ling boy, that whitey-eyed little girl seems to be secretly watching you. Furukawa willing, you say you are a big boss. Do you want to gossip like this? Uchiha Madara, isn't this really boring? Senju Tobirama, this little girl seems to really like you. I didn't expect it. Someone still likes you, Ling boy. Furukawa Ling. Of course. Everyone said that I was the one who was soaked. Hearing Tobira's words, Furukawa Ling was proud for a while, and then reacted. Furukawa Ling. Bah. If you can't speak, don't speak. There are many people who like this young master. No one likes your facial paralysis. Hyuga Izari. Shameless. Furukawa Ling. You must have brought Hinata down. Chapter 17 You are too excited. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Hyuga Izari. Shameless. Furukawa Ling. You must have brought Hinata down. Thousands Tobirama. Damn, Kid Hyuga. There are people like us behind Kid Ling, and the strength won't be much worse in the future, so it's good enough to match your niece. Namifing Minato. The day difference. The second generation of adults is right. PFFT. Seeing the fourth Hokage actually assisting himself, Furukawa Ling couldn't hold back his laughter. 4 generations of Hokage. Really is a wonderful person. If he knew that Hinata was supposed to be his daughter-in-law, he would have slapped himself twice with regret. Hyuga Izari. This is true. But, my eldest brother is a bit old-fashioned. I'm afraid he won't agree. Namifing Minato. Well, then it depends on Ling's ability, haha. But I'm curious, how did you die? Hakanisari used to be his subordinate, and the two of them had a good personal relationship. Moreover, the strength of Hyuga Ippo is not weak, and he is also the younger brother of the patriarch Hyuga. It stands to reason that the possibility of death is very small. Hinata was silent for a while. Furukawa Ling pursed his lips. And now he is about to meet the 3 generations of Hokage, but the cause of his death will be revealed at this time, which is interesting to think about. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. If the ninja world is not unified for one day, there will be constant disputes forever. What's so strange about a dead person? Senjuto Birama, Madara. You shut up. Hyuga Nisari, Minato-sama. I died to protect my eldest brother. Senju Hashima, Hyuga, right? Your big brother has a good brother. Senjuto Birama. What? What do you mean by that? Is your brother bad? Senju Hasuma. Ahem, I didn't say that. Senjuto Birama. Then shut up, brother. Namikaze Minato. That's it. Well done, Nisai, Konoha ninja. They are all good. Hyuga Nisari said this, and Minato Namika made it logically. On the battlefield, Nisabashi blocked a fatal attack for his brother Hiri. Hyuga Izari. No. Nothing. Sun Xiang in the Pure Land gave a bitter smile. The past was unbearable, and he didn't want to explain anymore. However, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Uchiha Fuayu, haha, it's ridiculous. Senjuto Birama, the junior of the Uchiha family, why are you so yin and yang? Just say anything. Uchiha Fuayu, im yin and yang weird? Do you know how he died? Namifing Minato. Didn't he die on the battlefield to protect his brother? Furukawa Ling. Died in battle? I have to admire your brain supplement ability. 4th generation. Namikaze Minato. So, is there any secret? Uchiha Fuayu, let him speak for himself. Namifing Minato. You said the day difference. Hyuga Nisari. Alas, after Minato-sama died in the Battle of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha's power was weakened unprecedentedly. Soon after, Yunren village sent people to Konoha. Thousands Tobirama. Is his country of thunder here to take advantage of the fire? When it comes to Gyoyan forbearance, the second generation can't hold back the fire. Hyuga Izari. Now that I think about it, they are here to take advantage of the fire. But at that time, they were playing under the guise of a covenant. Senjuto Birama, you continue to speak. What excessive demands did they make of Konoha? Hyuga Izari, they didn't make any excessive demands, but they did more than that. Their mission actually took advantage of this opportunity to secretly steal my princess from Hyuga's house. That is Hinata. Thousands of hands? In this kind of operation? Uchiha Madara, Hasuma. Did you see it? This is the Yunnin village where you divided 2-tailed beasts. Later, I rode directly on Konoha's neck and shit thousands of hands. Madara. You shut up. The old man has no regrets. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. So you are stupid. You and I could have easily flattened the world of ninja, but you have always been the kindness of women. Now Konoha will swallow this evil fruit. Senju Hasuma, I tell you to shut up. Kaien Zuzuma in the Pure Land sighed helplessly. He distributed the tailed beasts in order to bring the strength of each village closer, so as to check and balance each other and reduce the war. Now it seems that human ambition is really terrible. Could it be? Am I really wrong? Senju Hakuma thought about this question for the first time. Senju Tobirama, you bastard. Use the Alliance mission to plot the boundaries of my Konoha's blood? The guy from Yunren village really dares to use any kind of indiscriminate means. Namikaze Minato, I played against the 4th generation Raikage, and he is indeed an ambitious guy. It's not surprising to do such a thing. Furukawa willing. I said 2nd generation adults, don't be so excited. Senju Tobirama, Humphrey. This Yunren dares to come to my Konoha Sasha. Can the old man not be excited? Furukawa willing. I mean, you were too excited. If you are so excited just hearing this, you may be so angry that you will die again if you listen to it again. P.S. The old rules, there will be 2 thank you chapters at 9:10. There is still a chapter text around 11 o'clock, so please come back after 11 o'clock if you are eager to read it. Chapter 18_Furious Second Hokage. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Senju Tobirama, what the heck? You mean, there's something more egregious behind it? Furukawa willing. So I said don't get too excited. At this moment, the 2nd generation only felt that his temples were protruding. Senju Tobirama, by the way, kid, keep talking. After talking for a long time, you didn't make it clear how you died. Could it be that you were beaten to death by Yunren to protect that little girl? So what do you, the Hyuga clan, eat? What a shame. Hyuga Izari, no, that Yunren was beaten to death by my eldest brother. Senju Tobirama, oh that's okay. And after that? Yunren must have an explanation for this. This is stolen goods and taken. Did Konoha put pressure on Yunren for compensation? Furukawa willing. Explain? Put pressure on? Claim compensation? Senju Tobirama, what's wrong? Shouldn't it be? Furukawa willing. Wonderful. To tell you the truth, all of the things you mentioned are all the Senju Tobirama, Humphrey. I knew it. If Sarutobi can't even understand this, what kind of Hokage is he? Uchiha Fu are you? You are still naive. The 2nd Hokage. Senju Tobirama, Jr. What did you say? Exclamation mark. Furukawa willing. Let's just listen to Uncle Rizai continue. Hyuga Rizai. Yunren flatly denied the hijacking of the Hyuga clansman, and slapped it backwards, claiming that my Hyuga clansmen killed their peace messenger for no reason. Senju Tobirama, Nani? Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Can Yunren be any more shameless? The 2nd generation Hokage laughed in anger, apparently on the verge of going wild. Furukawa willing. It turns out that they can. Hyuga Izari, Yunren asked Konoha to give him an explanation, and continued to put pressure on the border to ask Konoha to make compensation. Senju Tobirama, confession, pressure, compensation. I really have it all. Very good, very good. Senju Tobirama, you say? Go on. The old man wants to hear what compensation they ask for. Hyuga Hipsari, they asked Konoha to hand over the murderer, that is, my elder brother, the patriarch of the Hinata clan. Namithing Minato. How dare Yunren do this? Thousands Tobirama, Haki. Deceiving too much. Deceiving too much. Exclamation mark. Having said that, the 2nd generation was completely furious. Senju Tobirama, wait, you said earlier that you died on behalf of your eldest brother? Are you trying to tell me that Konoha agreed to Yunren's request? Hyuga Nisari, alas, Konoha's situation was really difficult at that time. Hokage-sama and the others. Senju Tobirama, enough. You just say, yes or no. Sunday difference. Yes. Senju Tobirama, Exclamation mark angry old man. Sarutobi Hizen. How weak. They have been bullied to the door, yet they still choose to compromise. Among the Hokage of all dynasties, Senju Tobirama is an absolute powerhouse. Whether it is internal or external, we advocate the use of absolute means. Retreat, compromise. There are no such words in his life. In his opinion, Yunren dared to be so provocative. Even if he fought everything, he had to fight them. Senju Hasuma. How? How could this be? Hyuga Izari, Lord 2, calm down. Lord Hokage doesn't want to do this either, but Senju Tobirama, but it's a fart. There are thousands of reasons, and it's not the reason why he did it. The old man cultivated him, trusted him, and handed Konoha into his hands. Is that how he is, Hokage? Exclamation mark. Hyuga Izari, the second generation of adults. You see that Konoha is so prosperous now, which also shows that the third generation of adults made the right choice. It is precisely because of the choice of compromise that we won precious respite and development time, and we have the current prosperity. Senju Tobirama, fart. Did Konoha's prosperity depend on compromise? Exclamation mark. If so, the old man would rather not have this bullshit prosperity. Uchiha Fuayu, hey. You can't say that. In addition to compromise, there is also brainwashing. The brainwashing ability of Konoha's senior management is really not covered. Uchiha Fuayu has a deep resentment towards the senior officials of Konoha, and does not miss any opportunity to ridicule. Senju Tobirama, what did you say? Uchiha Fuayu, you can tell by looking at the daily difference between the sun and the sun. They were all sacrificed as abandoned sons, but they are still being whitewashed here. Think about how strong this brainwashing ability is. Uchiha Fuayu has always looked down on Hyuga, who is also known as Konoha's wealthy family with Uchiha. Thinking that they are simply losing the face of the family, they have completely become loyal lackeys of the Konoha high level. Chapter 19 _ a new discovery by the Senju brothers. Ask for flowers for evaluation and love. Exclamation mark. Hyuga Izari, Humphrey. Uchiha Fuayu, do you still have the face to say? If it wasn't for your Uchiha's vain attempt to make trouble, but with Konoha, we need to compromise with Yunren. Uchiha Fuayu, if it wasn't for the constant suppression by the top officials of Konoha, would I, Uchiha, want to seize power? Hyuga Izari, Humphrey. Obviously you Uchiha are too ambitious. Uchiha Fuayu, the Uchiha family is not your Hyuga. We don't have the habit of being a dog. Hyuga Izari, you. Senju Tobirama, enough. Uchiha is not to blame this time. The old man was wrong. What this old man entrusts is not human. Misunderstood him. Sarutobi Hizuchi. Senju Hasuma, alright, Tobirama, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. Senju Tobirama, this is my fault, brother. I really want to lose my face. I really shouldn't have chosen Sarutobi Hizen. If Danzo was the Hokage, this would definitely not happen. Furukawa willing, I'm afraid I will disappoint you again. This matter is decided by your 4 disciples, Sarutobi Hizen, Shimura Danzo, Shun Koharu and Mito Menyon. Senju Tobirama, no. This is impossible. Hyuga Hipsari, oh, Tobirama-sama, I don't want to lie to you either, that's the truth. Senju Tobirama, could it be that the disciples of this old man are all like this? Exclamation mark. In other words, whoever I choose to be Hokage will ride the same horse. Exclamation mark. No one can understand how desperate Senju Tobirama is now. That's your own question. Thanks to his own self-proclaimed cleverness, the disciples who took great pains to select, cultivated for half a lifetime, and cultivated such a few goods. Exclamation mark. Namifing Minato, second generation adults, don't get too excited. In any case, from the results, Lord Hizen managed Konoha well. Hyuga Hipsari, yes, the second generation and the third generation are also wholeheartedly good for Konoha. It can only be said that his style of doing things does not suit your heart, but it does not deny that he is a good Hokage. After several people's persuasion, Senju Tobirama's mood eased a lot. But it took a long time before he spoke again. Senju Tobirama, phew, old man. I try to see the good side of him. After so long, everyone has come to the playground, standing by class. Looking around, there are hundreds of people from senior to junior. Seeing that everyone was almost there, the 3 generations of Hokage wearing Hokage robes and Hokage hats stepped onto the podium and began to instill the will of fire for these little brats. I have to say that the brainwashing level of the 3 generations of old men is really superb. Even Furukawa Ling, who was accustomed to politics in his previous life, was stunned when he heard it. Uchiha Fuyu, TSK. Listen and listen. This is a set. Thousands Tobirama, is it possible to kill this kid every day, really relying on this to manage Konoha so prosperously? Up to now, he has also made a murmur. Uchiha Madara, talent. What a fucking talent. I wanted to be such a fool at the beginning, but the Uchiha family turned against me at the beginning. Namikaze Minato, speaking of which, I haven't heard the speech of Lord Hizen in a long time. As the disciple and grandson of Sarutobi Hizen, Namikaze Minato listened to the old man a lot when he was alive. Uchiha Shisui, it's a long-lost feeling. Uchiha Shisui is even more outrageous. From ninja school to Anbu, this kid can be said to have been fooled all the way to grow up. Uchiha Fuyu, Shisui, I found out that you are a real child. Alas, I knew that Uchiha should have brainwashed you from an early age. Uchiha Madara, for such a junior, the old man is really speechless. I can only say that the group label Linksiozi gave you is not wrong at all. After a while, Chiudai, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Senju Hashima, Ling boy, are you sure all the students of the ninja school are here? Furukawa Ling was stunned for a moment, then stood on tiptoe and looked around, simply counting the number of people. Furukawa Ling, it should be right. Senju Hashirama, that's weird. Senju Tobirama, what's the matter, big brother? Senju Hasuma, Tobirama, have you noticed that among these little guys, it seems that there are no members of our Thousand Hand clan? Senju Tobirama, Nani? When he was in the classroom before, Senju has raised this question, but he refuted it. During this period of time, he was in a turmoil, and he kept thinking about whether he had chosen the wrong person, and he didn't pay attention to the surroundings at all. Now that his eldest brother mentioned it again, Kaienza Tobirama hurriedly sensed the surroundings. Senju Tobirama, what the hell? Exclamation mark. Chapter 20 The Wrist of 3 Generations. Second Generation Raw. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark. Senju Tobirama, this. What's the situation? Senju Hasuma, don't the children of the Senju clan go to ninja school? Senju Tobirama, impossible. When I first founded the ninja school, I strictly ordered the over 1,000-handed clan not to do anything special, and they had to study at the ninja school when they were old. Furukawa Ling licked his lips, and the secrets of the Kaienza clan finally came to the surface. Uchiha Fuyu, TSK. This matter is finally coming out. Do you know how hard I have endured until now? Senju Tobirama, Jr., what did you say? Exclamation mark. Senju Hasuma, alright Tobirama. Ling boy, you say, what's going on? Furukawa Ling, it's very simple. The Kaienza family has also been destroyed. Even, the destruction time was earlier than Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, what did you say? Exclamation mark. How can this be? The first generation and the second generation in the Pure Land stared at the same time. The Kaienza clan has risen since the Warring States period, and even the unique Uchiha clan has been suppressed by it. It can be said to be the largest clan in the Warring States period. After that, there were 2 more generations of Hokage. How could it be suddenly destroyed? Exclamation mark. It's something they can't imagine. Uchiha Fuyu, that's the truth. Thousands Tobirama, say. Go on. How did the Kaienza family perish? Furukawa Ling, after you died, Your precious apprentice said that he wanted to expand the power and influence of the Kaienzu clan, and vigorously encouraged the Kaienzu clan to marry other families and even Konoha civilians. Senjuto Birama, what did you say? How dare he dare to do this? Exclamation mark. The second generation is not a fool, on the contrary, it is extremely shrewd. Sarutobi Hizen said it nicely. What nonsense to expand the power and influence of the Kaienzu clan. All bullshit. What is the most important thing about the blood family? It is pure blood. The reason why the Uchiha clan has been standing is because they only intermarry within the clan. Don't let the blood flow out. The most important thing is to not let the blood flow thin. The blood of the Kaienzu clan is not trivial, and they have always insisted on intermarriage within the clan, and almost never marry outsiders. Otherwise it is impossible to suppress the Uchiha clan all the time. Except for the first generation. But later, he actually went to intermarry with a foreigner or even a commoner. 1 or 2 is actually no problem, but highly praised. It is conceivable to what extent the blood will be diluted. After a few generations, the bloodline of the Kaienzu clan can almost be ignored. The Kaienzu clan was not destroyed like Uchiha, but assimilated. Civilized. It was none other than the disciple he valued the most. Sarutobi Hidden / As for why Sarutobi Hizen did this, he was as smart as Senjuto Birama, and of course he could guess. It is nothing more than the fact that the Kaienzu clan is too powerful, and there have been 2 Hokage, which has checked and balanced the power of the 3 generations of Hokage. So he has to suppress Kaienzu this kind of way. The second generation who is best at risk is of course very clear. Even after his death, the Kaienzu family was suppressed, and he was already mentally prepared. However, he never imagined that his own disciple would be so cruel, and he would directly draw wages from the bottom of the pot and turn the Kaienzu clan into civilians. Senjuto Birama, could it be that the later patriarch of the Senju clan was an idiot? He did what Sarutobi Hizen asked him to do. Uchiha few are you? Hey, second generation adults, how can you say that? How can the interests of a family override the interests of Konoha? Of course, it is to obey the will of Hokage-sama. In the words, the meaning of ridicule is not concealed at all. Senjuto Birama, you are farting. My Kaienzu family has made great contributions to Konoha. It can also be said that Konoha is built on the foundation of Kaienzu. In the end, it ended up with no blood vessels. Uchiha few are you? Oh, isn't that the case with my Uchiha clan? Senjuto Birama, you bastard. Furukawa willing. In fact, the patriarch of the Kaienzu family is not inactive. He worked hard to leave a part of the pure blood for the Kaienzu family. Senjuto Birama, what about those clansmen? Where are they now? His tone suddenly became urgent, even a little flustered. Uchiha few are you? Later, the last Kaienzu tribe with pure blood. During the Second Ninja World War, you were personally sent to the Jedi by your precious apprentice. Completely annihilated. Senjuto Birama, Sarutobi Hidden, how dare he do this? Exclamation mark. The old man taught him, cultivated him, and put him on the position of Hokage. In the end, that's how he repaid the old man. Thousands to Birama, in the face of the wolf child's ambition, Yunren, he will only accept his promises and retreat again and again. To deal with my thousand-handed clan, his wrist is very shrewd. On the outside podium, the 3 generations of Hokage talked eloquently. In the chat group, the second generation Hokage roared in grief and indignation. Furukawa willing hooked the corners of his mouth. After so long, he felt that his chance had finally come. P.S. I'm really sorry everyone, I'm really busy today. So I'm very sorry for the delay in updating. The text of the next chapter should be around 11 o'clock. There will still be a few thank you chapters in the middle. Chapter 21_ I will revive the Kaienzu family. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark. Senjuto Birama, you bastard. Even the last pure bloodline was not left for Kaienzu. Uchiha few are you, Lord second generation. Do you still remember what you said before? Without the Uchiha family, Konoha will only be more stable. Senjuto Birama, This is the truth. Uchiha few are you, he. For the same reason, without your Kaienza family, Konoha will be more stable. Senju Tobirama, you. The thousand hands Tobirama in the Pure Land was trembling with anger. The slap in the face came too quickly, and in less than 2 hours, the words were applied to himself. But in any case, he doesn't think Uchiha can be compared with Chi. Before, I was still laughing at the fact that the Uchiha family was wiped out, but now it's good. The Kaienza family can't be more thorough. Uchiha still has at least 2 pure-blooded survivors, and the Kaienza family simply disappeared! Senju Hasuma. Well, the ninja world is originally a family, and it will be merged after fusion. Seeing the big pillar suddenly say such a sentence, a bunch of question marks appeared in Furukawa Ling's heart. In the ninja world, there is such a person? This horse riding, this kind of person, should we say that he is broad-minded, or should we say that he has no heart? Senju Tobirama, big brother. The thousand-handed family was buried like this. Thousands of Hashirama. The Kaienza family did not disappear, but integrated into the entire Konoha. Uchiha Madara, saying that you lack heart, you don't want to listen. Namifing Minato, the mind of the first generation of adults is amazing. Senju Hasuma, by the way, Ling boy, where is Tsunade? She also. Furukawa Ling smiled. No matter how great a person is, he has a selfish side. Namifing Minato, Tsunade-sama was later accepted as a disciple by the 3 generations of adults, and became a powerful man in the world of ninjas. Only later, because of the death of his younger brother and lover, he was overwhelmed with grief and anger and left Konoha. Senju Tobirama, Tsunade. Tsunade, is she still alive? Furukawa Ling, he is still alive, but he suffers from hypophobia, and he has not been back to Konoha for many years. Senju Tobirama, she used to be so cheerful and strong, but she has come to this point. She must be disappointed and sad. Furukawa Ling deeply agreed. In the original book, Orochimaru went to Dan's Street to find Tsunade. She knew that Orochimaru killed the master, but she did not show excessive anger and resentment. She even raised the idea of cooperating with Orochimaru, and her disappointment with Konoha to the 3rd Hokage can be seen. Thousands of Hashirama, it's hard to suffer this girl. It's good to live. Senju Tobirama, it's a pity, Ozuna is a girl. If it were a man, I would have a chance to rise. On the stage, the 3 generations of Hokage were still talking, and the will of fire was almost spoken. The 2nd generation is getting more and more angry. Thousands Tobirama, the horse-riding bastard Sarutobi Hizen, why did I blindly choose such a bastard in the first place? Senju Tobirama, why doesn't this broken chat group have a possessive function? If I can possess Linxiozi, I will definitely go up and give him 2 slaps. Ask him why he did this to the old man. Furukawa Ling, ahem, 2nd generation adults, possessing a body cannot be possessed. But you can pass all your skills to me through the chat group, and then I can rush up and give him 2 slaps for you. Everyone was speechless when they saw that Furukawa Ling actually wanted to extort benefits at this time. Moreover, this kid is usually lawless, and it is not very respectful to talk to the 2nd generation. But now, when it comes to benefits, it is both adult and you. This face-changing speed is simply. Senju Tobirama, boy, you are thinking about shit. I gave you all my skills just to cut off 2 big mouths on Sarutobi Hiro? Furukawa Ling, you said that you are dead, you can't waste this skill. How good it is to pass it on to me. Senju Tobirama, take a look at the goods taught by the old man, they are all bastards. I don't think you are much stronger than them. Ling pouted, and he knew that it was impossible for this old boy to obediently hand over all the good things. His eyes rolled. Furukawa Ling, I said, the 1st generation, the 2nd generation. Don't you want to revitalize the Kaienza family? Thousands Tobirama, people are gone, but also revitalize a fart. Uchiha still has 2 survivors anyway. Furukawa Ling, Me. I will revitalize the Kaienzu family. Senjuto Biroma, you? Are you related to the Kaienzu clan? Furukawa Willing. Of course it has something to do with it. As far as I know, my mother's grandfather is a member of the Thousand Hands. Furukawa Willing was talking nonsense in a serious manner, his face was not blushing and his heart was not beating. Thousands Tobiroma, what's the use of that? After several generations of dilution, the blood of the Kaienzu family in your body has become so thin that it can be ignored. Furukawa Willing, I don't have it, but you two bosses have it. P.S. I would like to share with you a few words from the author's heart. Regarding this book, the author's original intention is to write a light and funny article. This will not change, please rest assured. It's just because the recent plot is also laying the groundwork for the following, and it is necessary to expose some of the darkness of Konoha, so it seems a bit bitter and bitter. After that, there is a bit of Naruto's plot, everyone should be able to guess. After that, it won't look so depressing anymore. At the same time, this book may use more pen and ink to write about daily life. In the chat group, the most important thing is interaction. The author will do my best to make the interaction of these characters interesting, so stay tuned. Finally, the results of this book are not very good, to be honest, and the author is under a lot of pressure. If you can support the author, please support the author more, whether it is a flower evaluation ticket comment, or a monthly ticket reward. The author is very grateful. Chapter 22 _it mu yun cyan's body. Ask for flowers for evaluation! Furukawa Willing, I don't have it, but you two bosses have it. Senjuto Biroma, after all, your kid still wants to take advantage of us. Furukawa Willing, harm. How can this make me profit from you? This is mutual benefit. You help me become stronger, and I will help you revitalize the Kaienzu family. Senju Hasuma, that's okay. Furukawa Willing, of course. I am a thousand hands. I'm a thousand hands. I can even change my surname to Kaienzu. From today onwards, my name will be Kaienzuling. There is no psychological burden for him to change his surname, and Furukawa Willing is not his real name anyway. As for his cheap old man, I have never seen it before. He has decided to carry on the shameless to the end, for the sake of such a top quality thing as Kaienzu bloodline. What is a face? Can you eat? Say it again. Say it first, and then change it later. But hearing this in other people's ears is different. Naruto world pays great attention to family names. Furukawa Willing said this. Everyone thinks that he really identifies with Kaienzu. The second Hokage didn't speak for a long time, obviously thinking about the pros and cons. Long time. Senjuto Biroma, big brother, think about it carefully. What Link Siozi said also makes sense. Our Kaienzu family has been destroyed, and we were already powerless to return to the sky. But with such a variable as him, we can inherit our bloodline through the chat group. With our support from behind, it may not be impossible to reproduce the glory of the Thousand Hand family in the future. Senju Hashirama, this. Uchiha Madara, Tobiroma, I used to think you were very smart, but now I realize that you are even more stupid than Hasama. For the bullshit thousand-handed family, you really do everything you can for him. Whether Kaienzu is revitalized or not is a trivial matter, but if the Kaienzu brothers were determined to support Furukawa Willing's rise, it would be a big disadvantage to his plan. I wipe. Seeing that Madame Banyan stepped in, Furukawa Willing cursed inwardly. Seeing that he was about to succeed in flickering, he killed a dance king halfway through! Must be banned. Your uncle's Gequenling cursed and was about to ban Moban. However, before he could operate, the second Hokage suddenly spoke. Senjuto Biroma, your uncle's. Originally, the old man was still a little hesitant, but since you said so, the old man has to do it. You old boy definitely don't want me to rise again with 1,000 hands. Uchiha Madara, you. Madame Ban's face is covered in circles, and it seems that he is clever but has been mistaken by wisdom. Furukawa Willing was overjoyed in his heart. This Madame Ban has done him a big favor invisibly. In this way, He seems to be one step closer to Mudan. But he struggled to contain his excitement. Senjuto Biroma, brother, I think we might as well give it a try. Link Xiaozi himself is related to our Kaienzu family, and now there is such an opportunity. We should not miss it. Senju Hasuma, Tobiroma, you have always had more ideas than me in this kind of matter. In that case, I will listen to you. Everyone has selfishness, and Kaienzu's Eugene is no exception. He can accept the fact that Kaienzu is destroyed relatively calmly, but when the possibility of reinvigorating Kaienzu appears, he does not want to miss it. Ding. Send a gift to the group leader. Thousand Hand Bloodline. Such a large line of characters appeared on the interface of the chat group. Furukawa Willing did not hesitate in the slightest. His excited heart and trembling hands accepted it with lightning speed. A mysterious power suddenly poured into Furukawa Willing's body, transforming his body in all directions. A minute later, his whole person changed completely. His body, from the originally mature, suddenly became full of vitality. The whole person is full of powerful vitality. The most intuitive improvement is strengthened chakra, at least tripled. This is the power of the blood of 1,000 hands. It can greatly improve the vitality of people. And what Kaienzu's Eugene possesses is the purest bloodline of Kaienzu. As soon as it was integrated, it brought such great benefits to Furukawa Ling. Immediately afterwards, 2 beeps sounded again in Furukawa Willing's mind. Ding. Congrats to the host for successfully obtaining Mudung's boundary. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining primary immortal human body. Wu. Furukawa Willing took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement. Mudun just got it. Until now, there is still some unreal feeling. Although it is said to have the limit of the wood escape blood, it does not mean that it can be used, and it does not mean that it can exert the power of Kaienzu's Yuma. However, a wooden dun is a wooden dun. As long as you have this cornerstone, the rest is easy to say. Moreover, Furukawa Willing's wooden dun is not obtained by transplanting cells, but has upgraded his bloodline. In other words, his wooden escape has completely become his perfect blood successor limit. It is more advanced than what Yamato, Danzo and even Uchiha Madara have. Chapter 23 Happy to mention the big pillar for managing dog tags. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Senjuto Biroma, okay, stop giggling, look at your potential. Furukawa Willing, cough, this is not too exciting. Uchiha Madara, you two are so stupid. He actually pinned the rise and fall of Kaienzu on outsiders. Bany is very sad and angry now, and the situation is still developing in the direction he doesn't want to see. Furukawa Willing, it doesn't matter, a ban doesn't need to be unbalanced. If you need me to help you revitalize the Uchiha clan, you can also give me the share onion. Thousands of hands? Thousands Tobiroma, let me wipe. Ling boy, you are riding a horse. Senju Hashima, suddenly a little regretful. Hyuga Izari, Ling boy, your actions are really good. Senju Tobiroma, the blood of my thousands clan has just arrived and hasn't been warmed, so I started thinking about Uchiha's riding wheel. You are too dog. Furukawa Willing, can't say that. The owner of this group can take the world as his responsibility. I will do my best to help every group member who needs my help. Can't favor one over another. Senjuto Biroma, you are the first person to be able to explain shamelessness in such a refreshing and refined way. What did you say about changing your surname before, but now it seems like a complete bullshit? Furukawa Willing, no. I came from the bottom of my heart. Senjuto Biroma, then you have changed your surname to Kaienzu, and you still want to integrate Uchiha's riding wheel? Furukawa Willing, I can completely change my name again, called Kaienzu Uchiha Ling. You know, the way is better than the difficulty. Senjuto Biroma, Hyuga Izari, shameless. Furukawa Willing, Uncle Nisashi, I see that your Hyuga is also on the decline recently. If you give me your eyes, I can change my name to Shizuyu Uchiha Hakaling Hyuga Hipsari, I said, can you ask for a little face? Furukawa willing, don't worry, Uncle Daily Dispatch, I will bear all of this. Hyuga Izari, get out. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, I don't need your help. It is even more impossible to write round eyes for you. Furukawa willing, hee. Furukawa willing's eyes rolled, and suddenly a good idea came to him. Furukawa willing, ahem. Although I took the initiative to say that I want to revitalize the Kaienzu clan, the gift given by Dazuzi is quite valuable, and the group owner decided to reward it. Thousands of hands. Reward! Exclamation mark. Senjuto Biroma, brat, you still have some conscience. Ding! The group owner, Yo Furukawa, made Senju Hakama a group administrator 3 days. Green sign in front of the name tag of Kaienzu's humor. 3 characters administrator are engraved on it. Senjuto Biroma, administrator. Interesting, hee. Uchiha Madara, I wipe! Exclamation mark. What's the situation? Senju Hasuma, Ling, what can this administrator do? Furukawa Ling, you can ban group members at any time. There are others, you can slowly figure it out. Senju Hasuma, is that so? A bit interesting. Uchiha Madara, what the hell? Exclamation mark. This is too much. Ling boy, you can't have milk to be a mother. Furukawa Ling, you give me the share onion, and I will let you be the administrator too. If you give me the kaleidoscope directly, I will slap the administrator of the big pillar and let you be alone. Uchiha Madara, damn boy. You are dreaming. Uchiha Izuna, fortunately, it was Hashima who became the administrator. If Tobirama was that bastard, our brothers would be completely dead. Uchiha Madara, it's over. Senju Hasuma, Ling boy, can I kick Madara out of the group? Furukawa willing, yes, if you are willing. Thousands of hands. Forget it. Senjuto Biroma, I already knew that the two of you had an affair. Uchiha Madara, don't think ill. Thank you for this. Senju Hasuma, Madara, it's best to be more respectful when you speak to the administrator. Banned warning. Uchiha Madara, your uncle Hashimama. I gave you a face, didn't I? Senju Hashirama, Humphrey. It's the motor. Accept the sanctions. Ding. Administrator Senzu Hasuma blocked Uchiha Madara from speaking for half an hour. I'm rubbing it. You bastard. You've become bad even when you step on a horse. Madara Uchiha in the Pure Land was furious. Senjuto Biroma, show, big brother. I've already seen that this bastard is not pleasing to the eye. Ding. The administrator Senju Hasuma has silenced Senjuto Biroma for 1 minute. The second generation is full of question marks. Furukawa willing, the second generation, he bullied Arbangsing, you can't scold Arban. Thousands of hands. The one who knows me is the leader of the group. Damn. Is this a real brother? The second generation spit out a fragrance. Chapter 24 _ Sad Lord. The arena is on. Thousands of columns. Quack, quack. Madara, you keep calling. Thousands of Hashirama, why don't you speak? Senju Hasuma, can't scold it. Just listen to me scold you. Be honest with you. Uchiha Izuna, you are too skinny in Hasuma. Hashima, who was always bullied by Madara and Tobirama, finally turned around this time and tried his best to ridicule him. Madara Uchiha frowned with anger, resisting the urge to destroy the Pure Land. Finally, half an hour of humiliation passed, and Mr. Ban never felt that half an hour was so long. Uchiha Madara, Hashima, you are too deceiving. You ride a horse. Ding. Administrator Senzu Hasuma blocked Uchiha Madara from speaking for half an hour. Senju Hasuma, why do you have such a long memory? Furukawa willing, PFFT. Showa, big pillar. Damn it. The bastard. Madame Madara, who was locked in a small black room twice in a row, was extremely depressed. The more you think about it, the more you get angry. The more you take a step back, the more you lose. Suddenly, a button in the corner of the chat group attracted him. After studying for a few seconds, press decisively. Ding. Madara Uchiha invites Senju Hasuma to a voluntary duel. Senju Hashirama, voluntary duel? What is this? Furukawa willing. It means that the two of them can go to the arena to fight to resolve personal grievances or to compare their combat power. Of course, Arban is asking you to go now, obviously because you are very angry and want to vent. Senju Hasuma. Oh, that's it. Next moment. Ding. Senju Hasuma rejected Madara Uchiha's invitation. Senju Hasuma. Ma. Do you want to vent? I won't let you vent. Be honest with me. Am rubbing it? You are riding on a horse. Are you cowardly? Madara does not believe in evil, and invites again. However, I was prompted by the chat group. You cannot re-invite on the day you are ejected. Mad, what kind of shit is this? Madara Uchiha slapped his hands on the ground in anger. It's a pity that his incompetent barking can't be heard by Hashirama. Furukawa willing hooked the corner of his mouth. He guessed that Madara was on the verge of going wild at this time. Furukawa willing, Aban, are you a little out of breath? Do you really want to fight in the arena? Stinky boy, you come to mock me too. Banana gritted her teeth in hatred. Furukawa willing, it's not that there is no way. In addition to voluntary duels, the group owner can also start a forced duel for you. Madara's eyes lit up. Furukawa willing, well, do you understand? Cough cough. Senjuto Birama, I said, there are really endless ways for your kid to extort benefits. Furukawa willing, damn. How can this be called extortion benefits? At most, it's just a fee for hard work, which is not too much. Stinky boy. Do NT forget to rob at this time? Banana pouted. However, he was willing to pay a little price in order to get into the arena and have a fight with Hashirama. Ding. Madara Uchiha has sent a gift to the group owner. Fire escape middle. Huo extinguished. Furukawa willing hooked the corner of his mouth. Madame Ban was really eager. However, he knew that even if Madame Ban was eager, he would not be able to take the initiative to hand over the writing wheel. So it's good to just accept it as soon as it's good, and it's not bad to do a powerful fire escape technique first. Anyway, the big head is in the back. Ding. The group leader started a forced duel for Madara Uchiha and Chijihashi. Ding. The chat group prompts that the party who proposes a forced duel will be punished if it loses the battle. Are you sure to turn it on? Seeing the prompt popped up suddenly, Madara Uchiha was taken aback. However, the anger in my heart could no longer be suppressed. Punishment and so on don't care too much. He didn't even ask what the punishment was. What kind of punishment? The big deal is to continue to be banned. Uncles. Mr. Ban scolded and clicked to confirm. The contract takes effect, and we are about to go to the arena. Seeing Madara confirming without any hesitation, Furukawa willing suddenly showed a sly smile. Uchiha Kwana, I'm going. I really want to fight. Senjuto Birama, if you want me to say that your brother is a nerve, you have been beaten so many times during your lifetime, and you still haven't beaten enough. Even if you die, you won't stop. Serve it. Namikaze Minato, if only I could see the battle between the god of ninja and Shura of the ninja world with my own eyes. Ding. The group owner has opened the spectator mode for the group members. In an instant, a brand new scene appeared in the minds of all the group members at the same time. On a complex landform, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stand opposite each other. Madara Uchiha stretched out his hands, feeling the long-lost chakra in his body, and closed his eyes a little intoxicated. At this moment, he even began to look to the future, the scene when he was resurrected. Hasuma waited impatiently. Madara, are you still going to fight? Madara, who had just found some feeling, broke down in an instant and said angrily, damn Yugi, you first silenced me, and then insulted me with words. I will definitely teach you a lesson today. The motor is here. Hashmama. Chapter 25 The writing wheel is in hand. Ask for flowers for all support. The motor is here. Hashmama. The two roared loudly one after another, waiting for each other with bright eyes, and their love almost overflowed the screen. Then the two fought together. In a confrontation with all body techniques, no one could do anything about the other, and the two separated again. Hashima, The warm-up is over. I'm serious. Madara, I'm going. Kaleidoscope writing will I. Suzu. The immortal magic would escape is really thousands of hands. Turn into a Buddha on the top. The two people's chat lamented out like they didn't want money, and all kinds of map guns bombed wildly. Except for Konoha and Tobirama, who had long been surprised. Everyone in the group was completely stunned. They are all people of later generations, although the prestige of Ninja God and Ninja Shura has long been known to the ears, but after all, they have never seen it with their own eyes. When I saw it today, it was really shocking. The battle between the two peak powerhouses made the scalps of the shadow-level powerhouses go numb. Change them up. I'm afraid that one face will be life-threatening. Namikaze Minato. Although it is also Hokage, the gap between me and the first generation is really too big. Senju Tobirama, you don't have to belittle yourself for the fourth generation. These two are too changeable and cannot be compared with them. Furukawa Willing also watched with relish. The chat group's spectator function is extremely real, as if he was there. This kind of watching is much more exciting than watching anime in previous lives. Then there was a burst of coveting. These two goods are too strong, there are too many good things on them, I have to work hard to get them. The battle between the two brothers lasted for a long time before it finally ended. When the two of them finished fighting, the 3 generations of old men had already left, and the ninja school had long since ended. So Furukawa Willing returned to his nest. There was not much suspense in the final result, and Madame Ban was one step behind, ending with a close defeat. Others were not surprised. Senju Hasuma had been suppressing Madara Uchiha during his lifetime. Only Namikaze Minato and Furukawa Willing were a little puzzled. The idea of the 4th generation was, why didn't Madara-senpai use that mysterious space ninjutsu this time? Otherwise, who will kill the deer is still unknown. No wonder, he always thought that the masked man was Madara. Furukawa Willing's idea is, Madara, this old boy doesn't use the reincarnation eye? Or is it because his reincarnation eye was given away, so it cannot be used here? However, neither of them asked their inner doubts. And of course the others didn't know either. Although Madara Uchiha regretted his defeat, the long-lost battle made him quite happy and hearty. The resentment in my heart was also dispelled a lot. However, after exiting the battle, a notification sound from the chat group made him very annoyed. Ding! Uchiha Madara, the initiator of the forced battle, lost the battle and dropped the Sharingan of the bloodline limit. Uchiha Madara, I wipe! Exclamation mark. What's the situation? Exclamation mark. Nima, why didn't you tell me earlier? Exclamation mark. Uchiha Konoha, is there such an operation? Furukawa Willing, I already said that there will be punishment. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, you are ignoring me. The more Madara thought about it, the more indignant he felt, feeling that he had fallen into a huge trap. Furukawa Willing first gave Hashima a management dog tag, and Hashima would naturally not let his old enemy go. Then he angrily sought a voluntary duel for Hashirama, but was rejected. Furukawa Willing proposed some kind of forced duel again like a good old man, and knocked himself a fire escape. It was precisely because he asked for the benefit in advance that he let his guard down and didn't care about the punishment at all. Now it's better. The duel failed, and the writing wheel was sent out directly. Is this Nemo a kid? After this set of operations, make your own arrangements clearly, and think carefully. Senju Hakama, Ling boy, did you get Madara's writing wheel too? Thousands Tobirama, Madara, you said that you struggled for a long time, and in the end you lost the fight, and the writing wheel was also sent out. It's really a laugh at the old man. Mate, if I had known this was the final result, it would be better to give the Sharingan directly to Ling boy, at least he could be an administrator. Ban was annoyed. It's good now, things have been given out, and no favors have been found. And at this time, Furukawa Willing didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment, he is holding a mirror, admiring his pair of scarlet eyes with joy. Although it is only a single gu at present, the most important thing is blood. As long as the bloodline is in place, the double hook jade and the 3 hook jade in the back, or even the kaleidoscope, are relatively easy to solve. Buggy blood successors in the Naruto world, Mudun and Sharingan, are all in hand. Moreover, the chat group produced, must be a boutique. Like the people of the Uchiha family, his Sharingan is absolutely genuine. It can be closed at any time, so it is easy to hide. The most important thing is that it is absolutely in line with his physique, and the consumption of chakra is also normal. P.S. I beg you big brothers, how about letting my little brother have tens of thousands of flowers today? Exclamation mark. How about smashing the author with a flower receipt? I promise, I will code a new chapter for you in my dreams. Ha ha ha. Give me some motivation. It's really hard. Chapter 26 _ well-rounded written test. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark. After a night of silence, Furukawa Willing went to the ninja school as usual the next day. He doesn't actually want to go to class, after all, study, learn shit! Exclamation mark. However, when he thought of the delicate little face of his little roommate, Hinata, he felt that the bed at home suddenly didn't smell good. Moreover, before school yesterday, Euka explained that there will be an assessment today. This made Furukawa Willing quite moved. He harvested so many good things yesterday, and it was really uncomfortable not to find someone to fight. From today onwards, I will be the chief child. Urzuzi will stand aside for me. Along the way, Furukawa Willing happily contemplates a bright future. However, at the ninja school, he finds himself too young. An assessment is an assessment, that's right. However, it was very different from the direct confrontation he imagined. Come up and start handing out the paper directly. You have to take the written test first, and then take the actual combat test in the afternoon. Worry. Furukawa Willing scolded and took the paper. He was a scumbag in his previous life and hated exams and papers. I never dreamed that I had come to Naruto world, and I still had to face this kind of thing. Uchiha Madara, TSK, still making papers? Interesting. Is this really a place to train ninjas? Probably. In the eyes of Madam, any theory is nonsense. Only killing the opponent in the duel is the most important. Senjuto Birama, Madara, shut up. Ninja schools teach a lot of basic knowledge, which will play a vital role in every child's ninja career. Uchiha Madara, mad. I don't know how many I can make. Furukawa Willing was a little clueless. I just said that I would be the chief student, but I was directly hit with a stick. Trying to rely on the original memory in this body to pass the test is nonsense. The tail of the crane can't be counted on at all, and can only rely on yourself. Question 1. How is the chakra in the ninja formed? Uchiha Madara, PFFT. Graduating class students, just do this kind of question. Tobirama, are you too embarrassed to force Lai? Senjuto Birama, I. Tobirama was also very speechless. If this question were placed in the Kaienza family, I am afraid that a 3-year-old child could easily answer it. Up to now, it actually appeared on the examination papers of the graduating class. The education level of the ninja school has dropped too much from when he was first founded. Well, I still know this, Furukawa Willing secretly said. Swish strokes and write with confidence, formed by the perfect fusion of physical and spiritual energy in the body. Question 2. Under normal circumstances, after the chakra in the ninja's body is used up, if you don't use the ration pills and only recover by yourself, how long does it take to recover to 100%? I wipe. How do I know this? My chakra has never been used until now. Bickering was worried. Furukawa Willing, guys, please help. What is the answer to this question? Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, did you really study here for 6 years? Don't know this? Furukawa Willing, you tell me. Uchiha Madara, this is not easy. 1 hour. Hyuga Izari, big brother, it's so terrifying. Uchiha Fuayu, as expected of a great-grandfather. Isn't that the answer to such a stupid question? It's worth licking. Furukawa Willing was a little speechless. Furukawa Willing, an hour? Isn't it a bit too fast? it doesn't always feel right. Looking at the answer given by Ban Yu, Furukawa Willing was a little suspicious. Although Hokage has never given a clear answer, Furukawa Willing inferred from various battle plots, it always feels like an hour. Uchiha Madara, soon? The old man has been an hour. Thousands of hands? I usually only use half an hour. Uchiha Madara, Hashima, shut up. You ride a horse to play Mudan, and of course your recovery is fast. Looking at the conversation between the two, a few black lines hung down on Furukawa Willing's head. He finally knew why Hyuga Izari and Uchiha Fugaku said that they were so terrifying. Relationship 1 hour is said to be Uchiha Madara's own recovery time. Furukawa Willing, shut up. 2. Who told you to say your own recovery time? Are you a normal ninja? Uchiha Madara, how do I know about others? The old man was displeased. Namithing Minato, 2 bosses, don't fool the children. Ling, under normal circumstances, the recovery time for an ordinary ninja is about 8 hours. Furukawa Willing, the 4th generation is still a loyal person. Uchiha Madara, don't ask me such mentally handicapped questions in the future. Shame. As Furukawa Willing wrote the answer, he was secretly shocked, as expected of 2 peerless ruthless men. This reply speed alone opened such a big gap with ordinary ninjas. There is a lot of chakra and the recovery speed is so fast, which makes the opponent play a fart. This is the 2nd question, and it's messed up. Looking at the remaining pile of questions, Furukawa Willing knew that he still had a long way to go. Chapter 27 What if you are surrounded by 100 people? Ask for flowers for evaluation! The 3rd question is a picture of a ninja lurking in a tree and Hanhan standing not far away. Ask the ninja on the tree at what angle, and at least how much effort, can throw kunai at the enemy not far away. Looking at the question in front of him, Furukawa Willing only felt extremely light pain. What kind of bullshit is this? With this kung fu, let the students practice throwing more. No matter how accurate the calculation is, it's useless if you don't use your hands well. This is like the basketball of the blue star in the previous life. Do NBA stars have to calculate the angle and strength of their shots before training? Isn't it all muscle memory that practice makes perfect? Moreover, from his perspective, this question seems to require knowledge of parabolic geometry and physical mechanics. I can go to Nima. Is Hokage's education level so high? When I changed this thing to high school, maybe I could solve it. Now, as we all know, before graduating from high school, it is the peak knowledge of most people's life. Furukawa Willing, Arban, this question is definitely difficult. It's time to show your level. Uchiha Madara, really? Look at this old man. Madame Madara, who had closed his eyes and rested his mind, opened his eyes again, ready to prove his level. 3 minutes later. Uchiha Madara, what kind of mentally handicapped problem is this? If I can't throw it away, it's over. How much force does it take to step on a horse? Besides, who still uses a shuriken in a fight? Isn't that what children play at home? Senjutsu Biroma, Madara. You can't just say no. What nonsense. Uchiha Madara, would you? Come on. Senjutsu Biroma, the old man will not. Hey, really, isn't it good to let these little guys practice shuriken with this kung fu? What are you doing with these things on paper? Uchiha Madara, hee. Surely you think so too. Furukawa Willing, don't force lay if you two won't. Will there be? One answered for a long time. Obviously, the big guys in the group are all practical factions, and they don't like these bells and whistles. Namikaze Minato, let me do it. Namithing Minato, for this question, you should first draw a picture, then use their formula, deduce it based on, and finally draw a conclusion. Furukawa Willing, wonderful. As expected of the 4th Hokage scholar. Namithing Minato, do you understand? Furukawa Willing, number. Namithing Minato, then you. Furukawa Willing, I understand what to do. Just write it down and it's over. Namithing Minato. Millennium Tobiroma, It seems that the fourth generation was also a good student at the ninja school. Naming Minato, the second generation, has won the prize. Uchiha Madara, don't think much about improving your strength, optics are all messed up. So Hokage is only a generation after a generation. Furukawa willing, Arban, shut up. You don't talk so much, don't run away with the arrogance of the young master. Then, the fourth and fifth questions. Madara and a few old antiques from the first generation can't help anything, and almost all of the fourth generation student tyrants are helping Furukawa willing with answers. Finally, the 10th question. Q. What should you do when you become a real ninja in the future, carrying the secrets of the village and being surrounded by hundreds of enemies? Seeing this question, Ban, who has not been very helpful, immediately jumped out. Uchiha Madara, I know this question. I do know. Furukawa willing, let's hear it. Uchiha Madara, this is not easy. Of course, kill all the enemies at will. Hyuga Nisari, as expected of the ninja Shura. Furukawa willing? Are you kidding me? By riding a horse? Uchiha Madara, isn't it just 100 people? What is there to make a fuss about? What do you think? Senju Hasuma, I think Madara is right. We should turn around and surround those 100 people. Furukawa willing? Is this human? From the point of view of these two gods, of course. There is no problem. Although he wasn't quite sure what the correct answer was, his reason told him that if he dared to write the answer Madara said, he would definitely be criticized by Iuka as a negative teaching material in the class. In short, after overcoming all kinds of difficulties, Furukawa finally passed the difficult written test in the morning and ushered in the actual combat test in the afternoon. Chapter 28 Why are the two cranes giggling at each other? Ask for flowers for evaluation! In the afternoon, led by Iuka, a group of little kids came to the ninja school's practice ground. The actual combat test is firstly a two-to-two confrontation. According to the results of the last test, two people with similar rankings will face each other in turn. After that, the winner can go on to challenge the top-ranked. However, it has been a long time since no one took the initiative to challenge the top-ranked person. The reason is also very simple. After 5 or 6 years of competition, the rankings have almost been finalized. It is difficult to say who can make a qualitative leap. But now, with the variable of Rin Furukawa, something very interesting is destined to happen in this test. Let's start the group showdown, Iuka announced loudly from the middle of the field. And the first to appear is naturally the first group. Sasuke Uchiha is right! Uchiha Mikoto, husband, it's our Sasuke. Uchiha Fu are you? Let me take a look at his current strength. Uchiha Madara. The old man also came to take a look. This last clan has a few pounds and a few tools. The battle process was extremely fast, and it only took 10 seconds to end. Sasuke Uchiha, win. In the ninja school, Urzuzi has always been a unique player. Even if he is the second in the class, he will not be able to get through a few tricks with him. Looking at the fallen opponent, Urzuzi brushed off the unnecessary dust on his body indifferently, without forming the seal of reconciliation, and returned to the team with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke wins again, and so easy again. If nothing else, until graduation, he will be the chief student of our class. He's really stylish, look at his actions. A group of nymphomaniacs headed by Sakura are flattering Sasuke. It can be said that, except for Hinata, the girls in a class are all loyal little fans of Urzuzi. HMPH. Damn Sasuke, you know how to be handsome, Naruto said with some taste. At this time, the group was even more fried. Uchiha Madara, I wipe! Isn't this really a ninja game? You don't even use a single ninjutsu. Just make 2 gestures and you're done. This is the level of the first and second place in the graduating class. Can this graduate be called a ninja? Senjuto Bairama, this. Up to now, he has nothing to say. It seems that the ninja school has really been turned into a ninja game by Sarutobi Hajin. Uchiha Fu are you? Cough. What? Great-grandfather? Our Sasuke still knows how to use ninjutsu, and he learned it a long time ago. It's just that the opponent is too weak, so he doesn't need to let it go. Uchiha Madara, don't say it, it's a rookie anyway. Uchiha Fuiyu, Senjuto Birama, in this way. The children of the ninja family can learn the secret techniques of ninjutsu from the family, and the children of the commoner family cannot learn anything at all. The ninja school founded by this old man has lost its original intention. Sarutobi Hiruzen mistaken me Konoha. The second generation himself sided with regret, and no one interrupted. The weakest people in the group are also the elite Junin. The first and second battles were like this, and they didn't even bother to watch it. Until the last group, Furukawa Ling appeared. The last group, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Ling Furukawa. Iuka announced loudly. From the order of Iuka's recitation, we can know that in the duel, Furukawa Ling is the real tail of the crane. Although Naruto is naive, he belongs to the Uzumaki clan after all, and there are still 9 tails in his body, and his strength and recovery ability are not comparable to the previous Furukawa Ling. The reason why there is still suspense in the results is because Naruto's written test results are really terrible. Hey, is it my turn to play? Naruto rubbed his nose and came to the field happily. This duel system has always won his heart. After all, he can't beat any of the boys in the entire class, only he can bully Furukawa Ling. Naruto is also a pushy guy. He always feels that if he beats his opponents, he will be welcomed by the girls. In fact, he and Furukawa Ling were just pecking at each other. Who would pay attention? But this time it was different. Although the people in the class didn't pay much attention, the big guys in the group chat paid a lot of attention. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto, Minato, I'm so excited. Namifing Minato, let's take a good look at it. Not only Kushina and Minato, but others also watched the field with interest. They not only wanted to know how much combat power Furukawa Ling could have after receiving so many benefits, but also wanted to know the level of the 9-tailed people's pillar strength this year. Furukawa Ling smiled slightly, stretched his waist, and walked slowly to the field. Hey, Ling, you haven't won against me for over half a year, and this time I won't let you go, Naruto said confidently. Hearing Naruto's self-confidence, Furukawa Ling smiled and laughed very happily. Hinata, who was hiding in the crowd, was fascinated. Ling has really become different from before. He is obviously handsome, but he kept his head down. Naruto is an optimist. Seeing Furukawa Ling laughing, although he doesn't know why, he also smirks. The people next to them were still waiting for the two of them to finish playing and then go home from school. After a closer look, the two of them actually laughed at each other. Why are these two crane tails smiling at each other? Chapter 29 _ The 4th generation son who was hanged. Ask for flowers for evaluation. ! Iuka was also a little confused. And Naruto didn't care. Today's Furukawa Ling is also a little different, and seems to have become a lot more cheerful. Okay, you two, quickly form the seal of opposition. Hearing Iuka's urging, the two smiled slightly. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and pointed to his chest, thus ending the seal of opposition. After that, Furukawa Ling stretched his right hand forward, and Naruto looked at Furukawa Ling's hand not far away, a little unclear. Suddenly, Furukawa Ling hooked his fingers at him. This action is actually nothing in Blue Star, but in Naruto world, the provocation is very strong. Naruto was furious. Humphrey Ling, how dare you provoke me, here I come. While shouting, he raised his fist and rushed towards Furukawa Ling. Naruto's speed can't be said to be slow. At least the previous Furukawa Ling still felt a headache. But now, Furukawa Ling has made a qualitative leap in both eyesight and strength. Looking at Naruto's actions again, I feel that there are many loopholes. Snapped. Naruto's punch to Furukawa Ling's chest was easily blocked by Furukawa Ling. Even Furukawa Ling's body didn't even shake. His body was integrated into the authentic Kaienza bloodline, and his physical fitness and strength improved several times. Moreover, He also did some body exercises from Matai and Hyuka. It's hard to say whether the physical skills can beat Lee Lock alone, but it's still easy to deal with Naruto. Huh? Naruto was startled. He used his full strength for this punch, yet he was blocked so easily. Humphrey. The recovered Naruto snorted coldly and wanted to withdraw his fist. However, he tried his best to pull 3 times without success. He only felt that his fist seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp. Furukawa Ling stood there so relaxed and freehand from the beginning to the end, watching him quietly. Oh, Ling's strength seems to have increased a lot. Euka, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He is a very responsible teacher, and he knows the level of each student very well. It was absolutely impossible for the previous Furukawa Ling to do this. Damn. Naruto gritted his teeth. He slammed his heart, and he couldn't get his left fist back, so he simply stopped. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist and hit Furukawa Ling's head. Furukawa Ling smiled slightly. His right hand exerted a little force, grabbed Naruto's left hand and slammed it away. Ow. It hurts. Naruto grimaced in pain, crying for his father and mother. This is still Furukawa Ling is not too hard. If he does his best, it is estimated that Naruto's left arm is now abolished. Uchiha Madara, what the hell? This is the Nine Tails Manzuri this year. I'm really laughing to death. Senjuto Birama, I didn't say it. 4th generation, your son's strength is a bit true. Namithing Minato. Cough. Ling, take it lightly. Furukawa Ling, this kid was so good when he bullied me before, I have to teach him a good lesson today. In fact, it wasn't him who was bullied at all, but he had to pretend to be very indignant, so that he could talk about business for a while. Namikaze Minato, hey. While several people were talking, there were new changes on the field. Naruto, who was controlled by others, did not sit still. His body twisted slightly. His right hand rested on the ground, and his feet flew towards Furukawa Ling's head. Huh? Smart. Naruto. Looking at this bizarre blow, Euka's eyes lit up. From his point of view, this ingenious move might really be able to save the day from danger, or even turn defeat into victory. Uchiha Madara, TSK, for generations, with your son's level. It's really rare to think of this trick. Thousands of hands. Madara, don't say a few words. Furukawa Ling is not surprised by this. After all, Naruto is known as the accident first player. Hanhan is the norm, but occasionally the combat IQ will also explode. However, Naruto's strength is too different from today's Furukawa Ling. Therefore, Rao was the one who made such a subtle blow with a flash of inspiration. But he still couldn't help Furukawa Ling. Moreover, cleverness is mistaken by cleverness. Furukawa Ling's eyes were like electricity. His body took a step back, and then his hands reached out and quickly grabbed Naruto's ankles. Then he lifted it up sharply, and directly lifted Naruto up. Uchiha Madara, PFFT haha. I'm really laughing at the old man. This 9-tailed boy is so funny. For the first time, I found that children fighting is so fun. Thousands of hands. Naruto's leg strength should be far inferior to Ling's hand strength, otherwise it would be impossible to be restrained so easily. Senjuto Birama, oh, the 4th generation. It seems that your son is going to be hanged and beaten today haha. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 30 _ give me flying Thor, or beat your son. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark for everyone's ridicule. Namikaze Minato really did not respond. He didn't have time to watch the group chat, and was focusing on the battle outside the arena. Damn. Let me down. Naruto, who was lifted up, shouted, and his upper body continued to struggle and sway. Furukawa Ling turned a deaf ear, raised his foot, and kicked Naruto's stomach with all his strength. Naruto, who was forced to stand upside down, saw this scene and closed his eyes in despair. If this kick is real, it must be seriously injured. Uzumaki Kushina, do not want. Stop. Kushina, who had been watching the battle situation, raised her whole heart. Furukawa Willing kicked halfway, stopped suddenly, and slowly retracted his feet. Phew. Huh? Naruto closed his eyes and waited for a long time, and found that he didn't fall without the foot, and opened his eyes a little dazedly. Furukawa Willing smiled, and as soon as he lifted it, Naruto was knocked to the ground, and he squatted on his butt. Ouch! Naruto yelled, clutching his butt in pain. Ha ha ha. Gluck cluck. The girls onlookers laughed when they saw this scene. Naruto was embarrassed. Agula got up, and rushed to Furukawa Willing again in anger. Seeing that Furukawa Willing took the initiative to keep his hand, Euka smiled with some relief. Originally, he was going to directly announce that Furukawa Willing won, but seeing Naruto rushing up again, he didn't announce it. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how far his student had grown. Fortunately, Euka didn't announce the end of the battle, otherwise Furukawa would definitely go crazy, and his big thing hasn't been done yet. Right now, Furukawa Willing is happily watching Naruto rushing towards him, and he is in the middle of his arms. Furukawa Willing, he, I just made a gesture just now, 4th generation, give me Flushin, or I will beat your son into a pig's head today. As soon as Furukawa Willing said these words, the group exploded again. Uchiha Madara, PFFT. You really have a set, Ling boy. Hyuga Nisairi, I said why did you suddenly want to kill and then stop it just now? It turned out to be to scare the 4 generations of adults. 4 generations of adults, don't give it to him. Don't let his tricks succeed. Senjuto Birama, just this one, you want to fly the god of thunder. What a profiteer you kid. 4th generation, don't give it to him. Beaten. Your son can't beat it. Rely on the good deeds of bad old man. Gequinling pouted. Ding. The group owner, Furukawa, banned Hyuga Rizari and Senjuto Birama for 3 minutes. Uchiha Madara, haha. Die talking too much. You are so blatantly bad for Ling boy, how could he let you two go? While speaking, Naruto had already rushed up. Furukawa Willing just had a random parry, and Naruto couldn't do anything about him. Even Hanru Naruto could see that Furukawa Willing was a little absent-minded. Damn. How dare you underestimate me? Naruto was so angry that he attacked harder. Furukawa Willing smiled and made a few random tricks that made him suffer a little. Namikaze Minato did not speak, obviously considering the pros and cons seriously. Kushina spoke first. Uzumaki Kushina, I rely on it. Ling, you are too much. Watergate helped you a lot in your written test before. Furukawa Willing, huh? When did it happen? Why can't I remember? Play stupid, we are serious. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, you are constantly refreshing the lower limit. Jukusanai in the Pure Land gritted her teeth in anger. She was notoriously short-tempered, and her red hair flew up. However, under the eaves, people have to bow their heads. Anger can't solve the problem. Kushina decided to play the emotional card. Uzumaki Kushina, Ling. Naruto is your classmate, why are you so embarrassed to play hard? Furukawa Willing, you don't know, this kid has bullied me badly before. If you didn't listen to him, how could he be so rude? So, either I beat him up, or I have to take some benefits to heal the wounds in my heart. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, are you really a man? What kind of trauma? It's disgusting. Pooh. Madame Ban rolled his eyes when he saw Furukawa Willing forcibly sell out. Kushina suddenly remembered what Naruto said before the battle, as if Furukawa was telling the truth. Uzumaki Kushina, even if you want benefits, it would be too much to fly Thor when you come up, asking prices all over the sky, sitting on the ground to pay back. Can't be what you say. This time, Furukawa Willing did not reply, but responded directly with practical actions. I saw Furukawa Willing's fist, and greeted Naruto's face fiercely. The powerful fist strength even brought the whirring sound of the wind. Although Furukawa Willing stopped at the last minute, he still made Kushina's heart skip a beat. No matter how tough a woman is, she will be soft-hearted towards her son. Uzumaki Kushina, good. Watergate, give it to him. Give him. Chapter 31 _ Spiral Pill. Restart the challenge. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark Uzumaki Kushina. Good. Watergate. Give it to him. Give him. Minato pondered for a while. Namithing Minato. Okay, since the first generation of adults gave you all the blood, I don't want to be too stingy. However, the technique of Flying Thunder God is no trivial matter. It is not very suitable for you now. Let me give you a ninjutsu I created by myself. Although the fourth Hokage is a wife slave, he still has his own opinions at critical moments. Furukawa willing. Well, since the fourth generation said so, then I will suffer a little and give you face. Furukawa willing made an appearance of reluctantly accepting, but he was actually happy. Kushina was right, asking the sky to pay back the money. He wanted to fly Thor, but he actually knew that the fourth generation would not give him so easily, leaving room for bargaining. For these big guys, it is useless to threaten blindly, it will only be counterproductive. And it is still necessary to take it slowly. Ding. Namikaze Minato sends a gift to the group owner, Spiral Maru. Furukawa willing smiled and accepted it happily. He was very happy to get the spiral pill. Is this technique great? In fact, it is not very powerful, but its growth potential is too high. The back can evolve into all kinds of fancy balls. Look at Naruto, from beginning to end. Shadow avatars and various balls go around the world. In the end, isn't he also known as the first powerhouse in the ninja world? After getting what he wanted, Furukawa willing wasn't going to continue to waste time with Naruto, so he knocked him down and won. Naruto was very angry at first, but Furukawa willing cheerfully pulled him up from the ground and patted the dirt on him kindly. This made Naruto feel warm inside, and scratched his head naively. Seeing Furukawa willing's actions, Euka nodded approvingly, feeling that this was an expression of cherishing his companions. Of course they didn't know that Gikuin was completely cheap and good-looking. Thousands Tobirama, Ling boy, you are really a dog face, you can change if you say it. This old man is an insight. Furukawa willing, he. Senju Tobirama, Laugh-a-fart. Why are you so skinless and faceless? Furukawa willing shrugged, too lazy to refute or silence. For him, only the benefits at hand are real. As long as the benefits are in place, the glass is all dry and broken. Furukawa willing, your second generation adults give me something every day, and I make you scold every day. Senju Tobirama, go. Okay, today's assessment is over. Everyone is doing well. Don't be discouraged if you fail the test. Keep working hard. Okay, disband. Euka made a brief summary, then waved his hand and announced his dissolution. Yeah? Go home. A group of cubs shouted happily, and they were about to go back to their respective homes and find their respective mothers. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Euka-sensei, wait. Everyone looked back impatiently, and Euka looked over in surprise. Huh? Euka was even more surprised when he saw that the speaker was Furukawa Ling. After 5 or 6 years of getting along, this student has always been very introverted and never took the initiative to ask himself a word. Today is. He smiled gently and asked, Ling, what's the matter? Furukawa Ling grinned and said lightly, Teacher, after winning the duel, you can challenge forward. Right? Euka was stunned. This rule has always existed, but except for the first 2 years of school, there were occasional people who initiated it, and no one has mentioned it for 3 or 4 years now. Now Furukawa willing suddenly mentioned, is this too? That's it. What, Ling? Do you want to challenge? Euka asked gently. That's right. Furukawa willing nodded. Good. Be ambitious, Euka said encouragingly. Wait a minute. He turned around and said to the boys in the class, stand up for me. The challenge that no one has started for several years is going to restart today. Take a good look at it all. You should also learn more from Ling and learn this kind of self-motivation. Euka is actually laying the groundwork for this. He is afraid that if Furukawa willing fails the challenge, he will be ridiculed too much, so he set his personality for this thing first. Shikamaru scratched his head helplessly. Hey, what's wrong with Ling today? He suddenly changed. It's so troublesome. Ya then pouted and said, Humphrey, you feel that you are amazing after defeating another crane-tail Naruto? I hope he will challenge me and I will educate him well. P.S. The text of the next chapter is around 11 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 32 _ So I choose two pillars. Ask for flowers for evaluation! Exclamation mark. In Uchiha's words actually resonated with many people. Furukawa Willinglu showed a few ingenious moves before, but that was not something that these little brats could understand. They only know that Furukawa Willing just defeated Naruto, and to put it bluntly, the two cranes pecking at each other. So, even if he wins, it doesn't attract too many people's attention at all. Now that he says he wants to launch a challenge, more people just think he is overkill. Thousands Tobirama, Ling boy, you really want to be shy if you have some skills. Don't you know how to be a low person? Furukawa Willing, I have a lot of big wigs like you behind me, so keep a low profile for Mao. Isn't that embarrassing for you? Senju Tobirama, it seems to make sense. Uchiha Madara, exactly. Lokfart, it's over. Euka greeted everyone to line up, turned around again, and asked gently, Ling, tell me, who do you want to choose as your challenger? The teacher still does not recommend that you choose an opponent who ranks too high. Furukawa Willing grinned, and his eyes slowly swept over everyone. Everyone else was normal, but when his eyes swept across Inuzuka Tooth stood up arrogantly and turned his head in disdain. Furukawa Willing asked cheerfully, Yeah, what did you just say? If I choose you, will you educate me well? Inuzuka was not embarrassed to hear him chewing his tongue behind his back. Instead, he said proudly, That's right. Who made you so ignorant? Like Naruto, he is a very pushy guy. He thought was, I haven't taken the initiative to apply for a challenge. How dare you take the limelight from the back of a crane? Furukawa Willingji. Very good. Furukawa Willing nodded. Hey, pretend you can choose me. Ya tried his best to run on Furukawa Willing. He didn't have any bad intentions, just simply wanted to take on this challenge and make a splash. By the way, Furukawa Willing hasn't spoken yet, and Naruto next to him can't listen anymore. Although he was defeated by Furukawa Willing, he held no grudges at all. Moreover, Furukawa Willing's last caring action made him feel very warm. Therefore, he felt a little indignant to see that Furukawa Willing was now being run on by Inuzuka in every possible way. I saw Naruto saying indignantly, Tooth, you are too much. What do you have to be proud of? Ling, don't be afraid. Just choose him. Teach him a good lesson. If someone else said this, Furukawa Willing must have thought that this person had a crooked mind, and wanted to deliberately smack himself in the fire pit. But Naruto, obviously he doesn't have that brain at all. He is really fighting for himself. Seeing Naruto like this, the group became lively again. Senju Tobirama, 4th generation, your son is interesting. Hyuga Izari, Naruto is confused. He was actually deceived by Link Xiao's previous hypocritical behavior. Uchiha Madara, I don't know, because he is not good enough. His father just got knocked out for a high-level ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama, by the way, Ling boy, you wouldn't really choose this stinky kid from the Inuzuka family, would you? Then I look down on you. Hey, the tails of the two cranes are still hugging each other. Tooth pouted. Furukawa Willing just smiled and said to Iuka, since that's the case, Iuka-sensei, I have considered it. I choose to challenge. Wait a minute. Iuka interrupted suddenly. He thought it was wrong because of the situation of the three of them. Children of this age can't stand the stimulation the most. Iuka felt that Furukawa Willing must be choosing teeth. But in his opinion, it was absolutely unwise to choose Inuzuka Tooth, because he has dual ranking in the class, has always been in the top few. He doesn't think the current Furukawa Willing will be Ya's opponent. Iuka tried hard to organize the language. He neither wanted to suppress Furukawa Willing's enthusiasm, nor did he want Furukawa willing to fall a big somersault and be hammered. In the end, he said earnestly, that, Ling, although it is your freedom to choose who you want to challenge, the teacher still tells you that it is better to take it one step at a time. This time, let's choose a challenge that ranks a little lower. Senju Hasuma. This kid named Iuka is really a good teacher. Furukawa Ling, it is quite responsible, and it is also his luck for 3 lifetimes to be praised by the god of ninjas. Uchiha Madara, not bad, long-winded to death, just as annoying as that 3-generation brat. Ding. The administrator Senju Hasuma banned Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. Your sister, Hasuma. For an outsider, you actually treat me like this? Madame Ban was so angry that he beat the ground with his hands. Seeing Iuka's words of persuasion, Inuzuka continued to excite each other. Humphrey, forgive me, you dare not choose me. Listen to teacher Iuka's words and choose a lower ranking one. Tooth. Don't say a word. Iuka glared at Tooth. Furukawa Ling said in a deep voice, very good. Since you are so arrogant, so I choose. Iuka shook his head helplessly. His heart was a little heavy. After listening to this beginning, I knew that Furukawa Ling really wanted to choose Inuzuka, so I choose. 2 pillars. P.S. I read a few comments recently, to the effect that it was too procrastinated, the writing was too watery, the plot was too slow, and I haven't graduated yet after 30 chapters. The author would like to say a few words here. This book was not intended to be written as a super-fast horizontal tweet. The positioning of the book has been explained last time, so I will not talk nonsense here. To put it simply, I just want to write about the daily life, the happy life of the chat group, and the storyline slowly. What's wrong? Aren't these cool? Do you have to hurry to see the Chunin exam? Do you have to graduate in Chapter 5, end the Kingdom of Waves in Chapter 10, and enter the Forest of Death Chunin exam in Chapter 20? Interesting. In all fairness, I don't seem to be very fast-paced, but am I in hydrology? Anyway, I don't think I have. The author is not the kind of person who doesn't listen to opinions. On the contrary, I like to absorb everyone's opinions. I feel very good about Sasuke's Kakashi in the previous comment area, and I will definitely write it in the book, and I am very grateful for everyone's valuable opinions. However, I will definitely not listen to the opinion that I will give up the principle and give up the original intention. Here, I would like to express my deep gratitude to my book friends who have always supported me. For the book lovers who don't like it, you can also spray it or not read it, that's fine. I didn't mean to criticize anyone when I wrote this today, I just wanted to express some opinions that I really won't listen to. Chapter 33 Forcing the King to Appear. Unhappy second generation. Ask for flowers for evaluation. So I choose. 2 pillars. Furukawa Ling's arrogant words fell, and the scene was silent for 3 seconds. Think carefully. 2 pillars? Who is this? Is there such a person in our class? Cough. Ling coughed a little awkwardly, saying that he missed his mouth. Some people in the group reacted violently. Thousands of pillars. 2 pillars? Who is that? Ling boy seems to have been calling me Dazuzi. Senjuto Biroma. Big brother. I can't stand you anymore. Really stupid when you say stupid. Senju Hasuma. So, do you know who he is talking about? Senjuto Biroma. I am speechless to you. Uchiha Fuieg. Second pillar. Could it be? Iuka scratched his head and asked with some doubts, Ling, who did you just say? Furukawa Ling said calmly, I said, I want to challenge Uchiha Sasuke. What's the matter? Iuka was a little confused, and he doubted whether he heard it wrong. He didn't let him choose his teeth, so he chose Sasuke backhand. Is this the brain circuit of the god horse? Should I wipe? Inuzuka was also confused. He didn't hear his name. At first, he thought Furukawa Ling was cowardly, so he chose the person behind. Listen carefully, Sasuke. What are you kidding? Oh, I see. Ling, you are very scheming. You know that if you choose me, you will lose, so you chose Sasuke on purpose, And you want to lose to the chief student if you lose, Ya said with some hatred. Furukawa Willing rolled his eyes. You have a lot of drama. To be honest, I have no interest in a guy of your level at all. What did you say? Inuzuka was furious. How dare you underestimate me? If it wasn't for Shikamaru next to him, he would have rushed into the field. It's so arrogant. Well, I'm waiting for him to be beaten into a pig's head by Sasuke. Inuzuka tooth spat angrily. As for those girls, they were a little annoyed by Furukawa Willing's choice. Sasuke has been the chief student since he entered school. Moreover, no one has ever dared to challenge him. In the eyes of these nympho women, their male god is the most invincible existence. No one else deserves to be an enemy at all. Today, Furukawa Willing dares to take the risk of the world and challenge Sasuke. In their opinion, it is absolute grandstanding, self-indulgent, and self-defeating. I don't know what happened to this person today. That's right, I don't dare to say anything at ordinary times. What kind of medicine did I take today? Dare to challenge Sasuke after defeating Naruto? Forget it. Let Sasuke teach him a lesson. Humphrey. He'd like to see how many moves he can survive on the assistant. Thousands Tobirama, TSK. Ling boy, what do you think about your popularity? Far inferior to that face-paralyzed kid from Uchiha's house. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. The charm of my Uchiha family is great. Senju Tobirama, big ass, spot. Can you point your face? Furukawa Willing. Big, if it's not big, can Madara fascinate your big brother like that? Thousands Tobirama, ahahaha. Laugh to death old man. Ling boy, you are so funny. Thousands of hands. Euka came back to his senses and asked helplessly, Ling, are you sure you want to choose Sasuke? I'm sure. Furukawa Willing shrugged indifferently. That's all. Euka shook his head helplessly. In that case, Sasuke, come out. Humphrey. Sasuke in the crowd snorted coldly, obviously unhappy about someone dared to challenge him and thought he was being looked down upon. In particular, the person who challenged himself was still the tail of a 10,000-year crane, which made Sasuke even more unhappy. I saw him with his hands in his pockets and walked out with a look of indifference. The way of forcing the king has been brought into full play. Sure enough, this coquettish posture attracted the brainless praise of a group of nympho. As soon as Sasuke came up, he said coldly, although the tail of the crane itself can't be so smart, I still didn't expect that you would be so stupid that you dare to challenge me. Obviously, in his 6-year career as a chief student, Sasuke has no one in his eyes. The position of chief student will change hands today. Furukawa Willing sneered. Compared to being arrogant, the young master has never served anyone. Euka pinched his brows helplessly. How come the students he taught are so arrogant when they speak one by two? Senju Tobirama, mad. Look at the stinky fart of this Uchiha kid. He was carved out of the same mold as Madara. Look at me and get angry. Ling boy, beat him hard for me. Uchiha Madara, garbage Tobirama. What the hell are you talking about? Senju Tobirama, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Ling boy, go up and beat him. Beat these two pillars into a pig's head. The old man will give you something good after a while in a good mood. Chapter 34 _ kick between your legs. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Uchiha Madara, don't listen to his Ling boy. He can have a good fart. You go find a 1,000-handed clansman to beat, and the old man will give you something better. Uchiha Fuyu, great-grandfather, the Kaienza family is gone. Uchiha Madara, yes. Ha 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 ha. Laugh to death old man. Senju Tobirama, Madara. Did you do it on purpose? Furukawa Willing, so what, Madam Ban? I'm a 1,000-handed clan now. Why don't I give myself 2 slaps? Do you think it's okay to give me something good? Thousands of hands? Thousands Tobirama, ill wipe. Kidling, don't embarrass me. I really want to get the blood of 1,000 hands out of you. Uchiha Madara, I said that you really don't want your face in order to get benefits. Furukawa Willing, harm. What's the face? Is it important? Can you eat? Uchiha Madara. In order to prevent Furukawa and Sasuke from escalating the scolding battle, Iuka hurriedly said, all right, seal of opposition. Humphrey. Sasuke snorted coldly and pointed to his chest reluctantly. Furukawa coped with it even more, but just gestured casually. The corner of Iuka's mouth twitched, and he was too lazy to correct these details. With a big wave of his hand, he announced the start. As soon as they came up, Urzuzi was going to put some harsh words on it. As a result, the response was a little slow, and Furukawa took the lead. I saw Furukawa repeat the old trick, and hooked at him. I will let you do it first, so as not to say that I will not give you a chance. A question mark appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Sasuke was even more stunned, and secretly said in his heart, isn't this what I want to say? Humphrey. Arrogance. Sasuke snorted softly after he recovered. Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. As soon as the words fell, Sasuke had already moved. His strength is indeed quite impressive, and his movement speed is much faster than Naruto. In just one breath, he came to Furukawa's side. Leaning slightly, he raised his hand with an uppercut and greeted Furukawa's face. Namifing Minato, Fuyu-jun's son is really good. Just from this start, it can be seen that he is much stronger than Naruto. Senjuto Birama, come, Ling boy, beat him up. Uchiha Fuyu, second generation, are you sick? Exclamation mark. Facing Sasuke's smart punch, Furukawa just turned to one side slightly and avoided the punch. Huh? Sasuke was a little surprised that his own attack was so easily avoided. But his reaction was also fast, and his right hand quickly followed the attack. Furukawa turned around gently and avoided the blow again. It's interesting, Ling's movement is very agile. Iuka, who was watching the battle, praised inwardly. With two punches in a row, without even touching the corner of Furukawa's clothes, Sasuke was a little annoyed. Humphrey, are you just dodging? As he said that, he punched again and punched Furukawa's chest. Thousands Tobirama, Ling boy, are you going to hide again? Just a rookie like him, get him straight. Furukawa, let's do it, I feel like you are more anxious than me. This time, Furukawa did not choose to dodge. Instead, he stretched out his right hand suddenly, came first, and grabbed Sasuke's wrist at once. Nani? The sudden change made Sasuke a little surprised. However, this time, Furukawa didn't give him a chance and just pulled hard. Furukawa's strength is much stronger than Sasuke's. He suddenly pulled Sasuke to a stagger, and the whole person subconsciously plunged towards Furukawa's arms. Furukawa smiled slightly, clenched his left hand violently, and greeted Sasuke's face. Oops! Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly. Being caught off guard, he had no time to react too much, so he could barely hold his left hand in front of his face. However, Furukawa used a lot of power this time. The sturdy punch, after hitting Sasuke's left hand, still had enough strength, slammed into his face again. In an instant, the right half of Sasuke's face swelled up, and Junior's image was instantly broken. Ah, my god, how is that possible? Outside, there was the exclamation of a group of nympho. Iuka was also very surprised. He thought Furukawa would be defeated by Sasuke cleanly, but Sasuke was the first to suffer. Uchiha Mikoto, ouch, the face of my little Sasuke. Uchiha Fuyu, I rely on it. Ling, you are too ruthless. Senjuto Birama, yes, just do it. Look at him still stinky. Uchiha Fuyu, second Hokage, you have nothing to do, don't you? Exclamation mark. Sasuke was a little confused by this punch, but it wasn't that the punch was powerful enough to knock him out, but he still couldn't accept this reality. Your 6-year-old chief student was beaten by the tail of a crane? One punch in the face? Slapping people doesn't slap in the face, but slapping one's face hurts self-esteem. Sasuke was a little sad. However, before he could recover, Furukawa Ling pulled again. Poor Sasuke was staggered again. This time, Furukawa Ling directly kicked him in the stomach. Sasuke was kicked into a bow shape by this kick, and his body flew backwards several meters. Senjuto Bairoma, oops. Ling boy, you are so stupid, you are kicking between your legs. P.S. Old rules. Doha at 11 o'clock. Chapter 35 _Fuayu who was kicked out of the group chat. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Senjuto Bairoma, oops. Ling boy, you are so stupid, you are kicking between your legs. Uchiha Fuayu, Kaienzuto Bairoma, you are too crazy to ride a horse, right? Do you think my Uchiha family will also cut off their children and grandchildren? It's so vicious. Uchiha Madara, garbage Tobairomu is the best at this kind of underhand trick. Uchiha Fuayu, Humphrey. That is. Uchiha Madara, it's just a fart. Look at that son of yours. I've lost all face of my Uchiha. Uchiha Fuayu, great-grandfather. Sasuke, who flew upside down for several meters and finally landed, rolled over and sat up, shaking his head in confusion. Obviously, Urzuzi still hasn't reacted. Sasuke! An exclamation came from the crowd, and then, a pink figure rushed out and quickly ran to Sasuke's side. Sasuke, how are you? Haruno asked with concern, holding Sasuke's arm. Damn. But it really belongs to you, Ino muttered in the crowd. With Sakura's intervention, Sasuke came to his senses completely. There was a burning pain on his face, and when he looked down, there was a clear shoe print on the clothes on his stomach. In an instant, Urzuzi felt a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. I was beaten by the tail of a crane so I couldn't find the north. I'm fine, Sasuke said coldly. Your face hurts so badly. Furukawa Ling is too much to put such a heavy hand, Sakura said with some resentment, and reached out to touch Sasuke's wound. Sasuke, who already felt humiliated, was even more annoyed when he saw a woman constantly pressing lei in his ear. Subconsciously, he pushed Haruno Sakura away. Oh, go away. Then he stood up quickly and stared coldly at Furukawa Ling not far away. Haruno Sakura was pushed to the ground and looked at Sasuke's back very aggrieved. Sasuke. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but talk about it. Furukawa Ling just sneered. He knew exactly what kind of person Xiao Ying was. Thousands Tobiroma, haha. Fighting is not good, but the ability to lose your temper with women is not small. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. That is. However, this girl is crooked, has no eyesight, and doesn't look very smart. Euka originally saw Sasuke being kicked to the ground, and already wanted to declare Furukawa Ling's victory. But seeing that Sasuke's face was extremely gloomy, and he was in a fighting posture again, he did not speak. Coldly, Furukawa Ling, right, you annoyed me. Furukawa Ling shrugged, and was not interested in this villain classic famous saying. Instead, he replied lightly, oh, and then what? I'll make you pay the price. Next. I won't keep it anymore, Sasuke said coldly. This time, Furukawa Ling didn't answer anymore, and bluntly hooked him again. Sasuke felt that he was greatly provoked, and he didn't say much, and rushed to Furukawa Ling again. This time, his speed was even faster than last time. After the two met, Sasuke attacked desperately. He has found that his strength is not comparable to Furukawa Ling, so he wants to rely on speed and skill to win. However, no matter how fast he speeds up, no matter what corner he attacks from, Furukawa Ling can easily follow. And the occasional attack by Furukawa Ling made him scrambling and struggling. After a while, there were a few more shoe prints on Sage's body. Damn, how is it possible? Sasuke's heart set off a storm. Also shocked were Iuka and the surrounding classmates, who had a common question in their hearts. What the hell? When did Furukawa Ling become so powerful? Thousands Tobiroma, oh my go. The old man is going to fall asleep. What are you doing, Ling boy? Or listen to me, directly facing between the legs. Furukawa Ling, I think what you said makes sense. Uchiha Fuayu, Ling boy, Do you dare? Exclamation mark. Furukawa willing. I wipe. Next second. Ding. The group owner Furukawa willing closed the vision sharing of Uchiha Fugaku. In an instant, the outside picture in front of Uchiha Fuayu disappeared. I can only see the cold chat box. Uchiha Fuayu, I rely on? Exclamation mark. What's the situation? Ling. No. The group owner. Don't be like this. Senjuto Bairoma. Ha ha ha. Junior, please call again. Uchiha Mikoto. Poor husband. Furukawa willing ignored Fuayu, and turned to no longer keep his hands facing Sasuke in front of him with two heavy punches. Facing the sudden attack of Furukawa willing, Sasuke obviously didn't get used to it, and barely resisted a punch. However, Furukawa's right fist hit him firmly in the face. This time, Sasuke's face became a lot more symmetrical. Not only the right side of the face is swollen, but the left side is also swollen and tall, with a lively pig head. No trace of handsomeness can be seen. Senjuto Bairoma, beautiful. It's long overdue. Uchiha Mikoto. OMG, Sasuke. It didn't matter what she called. But Fu, who lost his vision, was startled. As for people, once they don't know what's going on, it's easy to think wildly. Uchiha Fuayu, what's the matter? Exclamation mark. Could it be that Sasuke was really Uchiha Fuayu? Furukawa Ling. 1,000 hands. You two bastards. Ding. The group owner Furukawa kicked Uchiha Fugaku out of the chat group. P.S. First, Fuayu will be back soon. Second, respond to the message below. This book is not very good. Take it easy. That is, the driver's license test on the 15th and 16th may delay the renewal, but it will not be interrupted. Third, and most importantly, the humble author kowtows to all the judges. Rewarding some flowers or not in the evaluation of the monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Kneeling and begging. Chapter 36_ You have a pair of discerning eyes. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Uchiha Mikoto. No. Sasuke just got slapped in the face. Uchiha Mikoto. Husband. Thousands of Hashirama, Ilgo. Ruthless, boiling. Hyuga sunrise, terrible. Namithing Minato. Poor Fuayu-kun. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, are you targeting us? Uchiha? Don't forget that you also have Uchiha's shaker eye. Furukawa Ling. Humphrey. This is the consequence of insulting the owner of this group. Be honest with me too. Thousands Tobirama, your kid just wanted to trick him on purpose. Can't you see it as an old man? If the old man expects it, well, this chat group must be able to apply to join again, right? Exclamation mark. Furukawa Ling, second generation. It's not good to be too smart. The corner of Furukawa Ling's mouth twitched. This second generation guy with facial paralysis has a really good brain. Uchiha Fuayu, who was kicked out of the chat group, was completely stunned, and the very familiar chat group disappeared immediately. Looking up, I can only see the pure land of incomparable silence. This, right, Sasuke, he won't really be. Damn. Fuayu was originally a very calm person. When the Uchiha family was wiped out and he himself was about to die under the sword of his son, he did not show the slightest panic. But now, he was really panicking, worrying about Sasuke more than anything. Suddenly, Fuayu found that in his mind, although the chat group had disappeared without a trace, there was still one button left. He seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and pressed it without hesitation. Snapped. A dialogue pops up. Do you want to apply to rejoin the chat group? Remark. Few. There is still a chance. Uchiha Fuayu raised help in his heart. Yes, he nodded without hesitation. However, 1 second did not come. Ding. The group owner Furukawa Ling rejected your application. You still have 3 chances to apply. Please take good care of it. Damn. Fu frowned. Suddenly, he reacted. Remarks. This little bastard Bikwinling must want me to apologize to him. Note. Group owner. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have offended you. Let me go back. Apply. God knows how Fuayu wrote this sentence through gritted teeth. The patriarch of the dignified Uchiha clan felt that he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. But for Sasuke, he endured it. However, it's all just wishful thinking. Ding. The group owner Furukawa Willing rejected your application again. You still have 2 chances to apply. Please take good care of it. Furukawa Willing hooked the corner of his mouth. This Fuyu is really cute and cute. Do you think what he needs is an apology? Looking at the expression that was rejected again, Fuyu's mood sank to the bottom. It's too much of a deception. I've already apologized. What are you going to do? He snorted for a while, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Is it impossible? Fuyu swallowed hard and opened the application box again. Remarks: send a gift. As soon as the 4 words of sending a gift are entered, the color changes immediately. Apparently, this thing can be sent. Bastard. What a profiteer. Fuyu scolded and complained. Now, he finally reacted. Furukawa Willing is forcing him to hand over the benefits. Unfortunately, he still had to. After all, he misses Sasuke too much. If it's normal, that's fine. But now at this juncture, it's so embarrassing. Between the legs. Is it safe? This question made him extremely anxious. Remarks: send a gift. The art of great fireball. No, this kid won't agree. After Fuyu wrote it, he immediately rejected it. Remarks: send a gift. Dragon fire technique. No, Grandpa has already extinguished the arrogant fire. I guess he doesn't like the dragon fire technique. Damn it. It's really difficult. Mate, fight. In the end, Fuyu gritted his teeth and changed the content to remarks: send a gift. Uchiha fire escape Dakwan. Apply. Hearing the beep sounded again, Furukawa Willing glanced at the news with interest. Oh, are you enlightened this time? But that's not what I want. Refuse. The first few times, he refused in seconds, but this time he didn't respond for a long time. Fuyu thought it was estimated this time. Result: ding. The group owner Furukawa Willing has rejected your application again. You have 1 more chance to apply. Please take good care of it. Mate. What are you trying to do? Your appetite is too big. Fuyu yelled angrily. Ding. When the group owner refused, a message was attached. Patriarch Fuyu really has a pair of discerning eyes. Chapter 37 Sad reminder of the father and son. Please forget it. Am not worthy. Ding. When the group owner refused, a message was attached. Patriarch Fuyu really has a pair of discerning eyes. Bastard. How dare you mock me? Fuyu was furious. Huh? No. Wise eye. I wipe. Fuyu understood. He completely understood. Furukawa Willing's ultimate goal is to write round eyes. And, wise eye! Exclamation mark. This is no longer a hint, this Nima is simply an express. Although Furukawa Willing got the Sharingan from Ban before, but just opened his eyes only with a single hook, which is too tasteless, so he desperately wants to upgrade it. Even if you can't make a kaleidoscope, Sangjade is still good. Fuyu tangled in place for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and gave it. He thought about it. Furukawa Willing had already obtained the Sharingan, and it was only a matter of time before he upgraded to Sangjade. It's not that he didn't think about sending a double hook jade to deal with it, but the most important thing is that this is his last chance to apply. There is no room for any mistakes. Remarks: send a gift. 3 jade writing wheel eyes. Apply. Immediately after. Ding. Congratulations, your application is successful. Rejoin the chat group. I'm going. Seconds. Fuyu opened his mouth wide in shock. Uchiha Mikoto, husband, you are back. Furukawa Willing, welcome to the return of Fuyu Patriarch. Furukawa Willing is in a very good mood now, and the scolding has long been forgotten. Uchiha Fuyu, you, Senjuto Biroma, Ling boy, you are really a dog. This face has become thousands of hands. It looks like Sangjade. Uchiha Madara, kid, you are a real loser. Sangu is said to give it. Exclamation mark. Uchiha Fuyu, cough. I'm sorry grandpa. I'm really worried about Sasuke. Uchiha Fuyu, right. Sasuke, how is Sasuke? Mikoto! Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke. Got another punch in the face. Uchiha Fuayu, what is it? Uchiha Mikoto, don't be too angry, husband. Uchiha Fuayu, no, that means he was just punched in the face. Is it okay between your legs? Uchiha Mikoto, huh? What does it mean to just get punched in the face? Then I am also distressed. Between the legs. It's been fine all the time. Oh my husband, what are you talking about? Uchiha Fuayu, come on. Then what is my tossing about? Uchiha Fuayu, who knew the truth, sighed in the sky and wanted to slap himself twice. Senjuto Biroma, TSK. There seems to be a reason for the Uchiha clan to be exterminated. As the patriarch, you are so mentally handicapped that you are being played around by Ling Kid. The chat seems to be a long time, but in fact, only a few seconds have passed in the outside world. Sasuke, who was punched again in the face, was completely furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and the visual effect was almost like opening a writing wheel. Thousands of Hashirama, hey, take a look, did this kid open the writing wheel? Senjuto Biroma, open a fart. Do you see any Guither? He was just beaten to the point of crying. Uchiha Madara, don't say it, really, lose someone. Euka saw that Sasuke had been beaten up, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and there were a lot of shoe prints on his body. He quickly came over and persuaded, Sasuke, why don't you come here first today? It's the same to fight another day. It's okay if he doesn't say it, but saying that makes Sasuke even more excited. Sasuke's face was hideous, and he called out hysterically, I don't. How could I lose? Uchiha is impossible to defeat. For this, Furukawa Willing just scoffed. However, the big guys in the group suddenly quit. Senjuto Biroma, what the hell is this kid doing? Uchiha can't be defeated. The little brat is not big, but his tone is not small. Senju Hasuma, I don't know. Madara never beat me once anyway. Senjuto Biroma, coincidentally, Guana never beat me. Uchiha Madara, mad. What the hell are you two talking about? Exclamation mark. Do you want to fight? Exclamation mark. Senju Hashirama, the motor is here. Uchiha Madara, hash hot mom. Furukawa Willing, call me a fart. Why don't I send you two to the arena directly? Uchiha Madara, Humphrey, just watch this showdown first. I want to see how unbearable this last clan can be. Uchiha Fuayu, great-grandfather, Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Sasuke. Looking at Sasuke, who was suddenly crazy, Euka couldn't help but be taken aback. Although Sasuke's character in the impression is a little withdrawn, he has never shown such a crazy side. Sasuke didn't even look at Euka, and stared at Furukawa. Furukawa, right? You think you've already won? Today, let me tell you, what is Uchiha? P.S. Is there anything at 11 o'clock tonight? It depends on the brothers. I don't recommend everyone to wait. Apologize to everyone, because I was really overwhelmed by things. If I want to write, I can also write, but the quality must be degraded, which I do not want to accept. I hope you will give me a few days. After the driver's license test on the 16th, I will be fine on the 17th. I'm so sorry. Chapter 38 _ Genocide opened a single Gu iron waste. Today, let me tell you, what is Uchiha? When Sasuke said this, his tone was very cold and full of arrogance. However, the scene that should have been domineering and sidelined, but because of his pig-headed face, it was a bit funny. Especially because the mouth is so swollen that he can't speak clearly and is even more powerless. However, his own forced king's aura can't be hidden at all. Thousands of Hashirama, it's amazing. Boy, it's about to take off. Senjuto Biroma, get up, you look at his mouth full of air. TSK. Furukawa Willing, the ability is not big, and the level of pretending is not good. Forcibly pretending to be the most deadly. Uchiha Madara, this sentence is a bit interesting. Boiling. PFFT. Bickering Ling couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Laugh. Sasuke's face became even colder, I see if you can laugh next time. Thinking that strong physical skills can beat me, Uchiha, have something like you that the tail of a crane will never have. I'll show you today. After Sasuke screamed frantically, his eyes suddenly became extremely scarlet. There is also a black comma on the periphery of the pupil of both eyes. Gosh, Sasuke's eyes. What's wrong with that? What beautiful eyes. Is it a secret technique? It's amazing. A group of nympho women can always find a reason to commit nympho. Seeing this scene, Euka suddenly widened his eyes. Ah, this is. I didn't expect that Sasuke opened a writing wheel at such a young age. Is it just stimulated by Ling? No. Listening to his words, it seems that I have already awakened. As expected of the son of the previous patriarch, what a genius. After that, I have to report to Hokage-sama. But this time, Ling is only afraid of danger. In an instant, Euka's mind turned 1,000 thoughts. Different from Euka's various shocks, the big guys in the group only feel extremely light pain. The truth is that the two sides' visions are a little too far apart. Senjuto Biroma, it turns out that the last survivor of Uchiha was at this level. TSK. Uchiha Madara, I wipe. Can't. This kid witnessed his brother slaughter the whole family, and then only awakened Shangu! It's iron waste. Uchiha Kwana. What's even more outrageous is that after so many years, it's still a single Guing. Thousands of hands. Madara, how old did you open the writing wheel? Uchiha Madara, the first time I witnessed a murder at close range at the age of 7 opened the double Guing. And then the 8-year-old was the first time I murdered and opened the 3 Guing. Hyuga as expected of a legendary figure. Furukawa Ling, so it is said that people are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. Aban just opened the double hook jade when he saw the murder at close range, and Urzuzi only opened the single hook jade when he saw his brother killed the family. Uchiha Kwana. It's really hard for you to compare this kid with my big brother. But at this level, it is estimated that it is impossible to open a kaleidoscope in this life. Uchiha Madara, I said phew you kid, you are still the patriarch. How did you give birth to such a poor son? Uchiha phew you, no. My eldest son is still very talented. The kaleidoscope has been opened. Uchiha Madara, hee. If the kaleidoscope can't be opened from the self-destruction of the whole family, it can only mean that he is an iron waste. Uchiha phew no great-grandfather, Itachi. He opened a kaleidoscope before the genocide. Uchiha Kwana, oh, then he is a talent. Uchiha Madara, talent? Is it useful? The kaleidoscope opened, and the Uchiha clan was wiped out with a change of hands. It is indeed a talent. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Fuyu was very pained. He felt that his great-grandfather was going to target him. The younger son is relatively useless, and he will be scolded by himself. The eldest son is such a genius, and he still has to be scolded. It's too difficult for me. Fuyu sighed. Why do Uchiha people make it difficult for Uchiha people? Isn't it good to be consistent with the outside world? Outside, the Urza who opened the writing wheel felt that he could do it again. Looking at Furukawa Ling, the initial resentment turned to pity. Aren't you fast? In front of these eyes, everything is false. Senjuto Biroma, what a talent. You can be so arrogant when you open a single Guin. You can't go to heaven if you open a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Madara, open a fart kaleidoscope, just like him. There is no fate. P.S. I've been really busy these 2 days. I've updated my hips. I can only guarantee that I will continue to update them. I'm sorry again to everyone. There is one more day tomorrow. The update will resume the day after tomorrow. Ensure. In addition, the signing of the book was successful this afternoon, so don't worry about not being a eunuch. The author will write well. Finally, let me report that the simulation this afternoon was quite successful, and I hope to pass the second exam tomorrow. To be honest, this is the 3rd time the author of Spicy Chicken has taken the second exam. The 3rd exam has been passed early, and they are waiting for it to pass in one fell swoop tomorrow. Then take the time to get the book after the fourth one. Today's metaphysics: don't ask for flowers or anything. If you support the author, please comment and cheer. The author is very grateful. Chapter 39 Forcing the ratio is the most deadly. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Iuka looked at Sasuke, who was a little crazy, then looked at the pair of bewitching eyes, and frowned slightly. In his opinion, the battle between the students of the ninja school, as soon as the Sharingan came out, the result was no suspense. So, he wanted to stop the battle, but Sasuke's temperament would probably not agree. Forget it, just make a few gestures. The big deal is that I can enter the arena at any time and separate the two. Furukawa willing, you are destined to be my stepping stone today. I will use this battle to tell everyone what the glory of Uchiha is. Sasuke said frantically. Senjuto Biroma, I rub it. I really can't stand it. I hate this kind of thing that talks about Uchiha's glory all day long. Ling boy, don't hesitate, give me a hard beating. Uchiha Madara, a single Hokage expands like this. Ling boy, why don't you just show the three Hokage to open his eyes? Senjuto Biroma, good idea. I'm also curious if this guy will shut himself up on the spot. Sunday day difference, full. Furukawa willing. The whole fart. If I show the three Hokage directly, I don't know if Urzuzi will be autistic on the spot. However, I will never be able to get to school, and I will be taken away by that old guy from Danzo on the spot. Senjuto Biroma, take away the dry hair. What is he doing? Furukawa willing, take me away and earn it under his command. In the name of accumulating underground power for Konoha, in fact, in a few days, he may have dug out Lao Tzu's writing wheel. Senju Hashirama, Konoha. Is there still such a person? When the first generation saw this, he was slightly stunned. Furukawa willing, the forest is getting bigger. What birds are missing? Furukawa willing smiled while talking. He really wanted to tell the first generation that people not only do these things, but also study yourselves. Furukawa willing, it's okay to show it. You guys, whoever gives me your skills so that I have enough self-protection power, I promise to show it immediately. As soon as Gequinling said these words, the group suddenly became quiet. Outside, Sasuke finally completed his pre-war outfit ratio. Finally, he suddenly thought of something. I saw that he stretched out his right hand and hooked his fingers at Furukawa willing. This was what Furukawa willing had done to him before. This time, he decided to go back with a mockery. As soon as this provocative gesture was done, Urzuzi only felt refreshed. No wonder the tail of the crane likes doing this action so much, so it's so cool. Sasuke secretly thought. Senjuto Biroma, yo. Ling boy, did you see? You were mocked by this boy, ha ha ha. Hyuga Rigami, ha ha ha. Your kid has today too. Uchiha Fugaku, oh. Sasuke. Seeing this scene, Furukawa willing smiled, and the smile was extremely bright. Very well, I want to see. Why do you dare to hook my fingers? Gequinling snorted softly. It's just my pair of shakers. Sasuke smiled confidently. In an instant, Furukawa moved. His feet slammed on the ground, and his body was like an arrow off the string, rushing out quickly. Almost in an instant, he crossed a distance of several meters and came to Sasuke's side. Huh? This speed? Iuka, who had been carefully observing the situation on the field, suddenly widened his eyes. Urzuzi was even more startled. But after thinking about it, why are you still nervous when you have already opened the writing wheel? Thinking of this, he relaxed again. Turn on the writing wheel to the maximum power, and stare at the movements of Furukawa willing. Furukawa willing's swift and violent punch quickly hit Sasuke in the face. Urzuzi hooked the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, Furukawa willing's movements were slowed down. I saw him confidently put up an arm and bury the punch. I saw it clearly, my body followed, and the blocking was very precise. However, the two pillars that swelled after opening the writing wheel, once again ignored the difference in strength between the two. Furukawa willing's heavy punch, Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to take it, not to mention that he was just a random punch. Bang! So, the final result is that he was hit by a punch and his center of gravity was unstable, and the whole person fell backwards. Furukawa Ling's strength was unforgiving, and a set of combined fists greeted Urzuzi violently like a violent storm. The second pillar was directly beaten. Senjuto Birama, sure enough, forcibly pretending to be the most deadly. Uchiha Madara, forced pretending is the most deadly. Uchiha Kwana, pretend to be fatal. Senju Hashirama, fatal. Uchiha Fuiye, P.S. Let me report, the author has the blessing buff given by everyone, and passed it smoothly. Ha ha ha. Yesterday was too busy to update, and today I started to update. Well, sorry for everyone these days. I'm so sorry! Exclamation mark. Chapter 40 _ The sun was beaten, and he had to applaud himself. Ask for flowers for evaluation. A set of quality 4 made Furukawa Ling laugh dumbly. Sure enough, the saying that the essence of human beings is a repeater is universal in any world. Urzuzi, who was about to be killed in a row, couldn't believe it. Damn. How is this possible? He couldn't understand. He would be hammered if he opened his own writing wheel. Calm down. I want to calm down. Sasuke gritted his teeth, desperately observing Furukawa Ling's movements. He desperately wants to find the flaw and get rid of the fate of being infinitely connected. Until now, he still firmly believes that he has only suffered a loss in strength, and as long as he can be given another chance, he will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. However, after a while, he suddenly realized sadly that the difference between the two was not just about strength. Many times, I clearly saw Furukawa Ling's movements, but it was too late to react. The writing wheel can see clearly, but the body can't keep up. This situation is very similar to the tyranny of the second pillar by Xiaoli in the original book. Damn. How could his actions be so fast? Sasuke's heart set off a storm. Melaniating masses headed by Iuka, they are completely stupid. Before Furukawa Ling was mainly defensive and counterattack, it was not so obvious to everyone. Now that he took the initiative to attack, he was so sturdy that everyone was amazed. Iuka was even more surprised, but he knew how buggy the shaker was. Originally thought that Sasuke, who opened the writing wheel, would be able to easily suppress Furukawa Ling, but he did not expect this situation. I didn't expect Ling to be so strong. For a while, Iuka was stunned. Everyone was amazed. Furukawa Ling finally ended the last blow, and the poor Urza was beaten upside down again and flew all the way, and fell heavily to the ground. Furukawa Ling, how is it? Isn't this combo cool? Sunday day difference. Okay. Senjuto Birama, make it. Uchiha Kwana, so-so. Uchiha Madara, anyway, no matter how you look at it, it's a child's play style. Is it okay? Makes sense. So-so. Playing the house. Gakuen Ling's mouth twitched. He was a little unconvinced, and in order to prove himself, he was going to rush up and give Urzuzi a set of combos. Furukawa Ling's move shocked Fui. Sasuke would feel distressed for being beaten all the time, but due to the silver prestige of the group leader Furukawa, he didn't dare to scold people easily. But now that Furukawa Ling was about to start again, he couldn't sit still. Uchiha Fuiyu, hey, pretty. That set of tricks just now is really beautiful. I'm afraid that ordinary Chunin can't have this effect. My son was beaten, and I have to say that I beat him well. God knows what kind of mood Fuiyu is in and said this sentence. Seeing that someone finally praised him, Furukawa Ling stopped reluctantly. Furukawa Ling, Patriarch Fuiyu still has vision. As expected of a man with discerning eyes. Uchiha Fuiye. Poor Fuiyu was attacked again by the wisdom eye. Iuka finally recovered from the daze, and looked at Furukawa Ling with amazement in his eyes. However, he also knew that it was time to end, and if he continued to fight, he would be killed. Iuka hurried to the center and announced loudly, "This battle, Furukawa." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a voice full of resentment. "Wait a minute. Huh? Who's talking?" Iuka looked around, but couldn't find it. If you don't find it, continue to announce it. This battle, Furukawa, I said. Wait a minute. This time there was strong dissatisfaction in his voice. Who is it? Who is talking? Iuka frowned and looked around again. It's me. A hand trembled from the ground. Raised. This time Iuka saw it. Wasn't that Sasuke who was beaten down? Sasuke, let's stop here. Iuka said helplessly. Senjuto Birama, you said that this teacher would not be intentional. Ha ha ha. Hyuga sorry, it really made me laugh. Senju Hashirama, really responsible. So far, how can it end here? Do you think I lost? How could Uchiha fail? Sasuke shouted hysterically. Shouting, he got up from the ground tremblingly. Now, the young master of the Uchiha family has no image at all. His face was swollen like a pig's head, his body was blue and purple, and his clothes were tattered. Many girls looked at him like this, and couldn't help but turn their faces away, with a look of disgust. I haven't lost yet. Furukawa Ling. You also try my trick. P.S. Tomorrow, there will be 4 guarantees. Work hard for 6 more. Can't do live broadcast and cut small. Exclamation mark quack quack. Chapter 41 _ why don't you give me the kaleidoscope? Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark I haven't lost yet. Furukawa Ling. You also try my tricks. Sasuke yelled with a ghastly face. Then, without waiting for Iuka to speak, he raised his hands tremblingly and began to slowly seal. I'm going to. Sasuke, what are you doing? My god, Junin, has he already mastered ninjutsu? I can't imagine how far he is from us. I wanted to learn before, but my family said that they could teach me after graduation. It's a coincidence. My dad said that too. A group of little kids, watching Sasuke's operation, were surprised and talked a lot. Iuka also widened his eyes. He had already seen what kind of ninjutsu from Sasuke's hands. This is troublesome. Sasuke can master that ninjutsu at such a young age. He hurriedly looked back at Furukawa Ling, only to see Furukawa Ling waved his hand at him calmly. Iuka-sensei, step aside and watch me defeat him completely. Nani? Iuka was taken aback. Seeing Furukawa Ling's confident appearance, he seemed to be able to ninjutsu. Exclamation mark. Furukawa Ling looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was calling the boss crazy in the chat group. Furukawa Ling, the second generation. Second generation. Give me the water wall. This kid is going to set off a fireball. Senjuto Birama, what water wall do you want? Didn't the old man give you a water dragon earlier? You just fuck him. There is a high probability that it will come first. Uchiha Madara, didn't the old man give you the fire to extinguish it? Wouldn't it be over with fire to fire? Uchiha Shishui, the instant body technique I gave you can also be avoided directly. Namikaze Minato, the spiral Mari level I gave you is very high. Forget it, it doesn't seem to work. Furukawa Ling, pull it down. The water dragon bullet you gave in the second generation is a 3-print version. Senjuto Birama, is the 3-print version bad? Ordinary people's water dragon bullets have more than 30 seals. Seeing this, Furukawa Ling also had to sigh. Beside a newbie, it is possible to simplify the technique of more than 30 seals into 3 seals, but the power has not been weakened in the slightest. This water escape is really unparalleled. However, it doesn't come together. Furukawa Ling, good or good, but do I dare to use it now? I use it now, and I will be called by Danzo to drink tea in minutes. There are other arrogant fire extinguishing water stop brand instant body art. These are things that are not visible for the time being. Uchiha Shishui, makes sense. Shishui probably had the deepest understanding of how to Anzang use that dog thing. Uchiha Madara, oops, I said that your kid is living too suffocating. Furukawa Ling, nonsense. How can it be so easy to come out and mix? Unless you give me the kaleidoscope, I will do whatever I want right away. No one will be shy. Furukawa Ling is also very helpless. I obviously have a lot of ninjutsu, but I can't use them. Japanese. Uchiha Madara, cough. Tobirama, hurry up and arrange the water wall. Senjuto Biroma, wipe. The second generation scolded and handed over the water wall. Ding. Kaienzuto Biroma sent a gift to the group owner. Water escape middle. Water formation wall. After a dozen group chats, less than a second passed from the outside world. The moment Furukawa Willing received it, he began to seal the seal quickly. As a senior otaku of Blue Star, a pair of unicorn arms is still very good in terms of hand speed. At this time, Sasuke finally completed the seal. His shoe-printed chest bulged and his mouth opened. Fire escape middle. How fireball technique. The raging flames spewed out of the mouth, forming a big fireball, which quickly hit Furukawa Ling. As soon as the fireball appeared, everyone immediately exclaimed, "Ah, such a powerful technique. I can feel the heat from so far away." Furukawa Ling is probably in danger now. However, Ling seems to be forming seals too. Euka stared at the trajectory of the Hal fireball and Furukawa Ling's movements, ready to rush to rescue at any time. But Furukawa Ling was obviously not going to give him this chance. I saw that he quickly finished the seal, and shouted, "Water escape, water formation wall." A large water stream appeared out of thin air in front of him, and then suddenly rose up, turning into a large water curtain. Bang! With a loud bang, the flying fireball hit the wall of the water formation. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a large piece of steam scattered, and the fireball of how slowly dissipated into the invisible. This time, a group of little brats who have never seen the world watched enough of the excitement, and even forgot about the rush to go home before. Sasuke, who was the client, was even more stunned. He thought that as soon as his ninjutsu came out, he would win the victory cleanly! Chapter 42 Poo Scumbag, ask for flowers for all support! What's even more frightening is that Furukawa Willing didn't even catch his breath after using the ninja surgery. It seems there is still energy left. Damn. Sasuke was annoyed. He gritted his teeth and raised his hands again. The technique of the fireball is not the ninjutsu that he presses the bottom of the box. He also has more powerful ninjutsu. However, the ninjutsu he used was not proficient enough, and the remaining chakra might not be enough. Even the single Gu writing wheel can no longer be maintained. However, in order to win this battle, he can't control so much. Even if he overdraws his body, he has to force it. It seems that Sasuke actually knows other ninjutsu. Euka's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, Sasuke's printing process was particularly difficult. His hands were trembling, and even his body was constantly shaking. Finally, in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, his seal was finally completed. Fire escape dragon. However, just when Urzuzi was about to speak, Furukawa Willing had already moved. He turned the speed to the extreme and quickly rushed to Sasuke's side. Dragon, dragon, your sister, dragon. Furukawa Willing scolded with a rising dragon fist shot, hitting Sasuke's jaw from top to bottom. Poor Urzuzi still kept his hands in a knotted posture, and he didn't have time to react. So he took the punch firmly. Dragon fire technique that was just prepared was stillborn. Fuck you. This is the sentence Sasuke left when he flew in midair. Bang. It soon fell to the ground again, and this was the first time he had been knocked out today. Urzuzi tilted his neck and fainted, and he didn't know if he was beaten or angry. Senjuto Biroma, huh? Why did you knock people out? Play some more time. Uchiha Shishui. Poor little brother Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, garbage, really rubbish. The strength is rubbish, the temperament is rubbish, and the fighting consciousness is also rubbish. The old man is simply blind. Uchiha Fugaku. If you pass out, just pass out. It's finally over. After Sasuke flew out, the scene was silent for 2 seconds, and everyone was still immersed in the wonderful battle just now. Euka-sensei. Furukawa Willing silently patted Euka's back. Oh, Euka, who had recovered his senses, hurriedly announced loudly, "This matchup, Furukawa Willing." After hearing Euka's voice, everyone came back to their senses. Immediately afterwards, fierce applause and cheers erupted from the training ground. Of course, these cheers mainly came from the girls, and most of the boys were secretly unhappy. Furukawa Willing, who should have been stepped on by everyone, suddenly bucked the trend and became the new chief student. How can this make them feel better? The girls rushed forward and surrounded Furukawa Willing, like the stars holding the moon. As for Sasuke, who was kicked out, only Iuka and loyal little bitch Harunosakura went to check. Why did girls like Sasuke so much before? Because he is handsome, because he can play, because he is cool. But now what? His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was tortured for fighting. To look cool is now considered forced. At the same time, the girls suddenly discovered that the new star Furukawa Willing not only can fight, but also looks very handsome, but because of his introversion and the tail of the crane, few people noticed it. Now that he has raised his head to be a man, he has risen against the trend and directly killed the chief student. Everyone has noticed his light. The key is that his personality is cheerful and easy to get along with, and he looks much more comfortable than Sasuke, who looks like 2,580,000 with a cold face all day long. After school that night, no less than 10 girls begged Furukawa Willing to go home together. Furukawa Willing was not too entangled, extremely polite but without hesitation, rejected more than a dozen women who didn't even deserve a name. Turning his head and talking to the cheerful and beautiful Ino, he started his way home with a laugh. Uchiha Madara, I said, do these girls really come to school? If you see a guy who can fight and handsome, you will post it up. Furukawa Willing, TSK, what's wrong, Ban? Are you jealous, lonely in the Pure Land? Uchiha Madara, get out. Thousands of hands. Okay, kidling, you have a good eye. Chose the most beautiful one. Furukawa Willing, Dazuzi, you usually don't talk much. Why are you so active when it comes to gossip? Thousands of hands. Keek. Hyuga Izari, son of a bitch! Furukawa Willing, rub. Why are you cursing again? Senjuto Biroma, nonsense. How long did it take for your kid to molest his niece? How can you not get angry with this girl from the mountain family so soon? Namifing Minato, Ling, you didn't see how lonely Hinata's eyes were just now? Uzumaki Kushina, bar. Scumbag. Uchiha Mikoto, scumbag. P.S. The scumbag asks for flowers and tickets online! Today, is it okay for my little brother to spend 30,000 flowers on it, brothers? The app shows that 30,000 is rounded up, but in fact, there is still a small 4,000. Cough. Is there any big shot? Thank you author. Chapter 43 Fancy Operation. Things are not simple. Ask for flowers. The only two women in the group jointly issued a strong condemnation to Furukawa Willing. Scumbag second company. Furukawa Willing, I wipe. Is that so? Oops, this is my negligence. Hyuga Nisari, stop talking nonsense, brat. I warn you to stay away from my niece in the future! Otherwise ill. Furukawa Willing, you are just a hammer. On the street of Konoha, Ino was trying to tell some interesting stories about himself, when he saw Furukawa Willing suddenly scratching his head. He hurriedly asked with concern, Ling Jun, what's the matter with you? Oh, it's fine. Furukawa Willing smiled, his eyes rolling, suddenly pointing to the sky behind him and shouting, look, handicraft. Ino was startled, and hurriedly looked back. Taking advantage of this time, Gakuen Ling moved his face forward slightly. Ino didn't see anything after looking for a long time, and turned his head in doubt. I don't seem to have anything. Halfway through the speech, it stopped abruptly, because her mouth slammed into two soft pieces. The two looked at each other at a very close distance, and Ino suddenly widened his eyes. However, the ghosts and gods did not dodge. If she doesn't dodge, of course, Furukawa Willing is even less likely to take the initiative to dodge. The operation of the two completely stunned the big guys in the group. Senjuto Biroma, what the hell? It's broad daylight. Senju Hasuma, still on the streets of Konoha. Is this okay? Hyuga Rigami, Furukawa Willing, I'm going to kill you. Uchiha Madara, Ling boy, you really have a set. The little girl is so young, you are embarrassed to start. Uzumaki Kushina, bar. Rogue Beast. Uchiha Mikoto, Rogue Beast. After a while, the two separated. Row is that Ino has always been bold and open, and now the pretty face is also flushed, and he lowered his head and dared not look at Furukawa Ling. Furukawa Ling suddenly shouted at Ino, "Ah, rogue!" then ran away quickly, leaving a stunned Ino, messed up in the wind. This action once again shocked the big guys in the group. Senjuto Birama, I wipe. Could this kid be shy too? Uchiha Madara, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you see that this kid took the initiative to come over? Senjuto Birama, then he is now a scumbag. Your kid really has a set. Obviously taking advantage of it, but still pretending to be a victim. Uzumaki Kushina, sorry Ling, I was wrong. Furukawa Ling? Uzumaki Kushina, you are not a beast. Furukawa Ling, of course not. It doesn't matter. It's fine if you know your mistakes and correct them. Uzumaki Kushina, you are not a beast. You are not as good as a beast at all! Uchiha Mikoto, beasts are not as good. Furukawa Ling, damn, I don't care whether he is a beast or a beast. Anyway, I will not worry about finding a wife in the future. You should worry more about your Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, you! Minato, this kid is right. What should we do with Naruto? He doesn't seem to have any talent for flirting with girls. Namifing Minato. After Furukawa Ling left Ino, he kept walking on the streets of Konoha, as if looking for something. The big guys in the group are a little unclear. But soon, a little Uoli with blue hair and white eyes appeared in his line of sight. When everyone sees Hinata, they know that things are not easy. Sure enough, the next second, Furukawa Ling raised his brows and leaned over with a mean smile. Hyuga I wipe! What do you want to do on a horse, boy? Hyuga I warn you not to mess around. Hyuga did you hear that? Ding! The group owner, Furukawa Ling, silenced Hyuga for 1 minute. P.S. My dream of 30,000 flowers is broken. Who? Chapter 44 _ You are a glutton. You are asshole. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Hinata was very introverted, but today she felt a little lost and was walking with her head down. As I walked, I suddenly bumped into a broad chest. Ah, right. I'm sorry. Hinata was startled and didn't dare to raise her head, so she quickly apologized. I'm sorry and it's over. Furukawa Ling said deliberately and fiercely. Who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, Hinata immediately raised his head, staring straight at him with big watery eyes, and there was an undisguised surprise in his eyes. Obviously, this is the ultimate familiarity with Furukawa Ling's voice. Swirl Jukusenai, take a look, Ling boy, this little girl is so familiar with you. It shows that she has always been very attentive. Are you so embarrassed to find another girl? Uchiha Mikoto, yes. Uzumaki Kushina, the day goes by, this kid is too unreliable, I can't trust him. Hyuga I never believed. Uzumaki Kushina, that's good. Hey, by the way, what do you think of my Naruto? Although the results are not very good, but the character is absolutely guaranteed. Is it a good match for your Hinata? Sunday daily difference. Amount? This. If I can, I'm going to climb higher. Seeing Kushina talking, she actually started hooking up with Hinata for her son. Such blatant digging. This Furukawa Ling can't bear it. Furukawa Ling, rest. The dead can still decide the living. Ling. You? Didn't you go home with Ino? Hinata was surprised with a hint of doubt. Looking at Hinata with a surprised face, Furukawa Ling reached out and stroked Hinata's hair. Hinata blushed and lowered her head again. Sorry, silly girl, didn't I just play on the scene? It's not good looking when I rejected everyone, but I quickly sent her away and came over to find you. In 2 sentences, Furukawa Willing successfully picked himself out. It even turned against the guest as the main, revealing a kind of accusation of "why don't you understand me?" Is that so? Hinata said a little embarrassedly, poking with both hands. Furukawa Willing smiled fondly. "Of course, let's go. I'll take you home." "Oh, okay." Hinata smiled and followed Furukawa Willing. Although she was still embarrassed to look up, she couldn't hide the joy in her heart. On the other side, Ino, who was walking alone on his way home, was also a deer in his heart. As long as she remembered the scene just now, she couldn't help blushing. The two most beautiful little girls this year were coaxed around by one person without delay. Furukawa Willing's operation completely stunned the big guys in the group. How could they still not understand? "Senjuto Birama, crooked, Ling boy, you are really handsome." Senju Hashirama, this old man has never seen such an operation in his long life. "It really makes my scalp feel numb. No wonder you have to leave that girl from the mountain home." It turned out to be the idea. "Uchiha Madara, I said that you can still have a truth in your mouth." Furukawa Willing, cough, loke and loke. "Senjuto Birama, do you really praise you as a kid? It's really shameless to be skinless." Furukawa Willing, "It's time to praise me. You see, I work hard, just to satisfy everyone. I can't bear to break the hearts of two good girls." Thousands of hands? Senjuto Birama, you should be a jerk to this old man. Uchiha Madara, but I'm curious, why don't you work harder and take care of the 20 or so? Furukawa Willing, of course it's because they look too. No, I mean, the fate has not arrived. The fate has not arrived. Uchiha Madara, bah. Did your boy accidentally tell the truth? Uzumaki Kushina, bah. Scumbag. Uchiha Mikoto, scumbag. Senjuto Birama, why are you talking so much nonsense? It's not that your kid sees other people's little girls as beautiful. You are greedy for people's body. You are scumbag. I wipe. Bickering looked confused. He didn't expect that he could hear this sentence in the world of Naruto. Hyuga Izari, son of a bitch. Furukawa Willing, how dare you lie to my niece like that? Furukawa Willing, Uncle Nisai, how can this be called coaxing? This is at best a white lie. Hyuga Izari, don't call me Uncle Losey. Furukawa Willing, good day today uncle. I know the day difference uncle. Sunday difference. Namifing Minato, forget it. The day difference. We dead people should not worry about the young people. Hyuga Izari, no, Lord for generations, this kid has gone too far. Really pissed me off. Chapter 45 Kushina's discovery. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Early the next morning, when Furukawa Willing stepped into the classroom, it can be said that he enjoyed the much-anticipated treatment. You must know that no matter how conspicuous the former Furukawa Willing was in the past, no one except Hinata would give him a second glance. But now, as he raised his head and defeated Sasuke again, it was really in full swing. Walking from the door of the classroom to the seat, I don't know how many girls waved and winked at him. Of course, it is accompanied by the envy, jealousy and hatred of the boys. Among them, Sasuke and Ji are the most important. The two of them were thrown home yesterday. One was hanged and beaten, and the other. They were not even qualified to be hanged and beaten. On the training ground yesterday, Inuzuka jumped up and down like a clown, but Furukawa Willing never looked at him once. Even after defeating the chief Shang Sasuke, he didn't bother to ridicule him, which made the aggressive Inuzuka fang itch with anger. Furukawa Willing came to the seat and found that a hill was pushed up on the table. What love letters, snacks, everything in a mess. Furukawa Willing didn't feel embarrassed at all. He ate a lot when he was seated, and even asked Hinata next to him if he would eat. Uchiha Madara, I said your face is really big. Furukawa Willing, damn, isn't this kindness hard to resist? Thousands Tobirama, the villain is successful, so that's what you said, right? Furukawa Willing, anyway, I have thousands of blood in my body, whatever you say. Senjuto Birama. After a while, Ino carried things directly from her seat to Furukawa Willing and sat down, and handed Furukawa Willing a beautiful flower. Hinata lowered her head shyly when she saw that Ino was sitting directly over. That kind of thing happened yesterday, and Ino came home excited for a night. Woke up this morning still in good spirits. For her, Furukawa Willing has been identified. He slipped away yesterday just to go to the rain and dew. Ino winked mischievously at Furukawa Willing, and Furukawa Willing hooked the corner of his mouth. She boldly leaned over and asked softly, "Ling, what did you say about the handicap yesterday?" Cough cough. Gikun Ling coughed without a trace. He didn't expect Ino to remember this incident. He had no choice but to say solemnly, "Hage, a very magical thing. The kind that can be shot down." "Oh, that must be very interesting." Ino, who was a little out of character, was intrigued. "Then let's fight together another day." Gikun Ling's mouth twitched, and he muttered, "It's all together. Why do we still need to fight?" "What did you say?" "No, I said you look so good today." Hee. Uzumaki Jukusenai, alas. Baixing two such good little girls. Why did they all fall in love with this bastard? Hyuga Hipsari, don't say it, my heart really hurts. When the girls saw that Ino was so bold, they should all move. So, when Iuka walked into the classroom, what she saw was a brand new seating layout. All the girls formed a huge encircling circle, enclosing Ling Furukawa in the middle. "It's really popular." Iuka shook his head helplessly, and without stopping, he started lecturing directly. After the competition yesterday, he specially went to see the 3 generations of Hokage, and told Sasuke about the opening of Sharingan and the sudden rise of Furukawa Ling. The 3 generations of Hokage were not surprised that Sasuke opened the writing wheel, but they were quite interested in Furukawa Ling. But the old man didn't doubt anything. Some people are like this. They look stupid, and suddenly one day they get enlightened and they will make rapid progress. The representative figure is naturally one of his disciples, Jiraiya. So the 3-generation-old man just asked Iuka to train the 2 of them well, and did not take any other measures. Furukawa Ling, who became the chief student, had a very pleasant day. Surrounded by a group of girls, the day was over before he knew it. When it was time to go home at night, Furukawa Willing directly left Hinata on the left and Ino on the right, and embarked on the way home together. This shameless act was once again strongly condemned by the bigwigs in the group, but Furukawa Willing already had immunity to it and didn't care at all. In a short 10-minute journey, Furukawa Willing showed all kinds of fancy flirting skills, and made Ino and Hinata very happy. The big guys in the group were shown their faces. "Senjuto Birama," I said, "why was your strength so poor before?" "So it turned out that you spent all your time on learning how to flirt with girls!" Uchiha Hamadara, I think so too. Furukawa Willing, I said, "When did you 2 start wearing a pair of pants? Didn't we just pinch when we met?" Uchiha Hamadara, what to wear with a pair of pants? What the old man despised the most was the spicy chicken Torigian. Senjuto Birama, get out. This old man doesn't look down on you as a careerist. Scumbag fighter Uzumaki Kushina was tired of scolding people, and completely lost his temper with Furukawa Ling. Simply out of sight is pure, and turned to look in other directions. It doesn't matter if you look at it. When you look into it, almost everyone is on their way home in groups of 3 or 5, and only Naruto walks alone on the street. This is nothing. The most important thing is that many villagers on the street look at Naruto with some disgust in their eyes. What's going on? Kushina's heart suddenly lifted. Uzumaki Kushina, water. Minato, have you seen our Naruto? Namifing Minato, I see. It is really strange. Uzumaki Kushina, what the hell is going on? I always feel uneasy in my heart. Namifing Minato, then let Ling go over and take a look. Uzumaki Kushina, I just finished scolding him. This kid can hold grudges. Furukawa Willing, cough. Hatred will only blind people's eyes. This young master is very generous and will not hold grudges. Uzumaki Kushina, really? Great Ling. Senjuto Birama, I think you're too happy to be happy. This kid is a good for nothing guy. Furukawa willing, cough. The second generation knows me. This young master has always only talked about benefits, not hatred. Kushina felt that she was being played, and her teeth itch with anger. But for her son, she also had to compromise. Uzumaki Kushina, count yourself as ruthless, stinky boy. Come on, what do you want this time? Chapter 46_2 Secret Arts. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Uzumaki Kushina, count yourself as ruthless, stinky boy. Come on, what do you want this time? Before Furukawa willing Shishi could open his mouth, Kushina quickly blocked his mouth. Uzumaki Kushina, say it in advance. It is impossible to fly the god of thunder. You temporarily die this heart. Really? Stingy. Bickering pouted. He also knew that Fulshan couldn't be rushed, let alone forced, so he had to plan slowly. So after a little thought, I decided to get a special ninjutsu. Furukawa willing, in this case, give me a perception technique. His request for the technique of perception was well thought out, and now his ninjutsu physical attack and defense are quite good, but there is still a big loophole in perception, which is now just filling. Furukawa willing knows very well that Konoha seems to be calm and peaceful, but in fact there may be surveillance by people from various forces in the dark. Moreover, the technique of perception can also know oneself and one enemy in battle, which is very powerful. Therefore, it is necessary to have a perception technique. Uzumaki Kushina, the art of perception. My Uzumaki family has a powerful perception art, but unfortunately I can't. Furukawa willing felt a little regretful. He knew that Kushina was talking about Kagura's mind, a rather miraculous perception technique. Namikaze Minato, well, the art of perception, let me give it. Hearing the words of the fourth generation, Furukawa willing was overjoyed. He clearly remembered that the fourth generation had a very mysterious perception technique. As long as one finger touches the ground, the number and strength of the enemy can be accurately sensed. Ding! Namikaze Minato sends a gift to the group owner, the secret technique of spiritual perception. Furukawa willing couldn't wait to accept it, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Uzumaki Kushina, okay, kid, take advantage of it and do things quickly. Furukawa willing, what's the hurry? Why don't you send the two little girls home first? Swirl Kushina, when you send it back, the daylily is cold. You can also use shadow clones. Furukawa willing, okay, okay. Furukawa willing can't beat Kushina, after all, he has to maintain his reputation as an honest businessman. I had to use the Heiji Dafu again, taking advantage of Ino and Hinata's inattentiveness, separated a shadow clone, and disappeared in place in an instant. The big guys in the group obviously don't care about how Furukawa willing will flirt with girls next. In contrast, it was the situation of the nine-tailed Manzuri that interested them more. I saw the shadow clone for a few moments and came to the street where Naruto walked before. Uzumaki Kushina, hurry up and find Naruto. What are you dawdling about here? Furukawa willing, I didn't forcefully ask for favors. Naruto is the nine-tailed Manzuri. There must be Anbu personnel around him, and he will never be able to eat and walk around if he follows him rashly. Uzumaki Kushina, so? Furukawa willing, so I still need a more reliable concealment technique. Hearing what he said was reasonable, Kushina also doubted him. Uzumaki Kushina, the art of concealment? I'm not good at this kind of stuff. Minato doesn't seem to be very good at it, right? Namikaze Minato, yeah, I don't know much either. It seems that only Shiroi-senpai is better at this. Konoha Hokage Sakumo, the main assassination is not the main frontal battle. Almost all of the earth done sneaking, thunder done and knife attack that he is good at serve for assassination. Stealth and stealth, find him right. Take Sakumo. Since the fourth Hokage has spoken, I can't hide my clumsiness. No problem. The old man supports it. Namithing Minato, if so, then thank you so much. Ding! Take Sakumo sends a gift to the group owner, breath-holding concealment technique. Uzumaki Kushina, okay this time? Furukawa willing, okay, okay. Okay. This is over. Furukawa willing happily harvested a secret technique again. In fact, Kushina and Minato were too impatient, and all their minds were a little unclear. Just look at a person's situation. In fact, there is no need to rise to the level of tracking. This concealment technique is considered a pie from the sky. But Furukawa willing is still very reliable, taking people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Soon, Naruto's lonely figure appeared in everyone's sight. P.S. Pig's Feet will finally graduate tomorrow. To be honest, the author did not expect that this daily life can be written for so long. Again, it's a fact that the plot is slow, but I definitely don't recognize it when it comes to water. Ask for another wave of support. Flower monthly pass evaluation tickets are rewarded. You can. All comers are welcome. Thank you author! Exclamation mark. You are also welcome to make some excellent suggestions in the book review area. Many thanks. Chapter 47 _ Everyone knows the demon fox boy, but not Naruto Uzumaki. Ask for flowers. Soon, Naruto's lonely figure appeared in everyone's sight. Furukawa willing did not act rashly. He squatted slightly, and put his right index finger on the ground. It was really a secret perception technique from the fourth Hokage. YY realized as soon as he sensed that there were 3 Anbu secretly following Naruto. Of course, the big guys in the group also got this information. Namifing Minato, it seems that the 3 generations of adults still pay attention to the safety of Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, The 3 generations of adults are still very reliable. Furukawa willing pouted, is it protection or surveillance? But it has to be said that the 3 generations have a heart for Naruto. He didn't care much about whether Naruto was doing well or not, but he absolutely cared about Naruto's ideological issues. From time to time, I go to school to brainwash, and occasionally I go to Naruto's house to brainwash alone. Otherwise, judging from what happened to Naruto when he was a child, it should have been blackened. Furukawa willing, I said, 4th generation, you husband and wife should be mentally prepared. Uzumaki Kushina, what mental preparation? Furukawa willing, remember what I said at the beginning? I know who you are thinking about in your heart, and almost all of these people are not doing well. Seeing this, the Minato couple was startled. Thinking back carefully, what Furukawa willing said was true. Sasuke, who the few IU couple misses the most, was originally a good character, but now he is blinded by hatred and has become extremely cold. The Kaienza family that the 2 Kaienza brothers care about has disappeared directly into history, and even their granddaughter Tsunadeheim ended up a bit bleak. In this way, the Naruto they are seeing now is not bad. Uzumaki Kushina, phew, Naruto is an orphan, and he probably won't have a good life. We are mentally prepared for this. Furukawa willing, hee. I'm afraid I haven't prepared enough. Furukawa willing's words with a bit of sarcasm made Minato and his wife's hearts completely lifted. After that, Furukawa combined White Fang's concealment technique with Shishui's instant body technique, kept following Naruto in secret, and was completely undetected by several Anbu. Soon, the 4th-generation couple discovered some problems. Wherever Naruto went, everyone fled as if they had seen the god of plague. No one is willing to give him a good face, and no one is willing to take the initiative to take care of him. More, some pedestrians pointed at him, muttering demon fox boy or something. There was a 3 or 4-year-old girl who was a little closer to Naruto, and she was quickly taken away by her parents, who kept telling her to stay away from that demon fox boy. And Naruto didn't seem to react to this, as if he was completely used to this cold look. Soon Minato and his wife discovered that none of the 80-year-olds in Konoha village did not know Naruto. This is intriguing. When the couple learned that Naruto did not follow his father's surname, they thought that the 3 generations had deliberately concealed Naruto's identity in order to protect Naruto. But now it seems the whole Konoha, up and down, No one knows that Naruto is the 9-tailed man's Uli. Is this protection? Facts have proved that this is nothing more than the couple's self-love. Everyone knows the demon fox boy, but no one knows Naruto Uzumaki. Namithing Minato. This. What the hell is going on here? Uzumaki Kushina, Minato. Our Naruto. Did he live like this since he was a child? Furukawa willing. Although I don't want to hit you, the fact is, he has grown up a lot now, and when he was younger, he suffered even more cruelly than now. Namithing Minato. Why? Why is this happening? Why didn't the 3 generations of adults protect Naruto well? Furukawa willing. This problem is profound. Speaking of which, if there were no 3 generations of old men, Naruto might not have been so miserable. Namithing Minato. What does this mean? Furukawa willing. You sealed the 9 tails in Naruto's body. It was a top secret. If no one released the news, how would the Konoha people know about this? Namithing Minato. Then. That can't be said that the 3rd generation of adults did it. What good does it do for him? Furukawa willing. Who else would he be? Who else can do this? As for the benefits, of course there are benefits. With Naruto, the demon fox boy as a living target to attract firepower, all the anger of the people will be transferred to Naruto, which is very beneficial to his rule. Namithing Minato. No, this is impossible. 3 generations of adults will not do such a thing. P.S. Tragic Naruto. Ask for tickets online. Chapter 48 _ the 4 generation Hokage that collapsed. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Namithing Minato. No, it's impossible. 3 generations of adults. He wouldn't do such a thing. It can be seen from the flustered tone of the 4th generation. Obviously, he has believed most of it. However, the belief in Konoha, the belief in his master, has almost penetrated deep into his bones. Furukawa willing. Why do you think Naruto didn't follow your surname Bofeng? Namithing Minato. 4. Why? This time, Furukawa willing hadn't spoken yet, and the 2nd generation, who had been silent, spoke up. Senjuto Birama, silly boy, do you still not understand? Because you 4 generations of Hokage are a hero, the hero who sealed the 9 tails and saved the village. And Naruto is just a tool that he uses to divert the hatred of the people. It's the fox boy. How can the fox boy be the son of the big hero 4 generations of Hokage? Therefore, he cannot be named Bofeng. From the compromise incident of Hyuga Byakuya to the annihilation of the Kaienzu clan, the 2nd Hokage has seen the face of his disciple more and more clearly. Sarutobi Hizen is a complete strategist. Namithing Minato. No. Naruto is not a fox kid. He is the hero. I sealed the 9 tails in his body, hoping that he could shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing Konoha in the future. At the same time, I also hope that he can gain the respect of the Konoha people. Furukawa willing. Unfortunately, this is just your own wishful thinking. Naruto's growth trajectory has not developed as you envisioned. Namithing Minato. Why? What is this? I worked diligently and sacrificed my life for Konoha. Why can't Konoha treat my son well? It is conceivable that Namikaze Minato, who has always been optimistic and sunny, was panic-stricken, resentful and shocked when he learned the truth. That is the collapse of ideals and beliefs, and the wrong payment of countless efforts. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato. The always fiery Kushina didn't know what to say. At this moment, she not only felt sorry for her son Naruto, but also for her own man, Naruto Minato. Namithing Minato. Kushina. It was me. It was my fault. I shouldn't have sealed the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Maybe I shouldn't be this Hokage at all. Uzumaki Kushina. No, Minato, it's not your fault. Namithing Minato. 2nd generation. What did I do wrong? Why can't Konoha even treat my son well? Senjuto Birama, silly boy, it's not that you did something wrong. His Sarutobi Hizen's heart is too dirty. What about me and my brother? Not the same as being diligent? In the end, it ended up being a clan annihilation. Senju Hasuma. Alright, Don't talk about Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, you are really an elm head. Thousands of hands. Madara, shut up. Furukawa willing, actually, the 3-generation-old man is hateful and likes to play tricks, but the root cause of this matter is not his. Senju Tobirama, Ling boy, what do you want to say? Furukawa willing, the root is in people's hearts. What the 4 generations of Hokage imagined, it was impossible for the Konoha people to regard Naruto as a hero. Even if the 3 generations do their best to protect Naruto, even if you tell everyone that Naruto is the son of your 4th generation, it is useless. Namifing Minato, why is this? Furukawa willing, Nine Tails caused massive damage to Konoha. People hate Nine Tails, and they are also afraid of it. Everything related to it will be hated by people. Therefore, no matter who becomes its person's ally, it is destined to be hated by everyone. Namifing Minato, but Furukawa willing, what do they know? They don't think that Renzulai is sacrificing himself. They only think that Renzulai is the incarnation of the demon fox. Namifing Minato, however, if he persuades and guides him more in the 3rd generation, he may not be able to change people's opinions. Furukawa willing, you still don't understand. This has something to do with everyone's knowledge, but it has nothing to do with it. Civilians don't understand anything. Don't ninjas understand it? But aren't they also hostile to Naruto? Namifing Minato, why is this? Exclamation mark. As smart as 4 generations of Hokage, he has successfully transformed into 100,000 wise. Senju Tobirama, because they are hostile to the Nine Tails, but they can't help the Nine Tails, because they have hatred for the Nine Tails, but they can't send it to the Nine Tails. However, such negative emotions have to be released. Therefore, Naruto has naturally become the object of venting. Even if everyone knew in their hearts that he was not a demon fox, they should treat him as a demon fox. Then he vented his anger by attacking Naruto. Furukawa willing, correct answer. This is the human heart. Namifing Minato, how? How is this? P.S. Well, as of now, the bitterness and hatred of this book should be basically over. Chapter 49 _ The future of the ninja world. Big guys support. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Namifing Minato, how? How is this? Furukawa willing, 4th generation, you are a person of noble character and an excellent ninja, but you are not destined to be an excellent Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina, you are talking nonsense. Minato is an excellent Hokage. Furukawa willing, Hokage, he is playing Masaji. Does he understand Masaji in the 4th generation? The essence of Zengzi is the human heart. Thousands Tobirama, Ling boy, you have impressed the old man today. I didn't expect you to have such insight at such a young age. Furukawa willing, I passed the prize, but it's just a bystander. From this point of view, the 1st generation and the 4th generation are not suitable for Hokage at all. The 2nd generation is barely a qualified Hokage. And the one who can really be called excellent is the 3-generation-old man who is best at maneuvering. Senju Tobirama, that's right, it makes sense. Although in my opinion he is a rubbish now, but I have to say that his control of people's hearts is too good. Namifing Minato, is that the truth? Furukawa willing, that's the reason for such a bastard. Thousands of hands. Link Xiaozi has taught the old man a lesson today. Uchiha Madara, the boss is not too young. It is ridiculous that a kid can see it thoroughly. Thousands of hands. Madara, what did you say? Uchiha Madara, facts. People's hearts are so dark, so wherever there are people, there are struggles. If you want to achieve peace through people's self-consciousness, it is just wishful thinking. Senju Hasuma, now it seems. The old man seems to be wrong. But is peace really impossible to achieve? Furukawa willing, of course you can, but your method won't work. Senju Hashirama, then tell me, what kind of method will work? Furukawa willing, unify the ninja world with super strong force, and there will be no more disputes from now on. Peace under high pressure may not be true peace. Senju Hashirama, this. Uchiha Madara, Haha, I didn't expect your kids' thoughts to be somewhat similar to the old man's. Senjuto Biroma, big brother, I actually disapproved of the distribution of tailed beasts from the very beginning. The method Linksiozi said is indeed a bit extreme, but it is also a way. Senju Hasuma, is that really true? Namifing Minato, until today, I can truly see the darkness of the human heart. Hyuga Izari, Ling boy, what you imagined is quite beautiful, but if you want to do it, it's easier said than done. Is it just because of your kid's talent? I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate to the point where I can overwhelm their ninja world. Furukawa willing, in fact, it is not difficult to achieve, as long as you big guys teach you all your skills. I can dominate the ninja world at any time. Hyuga Izari, how to say it finally ended up with wanting benefits. Senjuto Biroma, Ling boy, you are indeed an unusual brat. The old man was persuaded by you, you dare to do it. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama has always had better eyes than me. Since he is willing to believe in you, this old man believes in you too. The old man also wants to see what this ninja world can become under your hands. Namifing Minato, I would also like to. With several Hokage-sama taking the lead, then everyone made a statement. In the end, only Madara and Kwana did not speak. Senjuto Biroma, Madara, didn't I say you were the most vicious one before? What do you say that Linksio's ideas are very similar to yours? Why don't you express your support? Uchiha Madara, all you need is your support. Pull me for what? I don't want to be in the company of your brothers. Thousands of hands, sigh. I still don't want to hang out with you. Uchiha Madara, Humphrey. Senju Hashirama, Humphrey. Furukawa willing pouted, of course he knew Madara's true intentions. The paths the two of them have to walk are indeed similar, but Madara hopes that the person who overwhelms the ninja world is himself. How much planning has Madara made for this, and how can it be possible to support Furukawa willing now? However, Furukawa willing didn't really care much. It was almost impossible for him and Madara to stand on the same front, and there was a high probability that they would have a fight in the future. Although it is a bit regrettable to lose the big help of Madara, it is enough to have the support of so many other bigwigs. Furukawa willing, ahem, it's fine if our band doesn't participate. Since you guys are so supportive, why don't you give me the ability to press the bottom of the box? Thousands of hands. Huh? The weather is nice. Madara, do you want to go to the arena and fight? Uchiha Madara, Hashima, when did you learn so much? Thousands of hands. Keek. Furukawa willing? Question mark big pillar, you are going too far. Chapter 50 _ new in arena. Ask for flowers for evaluation. Exclamation mark. Furukawa willing, be stingy. What about the rest? 4 generations? Ding. Uzumaki Kushino invites Namikaze Minato for a voluntary duel. Ding. Namikaze Minato accepted the invitation. The arena is open. The couple's actions completely shocked Furukawa Ling. How could he never have imagined that the couple would start a arena in order to change the topic and not benefit themselves? Wait, as for being so ruthless to yourself, how can I grab it if you don't give it to me? Furukawa Ling muttered to himself. However, he still underestimated the beauty of the 4 generations of couples. When Furukawa Ling turned his attention to the big screen of the arena, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. In the arena, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina stood at a distance of dozens of meters and looked at each other from the air. They have both been dead for more than 10 years, but now they meet again in such a situation. At this moment, the feeling of missing can no longer hold back. Watergate, Kushina. Watergate, Kushina. Immediately afterwards, the two shouted each other's names, ran to each other quickly, and hugged each other tightly. Rubbing. What kind of trouble is this horse riding? You want to make a Kyan Yao drama? Gikwen Ling's mouth twitched. The last arena sharing has not been closed yet, and the big guys in the group also saw this scene, and they immediately blew up. Thousands of hands? Question mark. Uchiha Madara? Question mark. Senjuto Biroma, I'll go. So, the arena is not only used for fighting. Uchiha Izuna, This is too beautiful. Everyone sighed a few words, and some people were inspired. Uchiha Mikoto, wow. Kushina has an idea. Husband, when they come out, let's go in and meet too. Uchiha Fuayu. Uchiha Kwana, big brother. I also want to meet you. Uchiha Madara, good. Let's meet when the 4th generation boy comes out. Fuayu boy, you all stand in the back row. Uchiha Fuayu, good grandfather. Senju Hasuma, second brother, why don't we? Senju Tobirama, get out. Senju Hasuma, oh. Second brother, you are still so heartless, not cute at all. Senju Tobirama, shut up. Also, call me Toboku. Second brother or something, it's disgusting. Uchiha Madara, you are really useless Hasuma. You can't even take care of your younger brother. When did Kwana dare to talk to me like this? Thousands of hands. Furukawa Willing didn't think much of their nonsense. He was staring at the two people in the arena. A bold thought suddenly appeared in his heart. Misty grass. If it continues to develop like this, I'm afraid there will really be a battle. It won't change from a Kyan Yao drama to a love battle drama, right? Although the Naruto world seems to be very open, it's not good for everyone to watch. At this time, the 4th generation sent a message. Namikaze Minato, Ling, can you turn off the shared vision of the arena first? Seeing this, Furukawa Willing, who was thinking wildly, blurted out. Furukawa Willing, I wipe! Exclamation mark in the daytime, you really want to? Namithing Minato, you. What are you talking about? I just want to talk to Kushina with my own words. Furukawa Willing, cough, that's it. I thought I was going to talk about myself. Okay, I'll give you an hour. Ding. The group owner has turned off the spectator mode. Furukawa Willing said a few words in embarrassment, and then closed everyone's view of the arena. Senju Tobirama, I said you kid, are you really a kid? Know so much? Do you know what the 18 ban is? Exclamation mark. Senju Hashirama, TSK. The kid is really scary now. Furukawa Willing, what are you two forcing lay I? Exclamation mark. Now that you have indicated that you want to support me, please give me some favors. Senju Tobirama, you are thinking of farting. Senju Hasuma, Ling, some things are still too early for you. You are actually very strong now. Don't be in a hurry. Go one step at a time. We will always be watching you. Those things will be given to you in due course. Senju Tobirama, big brother is right. Uchiha Shishui, second opinion. Sunday difference, +1. Furukawa Willing pouted, and in the end he was still worried about him, for fear that he had given him the power to overwhelm the ninja world. But he did something wrong. Therefore, these big guys still have to look at his actual actions to test him. Furukawa Willing, alas, I always thought Daizuzi was an honest person, but I didn't expect to be so foolish. Thousands of hands. Keek. Furukawa Willing, okay. Anyway, it's mine sooner or later. Furukawa Willing didn't get any benefit this time, and was a little boring, and once again cast his eyes back to the arena. Although he has closed everyone's vision sharing, he is the group owner and naturally has the privilege. Furukawa Willing, who was ready to watch the show, twitched the corner of his mouth quickly, because he discovered that Minato, Namikaze and Kushina actually really just sitting on the grass and whispering! Exclamation mark. Namithing Minato, I will obey you even if I step on the wall. Furukawa Willing scolded and retracted his gaze. P.S. Humble Watergate, ask for tickets online! Exclamation mark. Gentlemen, give some alms.